Recorded Books presents an unabridged recording of Rooftops of Tehran by Mahmoud Siraji, narrated by Jonathan Todd Ross and directed by Jeremy M. Brewer. This book is copyrighted 2009 by Mahmoud Siraji. This recording is copyrighted 2009 by Recorded Books. In a middle-class neighborhood in Iran's sprawling capital city, 17-year-old Pasha Shahid spends the summer of 1973 on his rooftop with his best friend, Ahmed, joking around and talking about the future. But soon a series of events unfold that awaken him to the reality of living under the rule of a powerful despot in a nation on the brink of revolution. And now, Rooftops of Tehran.
Winter of 1974. Rouzbeh Psychiatric Hospital, Tehran. I hear someone's voice chanting, and the repetitive verses lap like water at the edge of my consciousness. If I had a book, I would read it. If I had a song, I would sing it. I look around until I see an old man standing a few meters away, chanting in a steady, empty tone. The place does not look familiar to me. The blue robe that covers my body, the wheelchair I am sitting in, the sunlight creeping between the shades that warms me, all feel strange. If I knew a dance, I would dance it. If I knew a rhyme, I would chant it. If I had a life, I would risk it. If I could be free, I would chance it. Outside in the yard, men of all shapes and ages shuffle around in blue robes. There is something peculiar about each of them. They look lost. Suddenly, a surge of emotions fills my chest and rushes into my throat. A little nurse with a kind, full face that resembles an apple runs up to me and plants her hands on my shoulders and screams, "Help me out here! Help me out!" A man in a white uniform runs over and tries to hold me down. "Stay in your chair, honey, stay in your chair," Appleface shouts, which means I must be moving. I focus on sitting still and look toward the old man on the far side of the room. He's gazing at me as he frantically repeats his mantra. If I had a horse, I would ride it. If I had a horse, I would ride it. If I had a horse. I am taken to a room with a bed, and Appleface says, "I'm going to give you a sedative to make you feel better, darling." I feel a pinch in my arm, and suddenly my head and arms become unbearably heavy, and my eyes slide shut. Chapter 1. Summer of 1973. Tehran. My friends, my family, and my alley. Sleeping on the roof in the summer is customary in Tehran. The dry heat of the day cools after midnight, and those of us who sleep on the rooftops wake with the early sun on our faces and fresh air in our lungs. My mother is strictly against it and reminds me each evening, "Hundreds of people fall off the roofs every year." My best friend, Ahmed, and I trade hidden smiles with each warning, then climb the stairs to spend our nights under stars that seem close enough to touch. The alley below settles into a patchwork of streetlight, shadow, and sound. A car hums slowly down the deserted street, cautious not to wake anyone, as a stray dog in the distance releases a string of officious barks. "I hear your mother calling," Ahmed mumbles in the dark. I smile, aiming a good-natured kick that he easily rolls away from. Our house is the tallest in the neighborhood, which makes our roof an ideal spot for stargazing. In fact, naming stars for our friends and the people we love is one of our favorite pastimes. "Does everyone have a star?" Ahmed asks. "Only good people." "And the better you are, the bigger your star, right?" "Bigger and brighter," I say, as I do every time he asks the same question. "And your star guides you when you're in trouble, right?" Your star and the stars of the people you love. Ahmed closes one eye and lifts his thumb to block out one of the brighter stars. I'm tired of looking at your big fat face. Shut up and go to sleep then, I say, laughing, letting my gaze relax into the velvety emptiness between each pinprick of light. My eyes travel down the sky until they rest on the familiar rise and fall of the Alborz Mountains, which serpentine between the desert and the blue-green Caspian Sea. I get distracted for a moment, trying to decide if the darkness is black or so deeply blue that it just appears inky in comparison. I wonder why people are so unabashedly afraid of the dark, I ponder, and Ahmed chuckles. I know without asking that he is amused by my eccentric vocabulary, the product of a lifetime of heavy reading. My father pulled Ahmed and me aside one day and asked me, in front of family friends and relatives, what I thought life was about. I promptly said that life was a random series of beautifully composed vignettes, loosely tied together by a string of characters and time. My father's friends actually applauded, much to my embarrassment. Ahmed leaned over and whispered that I would soon be inaugurated as the oldest 17-year-old in the world, especially if I kept saying things like unabashedly and beautifully composed vignettes. Ahmed and I have just finished the 11th grade, and will be entering our last year of high school in the fall. I look forward to the end of preparatory school as much as the next 17-year-old, but this lively anticipation is tempered by my father's plans to send me to the United States to study civil engineering. Long ago, my father worked as a ranger, protecting the nationalized forests from poachers who cut down the trees illegally for personal profit. He now works in an office, managing an entire region with an army of rangers reporting to him. Iran is in dire need of engineers, Dad reminds me whenever he gets the chance. We're on the verge of transforming ourselves from a traditional agricultural country to an industrial one. A person with an engineering degree from an American university secures a great future for himself and his family, in addition to enjoying the prestige of being called Mr. Engineer for the rest of his life. I love my father, and I would never disobey him, but I hate math. I hate the idea of becoming an engineer, and I would hate being called Mr. Engineer. In my dreams, I major in literature and study the philosophy of the ancient Greeks, evolution, Marxism, psychoanalysis, and Buddhism. Or I major in film and become a writer or a director, someone who has something worthwhile to say. For now, I live with my parents in a middle-class neighborhood. We have a typical Iranian house with a modest yard, a large guest room, and a hose, a small pool in the front yard. In our neighborhood, just like any other in Tehran, tall walls separate houses that have been built connected to each other. Our home has 2 full levels, and my room occupies a small section of the 3rd floor, where a huge terrace is connected to the roof by a bulky mass of steel steps. Ours is the tallest house in the neighborhood and has a southern exposure. I wouldn't live in a home with a northern exposure if it were given to me for free, my mother states repeatedly. They never get any sun. They're a breeding ground for germs. My mother never finished high school, yet she speaks about health issues with the authority of a Harvard graduate. She has a remedy for every ailment. Herbal tea to cure depression, liquidated camel thorns to smash kidney stones, powdered flowers to annihilate sinus infections, dried leaves that destroy acne, and pills for growing as tall as a tree, despite the fact that she stands an impressive 5 feet tall in stocking feet. The peace of each summer night fades with the noises of families starting their day, and our alley bustles with kids of all ages. Boys shout and scuffle as they chase cheap plastic soccer balls, while girls go from house to house, doing what girls do together. Women congregate in different parts of the alley, making it easy to tell who likes whom by the way they assemble. Ahmed has divided these gatherings into 3 groups: the East, West, and Central Gossip Committees. Ahmed is a tall, skinny kid with dark features and a brilliant smile. His strong but slender body, bold, broad jaw, and bright hazel eyes make him the picture of health, according to my mother's expert opinion. He's well liked in the neighborhood, and funny. I tell him he could become a great comedian if he took his God-given talent more seriously. Yes, more seriously, he replies. I can become the most serious clown in the country. I've known Ahmed since I was 12 years old, when my family first moved to the neighborhood. We met for the first time at school, when 3 bullies were beating me up. All the other kids stood by and watched, but Ahmed rushed to my aid. The boys were tall, big, and ugly, and despite our heroic attempts, we both took a beating. I'm Pasha, I introduced myself after the fight. Ahmed smiled and reached over for a handshake. What was the fight about? He asked. I laughed. You didn't know? Why did you help me? 3-1. I have a problem with that. Of course, I knew they'd still take us, but at least it wasn't as unfair as 3 guys thrashing 1. I knew right then that Ahmed was going to be my best friend forever. His gallantry and upbeat attitude won me over instantly. The experience bound us together and prompted my father, an ex-heavyweight boxing champion, to start teaching us how to box, much to my mother's dismay. You're going to make them violent, she would complain to my unsympathetic father. To make things right, every night after dinner, she would hold out a glass of amber liquid that smelled like horse urine on a hot summer day. This will reverse what your father is doing to your temper, she assured me, while forcing me to drink the nauseating brew. I loved boxing, but my mother's remedy nearly drove me to quit. After a few months of training, as our punches became crisp, short and quick, but heavy when they needed to be, I began to ache for a rematch with the 3 bullies at school. My father overheard our plans for revenge and intervened. Sit down, Mr. Pasha, he said one day after practice. Then he pointed to Ahmed. Would you join us, please? Of course, Mr. Shahid, Ahmed responded, and as he was sitting next to me, he whispered, I think we're in trouble, Mr. Pasha. When one learns how to box, Dad started thoughtfully, he joins the fraternity of athletes who never raise a hand against people weaker than themselves. My mother stopped what she had been doing and walked up to stand sternly next to my father. But, Dad, if we don't beat up people weaker than ourselves, who do we beat up? I asked, stunned. And wouldn't it be dumb to pick on people stronger than ourselves anyway? Dad was doing his best not to look at Mom, who was staring at him like a tiger checking out a deer right before the final, fateful dash. I taught you how to box so you could defend yourself, he mumbled. I don't want you to go looking for a fight. Ahmed and I couldn't believe what we were hearing. I want you to promise me that you will always respect the code of our fraternity, my father insisted. We must have been slow to react. I want you to promise, he repeated, his voice rising. And so Ahmed and I grudgingly joined the fraternity of athletes who never beat up bullies who break the faces of kids weaker than themselves. At the time, of course, we had no idea that such a fraternity never existed. Iraj is lucky your dad made us promise, Ahmed says later, making us both laugh. Iraj is a small, scruffy kid with a long, pointed nose whose sunburned features make him look Indian. He's smart, has the best grades in our school, and loves physics and mathematics, the two subjects I hate most. I am convinced Iraj likes Ahmed's older sister because he can't keep his eyes off her when she is in the alley. Everyone knows you don't fancy a friend's sister, as if she were a girl from another neighborhood. If I were Ahmed and caught Iraj checking out my sister, I'd kick the shit out of him. But I'm not Ahmed. "Hey," he'll shout, trying hard not to smile when he startles Iraj. "Stop looking at her, or I'll break my pledge to the Sacred Brotherhood of the Boxing Fraternity." Sacred Brotherhood of the Boxing Fraternity? I whisper under my breath with a smile. Brotherhood and fraternity mean the same thing. You shouldn't use them in the same sentence. Oh, you shut up, Ahmed laughs. Iraj is the chess champion of our neighborhood. He's so good that no one is willing to play against him anymore. When we play soccer in the alley, Iraj plays chess against himself. Who's winning? Ahmed asks with a smirk. Iraj ignores him. Have you ever beaten yourself? Ahmed asks. You could, you know, if you weren't so fucking preoccupied with my sister. I'm not preoccupied with your sister, Iraj mumbles, rolling his eyes. Right, Ahmed replies, nodding. If you have any trouble beating yourself, let me know, and I'll be happy to do it for you. You know, I tease, I used to get mad at him for looking at your sister, but it might not be so bad to have a chess champion as a brother-in-law. Bite your tongue, Ahmed growls, or I'll raid your mother's pantry to mix you a special brew that will grow hair on your tongue. The threat has some weight, considering the way my mother has applied her unique brand of knowledge and listened to her gut to diagnose me as an extreme introvert. Do you know what happens to people who keep everything to themselves? She asks, not waiting for my answer. They get sick. When I object that I'm not an introvert, she reminds me of the time I was 4 years old and fell down the steps. My 2 aunts, 2 uncles, and grandparents were visiting us that day, and my mother estimated that watching me tumble down 2 flights of stairs nearly caused 2 heart attacks, 3 strokes, and a handful of small ulcers. You broke your shin in 3 places, she chides. The doctor said he'd seen grown men cry after a break like that, but not you. Do you know what that kind of stress does to your body? No, I say. It causes cancer. Then she spits 3 times to atone for the thought. In order to cure my introversion, she insists I drink a dusky concoction that looks and smells like used motor oil. I complain that her remedy tastes horrible, and she tells me to be quiet and stop whining. I thought this potion was to bring me out of my shell, I remind her. Hush, she orders. Whining doesn't count. If you want to be successful in life, you must force yourself to be an extrovert, she explains. Introverts end up as lonely poets or destitute writers. So, Ahmed ponders one day, the engine oil makes you an extrovert, and the horse urine helps you crawl back into your shell. He shakes his head in empathy. You are going to be one fucked up person by the time your mother gets done with you. Chapter 2. Fahime's tears and Zari's wet hair. Our summer nights on the roof are spent basking in the wide-open safety of our bird's-eye view. There are no walls around what we say, or fears shaping what we think. I spend hours listening to stories of Ahmed's silent encounters with Fahime, the girl he loves. His voice softens, and his face quiets as he describes how she threw back her long black hair while looking at him, and how that must mean she loves him. Why else would she strain her neck to communicate with him? My father says that Persians believe in silent communication. A look or gesture imparts far more than a book full of words. My father is a great silent communicator. When I behave badly, he just gives me a dirty look that hurts more than 1,000 slaps in the face. I listen while Ahmed's voice chatters on about Fahime, but my gaze usually wanders into our neighbor's yard, where a girl named Zari lives with her parents and her little brother, Kayvan. I've never seen Fahime up close, so when Ahmed talks about her, I picture Zari in my mind. Her delicate cheekbones, her smiling eyes, and her pale, soft skin. Most summer evenings, Zari sits at the edge of her family's little hose under a cherry tree, dangling her shapely feet in the cool water as she reads. I'm careful not to let my eyes linger too long, because she is engaged to my friend and mentor, Raman Sobhi, a third-year political science major at the University of Tehran, whom everyone, including his parents, calls Doctor. It's low to fancy a friend's girl, and I shove all thoughts of Zari from my head every time I think of Doctor. But Ahmed's lovesick ramblings make it hard for me to keep my mind clear. Every day, Ahmed bikes 10 minutes to Fahima's neighborhood, in the hope of getting a glimpse of her. He says she has 2 older brothers who protect her like hawks, and that everyone in the neighborhood knows that messing with their sister means getting a broken nose, a dislocated jaw, and a big black eggplant under at least one eye. Ahmed says that if Fahime's brothers learned that he fancied their sister, they'd make his ears the biggest parts of his body, meaning that they would cut him into little pieces. Not one to be thwarted, Ahmed picks a day when Fahime's brothers are in the alley and intentionally rides his bike into a wall. He moans and groans with pain, and Fahime's brothers take him inside their home and give him a couple of aspirin, then immobilize his injured wrist by wrapping a piece of fabric around it. Fahime is only a few steps away and knows full well what the handsome stranger is up to. Ahmed now rides his bike to Fahime's alley without a worry in the world, spending hours with Fahime's brothers and talking about everything from the members of this year's Iranian national soccer team to next year's potential honorees. He says he doesn't mind that her brothers bore him to death, as long as he is close to her. They play soccer all afternoon in the alley, and Ahmed insists on playing goalie, even though he stinks in that position. While the other kids chase the ball in the scorching heat of Tehran's afternoons, Ahmed stands still. Supposedly, he is defending his team's goal, but really, he's watching Fahime, who watches him from the roof of her house. After only a few games, Ahmed is forced to abdicate his post as the goalie. He's so preoccupied with Fahime that he is never prepared for the opponent's attackers, and his team always loses by at least 5 or 6 points. When Ahmed begins to play forward, his team starts to win again, but now he has to run after the ball, which means he can no longer exchange silent looks with Fahime. So Ahmed comes to me with a plan. I am to accompany him to Fahime's alley the next day. He will introduce me to his new friends and will make sure that I end up on the opposite team. I will aim at his knee during a crucial play, and he'll fake a bad fall and a serious injury. Then, he will have no choice but to play as goalie again. He will be a goalie in agony, playing despite his pain, and that will undoubtedly impress Fahime. I agree to go along, but worry deep down about what Fahime might think of me after I knock Ahmed down. I feel better when I imagine the day we tell her the whole thing was a setup to get Ahmed back in the goalie position. Don't hurt me for real now, Ahmed warns with a smile on his face. Make sure the orthopedic surgeon is on call, pal, I respond, getting into the spirit. Oh, come on. You know I have fragile bones. Just touch me lightly, and I'll do the rest. The plan is carried out masterfully. Ahmed deserves an Oscar for his portrayal of a boy in pain, and a gold medal for playing goalie after his dreadful injury. Looking at his face, which glows with the knowledge that Fahima is watching, I worry that he might really hurt himself with his courageous dives to the left, to the right, and under the feet of our attackers. All of this on asphalt. We can't score on him. He scrapes his hands and elbows and tears his pants at the knees. Each time he stops us, he grimaces with pain, releases the ball, and looks up toward the roof, where Fahima is watching attentively. I even see her smile at him once. One of Fahima's brothers notices that I'm looking toward the roof, and I know from that moment on, he doesn't like me anymore, just as I don't like Iraj for staring at Ahmed's sister. He doesn't shake my hand when I say goodbye to everyone. I size him up surreptitiously. He's taller and bigger than I am. I leave with the comfort of knowing that I would not be letting down the sacred brotherhood of the boxing fraternity if he ever decided to be an asshole to me or to Ahmed. A couple of weeks pass, and I'm sitting on our roof in the dark, my ears and eyes filled with the rush and sway of the light wind that bends the treetops, when I hear the door to Zari's yard open, then shut. Don't look, I think resolutely, but my body resorts to quick, shallow breaths as soon as it recognizes the sound. It could just be Kayvon, I reason. I decide to close my eyes, but my heart races as I realize that doing so has only sharpened my hearing. Bare feet pad across the yard. Then the water in the hose begins to murmur with the slow churning of her legs as the pages of her book turn with the soft rhythmic hiss so familiar from my own hours spent reading. She's read 4 pages by the time Ahmed arrives on my roof. He sits silently on the short wall that runs between our rooftops and lights a cigarette with shaking hands. The momentary illumination from the match reveals tears in his eyes. Is something wrong? I ask, my chest growing tight at the expression on his face. He shakes his head no, but I don't believe him. We Persians, as a people, are too deeply immersed in misery to resist despair when it knocks on our door. Are you sure? I insist, and he nods his head yes. I decide to leave him alone, because that's what I wish people would do for me when I don't feel like talking. He sits as still as stone for a few minutes as the cigarette's glowing coal creeps toward his fingers, then whispers, "She has a suitor." Who has a suitor? I ask, glancing below at Zari. Her ivory feet stir the moon's reflection on the water's surface so that it shimmers like liquid gold. Fahime, a guy who lives a couple of doors down from them, is sending his parents to her house tomorrow night. It feels like someone knocked the wind out of me. I don't know what to say. People who insist on sticking their noses into other people's business seldom know what to say or do. I wonder why they ask in the first place. I pretend to study the blinking city lights that sprawl across the shadowy distance. When did you find out? I finally ask. After you left this afternoon, her brothers and I went into her yard to get some cool water, and that's when they told me. Was she around? Yes, he says, looking up hard at the sky to keep the tears from falling down his face. She was pouring water from a pitcher into my glass when they told me. he remembers his cigarette and takes a big puff. I was sitting in a chair and she was standing over me, actually bending over me. She looked at my eyes the whole time, never blinked. Ahmed shakes his head as his lips twist into the ghost of a smile. She was so close I could feel her breath on my face, and her skin smelled clean, like soap, but sweeter. One of her brothers asked if I was going to congratulate their little sister, but I couldn't make my voice come out of my throat. Ahmed lets his face and his tears fall as he drops the spent cigarette and steps on it. "She's too young," I whisper. "For crying out loud, how old is she? 17? How can they marry off a 17-year-old kid?" Ahmed shakes his head again, mute. "Maybe her parents will reject him," I say, to plant hope in his heart. "Her family loves him," he says with a short, bitter laugh as he pulls another cigarette from the pack. "He's a 26-year-old college graduate who works for the agricultural ministry, owns a car, and will soon be buying his own home in Tehran, Pars. They won't say no to him." He lights the cigarette, then holds the pack out in my direction. I picture my father appearing unexpectedly and pinning me down with one of his dirty looks, the ones that hurt more than 1,000 slaps in the face. I shake my head no. I look at Ahmed's sad face and wish I could do something to help him out. This is a historic night for both of us. We're experiencing the first major personal crisis of our young lives. It's sad, but I must admit, on some level, it's also exciting. It makes me feel grown up. "Do you know how bad this feels?" Ahmed asks between puffs. "Well," I begin, wanting desperately to carry his pain. "I've only read about it in books," I confess, somewhat embarrassed. Then I look toward Zari's yard and add, "But I think I can imagine." Late the next afternoon, Ahmed asks me to go to Fahima's alley with him. I do, despite my apprehension about seeing Fahima's brothers again, especially the one who hates me for being like Iraj. The sun has just set, and the lights in the alley are springing on one by one. Some people have just watered their trees and hosed their sidewalks, as is customary in Tehran, and the scent of wet dust makes the dry heat of the evening feel more tolerable. A group of kids is playing soccer and making a lot of noise. I figure it must be the final game of the evening. The ladies stand close to each other, trading talk, while the younger girls run arm in arm, giggling. I have never seen Ahmed so consumed by grief. We walk up and down the alley, and he slows every time we reach Fahima's house. "I can feel her on the other side of these walls," he says, resting his forehead against the stone and closing his eyes. "She knows I'm here," he whispers. "We're breathing the same air." Some kids walk by and recognize Ahmed. They want to chat, but neither Ahmed nor I is in a mood to talk, and we continue to pace. When we reach Fahima's house, again he stops and presses both fists to the stone, like a tired warrior at the base of a fortress. Inside, a bunch of adults are discussing a lifetime's commitment between two young people. The mother of the bride-to-be is usually happy and proud, unless the suitor is a real loser. The mother of the groom-to-be is civilized and calm. She makes mental notes to use later, if a deal cannot be consummated, details that will stay fixed in her mind until the couple is happily married off. Who knows what will happen between two strangers? Good information can always tilt the balance in her favor if the union should fail. Everything is fair game, from the color of the wallpaper in the living room to the size of the future mother-in-law's bottom. The fathers are agreeable and more concerned about drinking, eating, and bragging about the stuff fathers brag about. People they know in high places, the bargain they got on a prime piece of land by the Caspian Sea. Then, there is the cast of aunts and uncles, best friends and family members, all happy to be there because they have nothing better to do with their time. Most of the discussions will focus on money. What does the groom have? Does he own a house? Does he drive a car? What model and year is it? Hopefully, it's an American car, a Buick, or a Ford. How much is the dowry? How much does the family of the groom pay the family of the bride for this auspicious occasion? What would be the alimony if there were a divorce in the future? The bride and groom-to-be normally sit far apart and don't speak. They even avoid looking at each other. I know Ahmed is wondering what Fahima is thinking, sitting quietly in that crowded room. That's what I would be worried about if, for example, I loved Zari and she were being married off to someone other than Doctor. I would wonder if Zari were thinking of me. I would wonder if she had made herself pretty, and if she had, I would be questioning why. Doesn't she want my rival to think that she is ugly and not worthy of marriage? I would be so jealous of the man who would be looking into her beautiful blue eyes, thinking of embracing her, touching her face, feeling her warm body against his. God, I'm so glad I don't love Zari. Poor Ahmed must be going through hell. We wait until 10 o'clock, but no one comes out of Fahima's house. We ride our bikes back to our neighborhood, have a quick dinner, then retreat to the roof. Hours crawl by in heavy silence. The outline of Mount Alborz, usually uplifting, seems to huddle in the growing dark like a lonesome dog. The heat has been unusually persistent all day, and we sit and sweat without speaking for what feels like days. What do you say to a 17-year-old boy who has fallen in love with a 17-year-old girl who is about to be auctioned off for a few thousand Persian tumans of dowry and the dubious promise of happiness? I think you should tell her that you love her, I blurt, suddenly. Ahmed exhales with a derisive snort. What good will that do? Besides, don't you think she already knows? Maybe she knows. Maybe she thinks that maybe you love her. But she doesn't know for sure, does she? You haven't told her how you feel, and you certainly haven't done anything to show her. I communicate in silence with her every day, he mumbles. His answer makes me smile. Ahmed, she's the only one who can stop this wedding. Her parents may still force her to marry him, so there's no guarantee that your actions would change anything. But you have to give her a reason to fight. You think she might? Ahmed asks, genuine wonder trembling in his voice. I think she might if you intervened. And if she doesn't, what have you lost? The light above Zari's door blinks on, and she comes into her yard and kneels gracefully at the edge of the hose. The night has been slow to cool, and she leans down and to the side to wet her hair, dipping it in the water, then twisting it artfully and pinning it to her head, so that the water slides in drops down her neck and back. I'm not sure how long I've been looking into Zari's yard when I feel Ahmed staring at me. So, he says, scratching the top of his head thoughtfully, you think if someone walked up to Zari and told her he loved her, she would reconsider marrying Doctor? That's different, I stutter. Zari wants to marry Doctor, so that's not a fair question, and this is not about Zari and me. I mean, this is about you and Fahime. Ahmed bites his lower lip to mask his smile, then asks, "You think she would go against her parents' wishes?" I said Zari's situation is different. I bark back. I didn't mean Zari. I was talking about Fahime. This time, Ahmed doesn't bother to hide his smile. So, you think she would go against her parents' wishes? He repeats. I shake my head slightly to dislodge any more thoughts of Zari, then fix my friend with a confident stare and answer, "People do amazing things for love. Books are full of wonderful stories about this kind of stuff. And stories aren't just fantasies, you know? There's so much a part of the people who write them that they practically teach their readers invaluable lessons about life." Ahmed notes the gleam in my eye, shakes his head and chuckles. I know, I should read more. I wake the next day alone, squinting at the hot sun hanging dead center in the sky, and realize I must have slept late. My waking fog clears sharply as I notice that Ahmed is already gone. I run downstairs, pull my shoes on, and mumble a hello to my mother, who is heading up the hallway with a large glass of her special engine oil for me. I grimace, then sprint past her into the yard to my bike. My mother yells, "Where are you going? You haven't eaten breakfast." "No time," I shout as I'm jumping on my bike, and hear the familiar muttering of my mother cursing under her breath. I pedal as fast as I can to Fahime's alley, and my heart sinks as I round the corner. A bunch of kids are holding back Fahime's two brothers, and Ahmed's face is covered with blood. There's lots of screaming and yelling, and Fahime's oldest brother is telling Ahmed to get lost. Ahmed is standing quietly with no one holding him back. I jump off my bike and run up to him. "What's going on?" I ask anxiously. When Ahmed doesn't speak, I assume the worst and whirl to face our attackers. I will my body to become loose and ready, bouncing lightly on the balls of my feet and shaking my hands briefly to warm them before I curl them into fists. Ahmed smiles gently and grabs my arm. "I followed your advice. I was trying to tell Fahime I love her," he explains, pointing up to the weeping girl on the roof. "But I think the whole world heard." Fahime is watching us, knowing full well that a 17-year-old boy has taken his first step toward becoming a man, and in the process has made her feel more like a woman than all the aunts, uncles, and formalities of the night before. If she must marry a man her parents have chosen for her, at least she knows that she is loved by someone with enough courage to defy tradition. I can only hope that she will summon her own courage to defy her parents, for Ahmed's sake. A few nights later, at dinner, my mother mentions a rumor she's heard about a sweet young girl in a nearby neighborhood who is being forced to marry a man she doesn't love. "I don't know her," Mom says, "but I feel horrible for her." I listen hard, but keep my face still. I hear that she has locked herself in a room and refuses to come out, eat, or speak to anyone, Mom reports. My father shakes his head. "It's time for the parents in this country to learn that the souls of their children are more important than tradition," he says. "You young people need to assume responsibility for your own futures," he tells me. "If someone's old enough to be married off, then they're sure as hell old enough to decide who they should marry." My mother nods in agreement. Sitting out on the roof after dinner that night, I smell Ahmed's cigarette and hear his steps on the stairs long before he settles down beside me. "Do I have a star up there?" he asks. I know he isn't expecting an answer, so I remain silent. "I see yours," he claims, pointing at a brilliant star far from the horizon. "It's blinding." "That's not me," I argue, my face warming imperceptibly. "Too bright. Must be Fahima. The light is stronger because she's thinking of you." Ahmed sighs as he stretches out on his back and closes his eyes. I follow suit, knowing that the hushed symphony of night noises won't be nearly loud enough to rescue us from our worries. I breathe in the scent of wet asphalt, enjoying the way the night breeze brushes my closed eyes. Winter of 1974. Ruzbe Psychiatric Hospital, Tehran. I wake just enough to turn over beneath the covers, missing the heat my body leaves behind as soon as my skin hits the cool, unused sheets on the other side of the bed. I lie still with my eyes closed, because my mind feels too weary to process anything I might see. Sounds draw my attention. The hollow click of a cane followed closely by the drag of slippers on linoleum, the muted ticking of a wristwatch in the drawer of the bedside table. But the relative silence wakes me. I'm alone in the room, feeling lost without the old man's rhythmic chanting. I turn to my other side, only to find the sheets already chilled, and wonder if I'll ever open my eyes again. It is either a few minutes or several days later the next time I'm conscious. I notice pink patches of healed skin on my hands and forearms. The new skin looks tender, but doesn't hurt. Was I burned? Why? How? Did someone try to kill me? Not that I care. The back of my skull aches to the dull beat of my pulse, while each slow breath I draw between my sore ribs feels as if it is struggling to lift a weight. My days and nights begin to be plagued by dreams. Dark clouds roll over the roof of our house near enough to touch, and lightning strikes so close that the thunder knocks me off my feet. I open my eyes to see the wheelchair on the other side of the room. Can I walk? Am I paralyzed? Maybe I fell off the roof, as my mother always feared. Or did someone push me off? Why? More shivers. More hours of unconsciousness. The next time I'm awake, the clouds are even darker. I'm still on the roof. I see a man dressed in a black suit looking up at me from the alley. His predatory eyes glint. His face is bloated. He howls into a radio clutched in his hand. A muffled sound fills the air, more like an angry roar matching the thunder in its ferocity. A cold wind blows through the alley, whirling up dust and debris as the color of everything turns into winterish gray. I can't tell if it is the man down below or the dark clouds overhead that send a chill down my spine. Chapter 3. Summer of 1973. Tehran. The Red Rose. It's difficult not to like Doctor. His thick round glasses slightly magnify his smiling brown eyes, and his tidy appearance makes him look like a young professor. His calm demeanor and strong, gentle voice tend to disarm even his worst enemies. He lives nearby with his parents, Mr. and Mrs. Sobhi, and comes over often to see Zari. When we play soccer in the alley, Doctor cheers us on like a true fan, jumping up and down, encouraging both sides, and admiring unselfish plays. We sometimes invite him to join the game, but he always laughs and says something like, "Oh, no, I'm too old." Then he turns to Zari, who smiles and shrugs her shoulders, as if to say he should do what he likes. In the end, he never joins us, and I don't blame him. What would the neighbors think if they saw the young scholar engaged to the prettiest girl in the alley, running after a plastic ball with a bunch of kids? I admire Doctor, but I can't stop myself from thinking about Zari. This, of course, is something I would never admit to, especially given how we pester Iraj about looking at Ahmed's sister. My thoughts about Zari are pure and innocent, most of the time. The most shameful fantasy I've indulged in was to think that if I ever got married, I would want my wife to be exactly like her. Smart, beautiful, delicate, proper, and polite. Everything a man should want in a woman, or so I thought. Reviewing Zari's qualities, however, quickly led to imagining our first kiss on the night of our marriage, which felt as if someone had poured boiling water through my veins, her bright eyes closing as our faces came together, breathing in her delicious scent as our lips met in a silent flood of softness. I forced my mind to empty at that point, and haven't had thoughts like that about her since, at least not consciously. Doctor is always reading, even while he's walking. Ahmed swears he's seen him walk right into a light post a couple of times. That's how he became my friend and mentor, as one of the only people who liked the same books I did. He admires the philosophies of Karl Marx, Friedrich Engels, Jean-Paul Sartre, and Bertrand Russell. He owns every play by Bertolt Brecht and George Bernard Shaw, as well as the works of great American storytellers like Jack London, John Steinbeck, and Howard Fast. I met Doctor through Ahmed. "He is the smartest guy in our neighborhood," Ahmed said. "Much smarter than you," he teased, before looking around and whispering, "I think he's one of those guys who doesn't like the Shah." "That makes sense," I mumbled, knowing that most university students violently opposed the tyranny of the regime. "What makes him so smart?" I asked. "They don't call him doctor for nothing," Ahmed responded in a smart-ass tone. "He's not a physician. You know that, right?" I smiled and nodded yes. "He's read everything. He knows everything. He's like an encyclopedica." "What's an encyclopedica?" I asked, laughing at his slip. He ignored me and continued. "I think he may be the only person who uses bigger words than you. And he's always arguing politics. Thank God you don't do that." He showed me the back of his right hand, as if he was about to smack me. I laughed again. In time, I really got to know Doctor. His Marxist language became a welcome part of my days. He discussed dialectical materialism, determinism, and the centralization and concentration of capital, praising and quoting scholars like Louis Althusser, Erich Fromm, and Antonio Gramsci, Marxist scholars whose publications were banned in Iran. Doctor asked about my interests, my hobbies, and my school experiences. His eyes lit up when he learned that I was a fellow reader. "Who's your favorite author?" he asked eagerly. "I love Gorky's work," I said hesitantly, a bit intimidated by the guy who was supposedly an encyclopedica. "I like all the Russian writers I've read, Dostoevsky, Sholokhov, Pushkin." "Really?" Doctor shouted, grinning. "Where have you been, my friend? That is so great." After a long discussion of Russian literature and its impact on the 1917 Bolshevik Revolution, Doctor asked, "What do you think about the condition of the people in our villages?" His question did not surprise me, given my conversation with Ahmed earlier. Before I had a chance to respond, he said, "Their living conditions are deplorable. Have you ever been on a farm?" I nodded yes. You know, some people think I'm too idealistic, but I wish for a day when no one goes to bed on an empty stomach. I want to find a way to educate every human being so that they can achieve their fullest potential. I want equality and justice for all, regardless of social status and class. I sensed the heat of Doctor's enthusiasm, along with his sincerity. Soon I was overtaken by a startling surge of goodwill toward him. "I don't know about you," he continued, "but I can see myself as a missionary in the villages, helping people dig wells, teaching them new irrigation techniques, harvesting crops, and filtering drinking water. Do you know how many people die annually from drinking polluted water?" I shook my head no. He shook his head too, naked sorrow in his expression, before continuing. "I want to help them take control of their lives, instead of waiting for some god to deliver them from their troubles. Do you understand?" "Of course," I said with a smile, deciding right then and there that I wanted to be just like him when I grew up. Kind, smart, visionary, and yes, idealistic too. At that moment, Zari walked up to us with a tray of cool drinks. "You must be thirsty," she said to me, her voice a sweet sound that hummed in my ears. "I've been watching you. You haven't had anything since you walked in the door." She has been watching me? Wow! Then I heard Doctor's voice telling me to drink up. It seemed as if his words suffered a delay between his lips and my ears, because my heart had stumbled and was caught so completely by the sound of Zari's voice. Looking at Doctor, I wondered how I could so faithfully and simultaneously admire and envy him. Doctor has had to work to help support his family since he was 12 years old, when his father suffered a debilitating accident in the machine shop, where he was in charge of heating metal for processing purposes. One day, at the end of a double shift, my father was so tired that he fell asleep for a few seconds, Doctor told me once, his eyes filling. His right hand was burned so severely that it had to be amputated the second he arrived at the hospital. Years before that day, when I was just a kid, he used to get severe migraines. When I'd asked him what I could do to make his pain go away, he'd smile and ask me to kiss his forehead. As soon as my kiss had landed, he'd jump up and down and say that the headache had disappeared. Doctor shook his head with a sad smile. He'd thank me and give me a coin. That's when he started calling me Doctor. For a long time, I thought my kisses could cure him. So every night he was in the hospital after the amputation, I sat by his bed and kissed his heavily bandaged arm while he slept. Doctor massaged his forehead, as if to work the worry from his skin, then added, "They fired him for being careless after 25 years of loyal labor. That's capitalism for you." Watching Doctor argue politics and religion, the only two topics he gets passionate about, is like imagining the majestic and serene Mount Damavand belching smoke into the sky. He hates the Shah and the mullahs, the educated religious officials. "The Shah is a dictator and a puppet of the West," he says, "and I'd rather kiss a rattlesnake on the lips than shake hands with a mullah." Doctor's hatred for the mullahs is so deep that he was reluctant to summon our local clergyman to carry out his grandfather's funeral ceremonies. "Why do we need him?" he kept arguing with his father. Eventually, however, he had to give in to his parents' desire for a traditional funeral. At the time, Doctor was a freshman at the university, and I was in the 10th grade. Seeing how distraught he appeared over his mission, I offered to go along with him, and he eagerly accepted. The mullah was a middle-aged fat man with a big belly and a thick salt and pepper beard. He had a white turban wrapped around his shaved head, and wore a white shirt and black pants under a chestnut-brown robe. He seemed genuinely sympathetic to Doctor's loss, and wanted to know how old the deceased was, how he died, who was mourning the death of the poor man, and so on. I had heard such horror stories of the wicked ways of the mullahs from Doctor that the friendly vibes coming from this gentle, good-natured man left me pleasantly surprised. As he was collecting information about the deceased, he suddenly dropped his gaze and asked Doctor, "Now, how old did you say your grandma is?" 62, Doctor answered, hesitantly. "Not very old," the mullah noted, trying to appear casual. "Who will take care of her now? She has so many years ahead of her, the poor, lonely lady." He put his right hand on Doctor's shoulder and, with one of those looks that adults give kids when teaching them a lesson, said, "You know, my son, when God closes one door, he always opens another. Now, where did you say your grandma lives?" Doctor's face stiffened with rage. He batted the mullah's hand from his shoulder and turned on his heel to march out of the mosque. I hurried to follow and heard Doctor cursing under his breath. "Fucking prick," he spat. "He's trying to pick up my grandma. If he even thinks about her, I'll rip the turban from his ugly head and strangle him with it."
This ends Disc 1. Rooftops of Tehran, Disc 2.
Doctor could be sentenced to many years in prison if the Savak, the Shah's secret police force, catches him with his collection of government-banned books. One day, we are walking home from a bookstore when I tell him about how my father used to keep banned books in a little vault he had built in the closet. "When I was 6 years old, the Savak raided our house," I say. "My mother tried to stop them from entering the yard, but they pushed her out of the way. My dad was reading in his study, but when he heard the commotion, he dropped the book on the floor and ran from the room. Instinctively, I picked up the book, walked into the vault, and shut the door behind me. I have no idea why, except maybe because my father used to call the vault our secret and made me promise not to tell anyone about it." The bright smile on Doctor's face encourages me to finish the story. "The agents searched the house for a couple of hours, but didn't find anything. They left empty-handed, and since then my father doesn't keep banned books in the house." "I'm glad you didn't run out of air in there," Doctor says in a worried tone. "I don't remember it getting bad at all," I say. Doctor takes his glasses off and puts a gentle hand on my shoulder, speaking softly. "Has anyone ever told you that you have that?" I must look thoroughly confused. "You've never heard of that?" he asks, surprised. I shake my head, no. "It's a priceless quality that's impossible to define, really," he explains. "But you recognize it in the actions of great people." Showering friends and strangers with inflated but disingenuous compliments is a customary tradition in Iran called tarof. But looking into Doctor's eyes, I don't think he's tarofing. Some great person I am, I think, as the heat of embarrassment is joined by the heat of shame climbing up my chest and neck, secretly desiring my friend's fiancé and itching to use my new boxing skills to break the face of some bully. Sensing my unease, Doctor changes the topic. "You know how they caught the gang, don't you?" he says, referring to the group of young men and women who have been arrested by the Savak for plotting to kill the Shah. "They were looking for illegal books in the home of one of the members and found the plans." I nod, aware that for weeks now, the media has been promising that a sensational trial will be broadcast live on television, the first time in our history that an event like this is being shown on TV. Most of the time, the fact that the opposition even exists, the Tudeh Party, the Communists, the Islamic Marxists, is denied. Or those groups are referred to as kharabkars, subversive activists, terrorists, and people who commit appalling acts in the name of politics. According to the media, Iran is a unified nation in the service of the King of the Kings, the Shahanshah Mohammad Reza Pahlavi. Acknowledging the existence of political opposition is considered blasphemous by the Savak. One may as well deny the existence of God. So despite the arrests, the tortures, and the incessant suppression of the opposition groups, adulation of the Shah continues, as if the country is a model state for democracy. People say that the gang members will cry and beg for forgiveness on live television, I add, and then the Shah will pardon them in an orchestrated attempt to make him look like a benevolent, merciful leader. I see a strange expression spring to life on Doctor's face, almost a sneer. He shakes his head and says, "But the circus and its ringmaster may be in for a surprise." In the alley, Doctor and I find Ahmed's grandmother wandering around as if lost. "Have you seen my husband?" she asks, peering sweetly at us. Doctor and I exchange a look, knowing that her husband died 2 years ago. "No, I haven't seen him for a while, Grandma," Doctor says. "Is there anything we can do for you?" Grandma pauses to think. "It's very strange," she muses. "No one has seen him since we buried him a couple of years ago. Have I ever told you how my husband and I met?" Both Doctor and I have heard this story 1,000,000 times, but we smile and shake our heads no. Grandma describes again how she met her husband at a party in the American Embassy, and even though he was married to 43 other women at the time, he fell in love with her and divorced all of his wives to marry her. She says he remained faithful to her until the day he died trying to save a cat from a burning house. "What a beautiful story, Grandma," Doctor says. "He must really have loved you, and he certainly was a brave, compassionate man." "Yes, he was a brave man," Grandma echoes as she shuffles away. "He was a compassionate man." Doctor and I tip our chins to our chests, both aware that Ahmed's grandfather never visited the American Embassy, didn't have 43 wives, and definitely would not have risked his life to save a cat because he hated them passionately. That night, a number of our family and friends come over for dinner to watch the trials with my parents and me. The house buzzes with excitement and anticipation. The alley has emptied by the time the judge's gavel announces the start of the proceedings. The accused take the podium one by one, most of them confessing and begging for the Shah's pardon. They read their testimonies from prepared documents whose words are carefully chosen to ensure that any mention of the royal family is respectful. Some of the gang members weep openly, appealing to the Queen as the mother of the nation. "Help your unruly children to be forgiven," one woman cries out. "You're a mother. Have mercy on my children." I roll up my sleeves with quick, efficient jerks, then press my clenched fists to my mouth as I watch their faces on television. Each accused manages an expression of polite distress. Most are clearly terrified, while others seem to have already left their bodies and the whole situation behind. Golasorki, the group's leader, is the last to stand and testify. His name means the Red Rose. His likable face, medium height and build, square jaw and thick mustache make him look like a young Maxim Gorky. He takes his jacket off, rolls up his sleeves with slow, deliberate thrusts, and walks to the podium. "This court is an illegal institution," he yells, his fist crashing down on the podium with such force that we all jump in our seats. "The Shah is a tyrant, a servant of the Americans, and a puppet of the West." My breath has caught in my throat, making it hard for me to swallow. I sit up straight and busy my hands with turning my sleeves back down, but the very air in the room seems to be carrying an electric current. "Is he not afraid of dying?" one of my dad's friends murmurs. They'll torture him to death tonight, pull his nails from their beds with a pair of pliers, then cut off his fingers and toes one at a time. He stops when my father fixes him with a warning look, suddenly aware that the women in the room are in tears. The judge orders Golosorghi to be quiet, but he will not be silenced. "You, sir, may go to hell," Golosorghi says, chin high and eyes unblinking. "People, take note of what he looks like," he shouts, addressing the whole room. "Make sure he is identified everywhere as a crony of the greatest dictator alive." "It's about time someone stood up to these bastards," Dad whispers, careful not to look over at me. Not that he has to, because the space between his beating heart and mine feels taut, as if they've been tied together with a string. My mother is crying. "He's so young," she wails. "Not a day over 30. His poor parents, his poor wife." Golosorghi's testimony is stopped abruptly by the judge, and the broadcast is terminated. The screen goes black, and then crackles back to life with a repeat episode of an American soap opera called Peyton Place. I retreat to the roof without bidding our guests good night, knowing that Ahmed will spend the evening trying to soothe his family, probably making jokes and doing impressions that will soon have everyone clutching their sides with laughter. The night is well into morning when I finally close my book and stand up with a sigh. I had hoped that reading would take my mind off Golosorghi's explosive tirade, but the words on the page look foreign, and I have to read every line twice to drown out his voice booming in my head. Most of the windows are dark, but I can feel that I'm not the only one who is too agitated to sleep. I decide a walk might calm my mind, and make my way out into the alley. I'm stepping slowly and methodically, hands in my pockets, willing my thoughts to slow when the silhouette of a man crosses swiftly through the pool of yellow light cast by a streetlight ahead of me. His head is covered with a hat, and he's working quickly to glue something to the wall. He dips a brush into a small pail, then strokes a large X on the wall, and slaps a large piece of paper up, moving quickly up the alley. I creep forward to look, and see a poster with a red rose at its center. "Golosorghi," I say out loud, clapping my hands over my mouth when I hear how my voice rings out. The man turns, startled. His face is painted black, his round glasses glittering. "Doctor?" I whisper, squinting. He freezes, and I know we've both stopped breathing. Reactions flash in his eyes. Fear, regret, conviction, anger. After a moment that feels like a month, he runs away without answering, and I'm left with a pounding heart to add to my racing mind. The next morning, the neighborhood wakes up to walls papered in red roses. "Who put these up?" everyone wants to know. "What does it mean?" another person asks. "Oh, the red rose," some people say, understanding. "Red is the color of love," one person tells another. "It's also the color of blood," I think, my heart sinking to meet a rising stomach when I consider the risk my friend has taken. If the Savak ever finds out that he's responsible for this, he'll be finished. 5 days pass before Doctor finally comes to see me on the roof. "Listen, I'm going away," he says, his eyes anxiously scanning the horizon. "I'll be away for some time." "Where are you going?" I ask, my voice flat with frustration. "To a village up north by the Caspian Sea with a bunch of my college buddies," Doctor continues quickly. "It's no big deal. We do this every year." I think back to the previous summer and know he didn't go away then. The fact that he's lying makes me furious. He must sense my anger, because he can't seem to get the words out of his mouth fast enough. People in the villages need to be educated, he says passionately. We'll be teaching the adults how to read and write. We'll teach them about health issues. We'll help them dig wells and show them more efficient irrigation techniques. Really? I snap. The government suspects people who engage in those kinds of activities. His shock is plain, both at my words and the fever behind them. When I come back, I plan to marry Zari, he says, more calmly, really looking at me for the first time since he arrived. I need to settle down. I love her so dearly. The sound of Zari's name and the poised way in which he declares his love for her jolts me. Suddenly, all my anger about his thoughtless bravery evaporates into the vast warmth of his gentle brown eyes. Does she know? I ask. No, Doctor says. This will be our secret, okay? Okay, I say, ignoring the sharp pain at the center of my heart. After what we all saw on TV a few nights ago, Doctor adds, referring to Golasorti's trial, I need Zari in my life. Doctor's eyes fill with tears. Golasorti is the most compassionate man I've ever known, and he'll be placed against a wall and shot to death like a common criminal. He roughly wipes the tears from his face. It's time, he begins fiercely, then stops. Time for what? I ask. Doctor draws in a deep breath, then smiles and asks, What's the most precious human commodity? Life, I answer, without the slightest hesitation. He laughs good-naturedly and shakes his head. Time, he says. Time is the most precious thing we possess. He touches my shoulder and says, It's time to understand that we can't waste any more time. It is not the consciousness of men that determines their social being. It's their social being that determines their consciousness. Do you know who said that? I say Karl Marx, and he smiles again but doesn't confirm the answer. His quote reminds me of my grandmother's, who attribute everything to God, even the most dreadful calamities, and are then unable to explain the reason behind God's inexplicably unmerciful actions. I quickly check the blasphemous thoughts and discreetly bite the skin between my index finger and thumb. This is the gesture you're supposed to use when you say or think something sacrilegious, so that God will forgive you rather than causing the roof to collapse on your head. Doctor reaches into his side pocket and takes out a book called The Gadfly. This is for you, he says. It carries a sentence of at least 6 months, so be very careful. I take the book and quickly shove it in the side pocket of my jacket. This will become my most prized possession, I vow, trying to hide my shame over my secret feelings for Zari, though I'm sure they must be stamped on my face. About the posters? Doctor begins with his head down. I interrupt him. Don't know who put them up, but it was a nice touch. He lifts his head and looks at me from the top of his round glasses. A thoughtful expression covers his face. And that's that, he says. Chapter 4. Suvashun. For reasons the adults don't understand, kids ringing the bell and running away has become a widespread problem in our neighborhood. It happens with more frequency in the early parts of the afternoon, when no one is out. Ahmed and I think that the kids are from our own alley. My mom, of course, thinks the kids in our alley are too polite to do that. One afternoon, when my father is walking home, he sees Ahmed's 5-year-old brother standing by the door to Iraj's house. Hi, Abali, my father says with a big smile. What are you doing? Can you help me ring the bell to Iraj's house? Abali asks innocently. I can't reach it. My father says sure and rings the bell. The second the bell sounds, Abali grabs my father's hand and says, Okay, now run. My poor father suddenly realizes what he's done. He lifts Abali off his feet and starts running toward our house. Ahmed and I are sitting in my yard when Dad rushes in and shuts the door behind him, leaning back against it to catch his breath. What's the matter? I ask, surprised by his condition. He looks at Abali and begins to laugh. Then he tells us the story, which makes all of us join in the laughter. When we finally stop chuckling, my dad lifts Abali off the ground and says, You're lucky you're so cute, little buddy. The next day, Iraj invents what he calls an ingenious device to catch the bell ringers. His gadget is comprised of a little tube connected to a small water pump. The device squirts water at the person ringing the bell. The tube is placed over the door so that it's hidden from view. He activates the device in the early part of the afternoon in the hope of catching the culprits who ring his family's bell at least 2 or 3 times a week. Of course, his invention never works, and everyone remains dry. Some days I wish I had the courage to tell Ahmed about Zari. God, if Zari were only a few years younger and not engaged to Doctor, I'd tell Ahmed about her deep blue eyes, her crooked smile, and her beautiful chin and cheekbones. I'd tell him how her walk makes me crazy, that when she talks, I can't breathe, and that I can't stop thinking about her. As nauseating as the thought is, I'd drink an entire pitcher of my mother's engine oil if I knew it would give me the courage to spill my guts to my best friend. I can hardly listen to Ahmed's stories about Fahima anymore because I'm always thinking about Zari. I never think anything sexual about her. She's too pure for that, and I would go crazy with guilt and shame. I imagine Doctor and Zari as a happily married couple with many children, and I accept my role as a good friend in their lives. Instigating Ahmed's revolt against Fahima's family has soured the daydream for me, though. I know I can't do what he did. First of all, Zari loves Doctor. Second, I don't have Ahmed's courage. Third, I just couldn't pull something like that on a great guy like Doctor. Sometimes, however, I wonder what my relationship with Zari would be like if Doctor were not in our lives. And each time, I involuntarily and swiftly bite the skin between my thumb and index finger. In my mind, I live the rest of my life with a sweet secret that no one will ever know. But one evening on the roof, while Ahmed is talking and I'm staring at the star-studded skies of an early summer night, I find myself interrupting him. I want to tell you a secret, I say. Is it about you and Zari? He asks immediately. When did you first know? When did I know my best friend was in love? He grins. I guess every time he got restless when a certain individual walked by, or when he couldn't look her in the eyes even when she was talking directly to him. Like the time she brought us cold sherbet after soccer, and your hands were shaking when she offered you a glass, remember? Oh, and this one is my favorite. She asked you what time it was, and you looked at your watch and said, 5 minutes to lunch. I look down at my feet as Ahmed laughs. You know one other thing you always do? He asks. You've named the biggest and the brightest stars after her, night after night. Really? And didn't you ever notice how I always named the star next to her after you? I shake my head. So it's my turn to tell Ahmed everything, and his turn to listen all night. I tell him about her walk, her chin and her cheekbones. I tell him about her eyes and about my dreams, my guilt, and my constant efforts not to imagine her in inappropriate ways. But I don't tell him about Doctor's plans to marry her when he returns. After all, a promise to a friend must always be kept. Ahmed smokes a cigarette as he listens, offering me one. I could smoke the whole pack, but I decide not to risk my father's dirty look. When did you first know that you love Zari? Ahmed asks. For as long as I can remember, I say, my head down. I think maybe your situation with Fahima forced me into accepting it. We're quiet for a while. The look on Ahmed's face is serious as he thinks. Being insecure about the appropriateness of my decision to confess my feelings for Zari, I ask nervously if he thinks I'm evil. What in the name of God? Ahmed laughs. Well, because of Doctor and all. I stutter. He's our friend, and we're sitting here talking about his fiancée. I mean, not you, but me. It's horrible. Ahmed laughs some more and shakes his head. The next day, Ahmed tells me that Zari's 6-year-old brother, Kayvan, is building a little doghouse. Why? Is he getting a puppy? I ask. Nah, it's just a summer school project. His stare makes me self-conscious. Why are you looking at me like that? I ask. How's your carpentry? I laugh since I'm not handy at all. Ahmed rings the bell of Zari's house anyway, and before I know it, we're in the yard helping Kayvan. Zari's parents are at work, as they are every day, jointly managing a small restaurant they've owned for over 20 years in a nearby neighborhood. Every time Zari comes out to the yard, she steals all my attention. I burn with shame and tell Ahmed that this is getting too complicated for me. Not only am I betraying Doctor, I'm pretending to be the friend of a 6-year-old in order to be around his sister. Ahmed tells me to relax. Zari is dressed in a tight blue t-shirt and a long black skirt covered in a flower pattern. Her damp hair is neatly combed back, and she has a touch of makeup on. I'm too nervous and shy to look her in the eye, so every time she comes out to talk to us, I clumsily busy myself with unfamiliar wood scraps and tools. When her back is to me, I look at the curve of her bicep and her delicate wrist. I notice the tiny blonde hairs on her arm that shine under the sun, and I get so excited I want to jump out of my skin. There's a soothing tranquility in her gaze, and the smiling eyes of a woman I would love to love. Her tiny waist makes me wish I could wrap my arms around her. I have to look the other way and squint a couple of times to wipe the image from my mind. She brings us cool drinks and thanks us for helping her little brother. I'm so unsettled in her presence that I pour most of the drink on myself as I nervously attempt to sip. Your chest's thirsty too? Ahmed asks in a smart-ass tone. I give him a dirty look, which he ignores. Zari laughs at Ahmed's comment and says, "Leave him alone. The poor guy is hot and thirsty." When Zari goes back inside the house, Ahmed says, "She can't keep her eyes off you." She hasn't even looked at me. You don't know women. You think they're not looking at you, but they watch your every move. Their brains work like radar. They see you, but you have no idea you're on their screen. Don't be so bashful. Talk to her when she comes back out. A few minutes later, Zari comes back into the yard. She sits at the edge of the hose. She dips her pretty white feet in the cold water and begins to read a book. Go talk to her, Ahmed whispers. No, I say abruptly. Go! No. You're hopeless, he says to me. What are you reading? He calls to Zari. Suvashun by Simin Daneshvar. Ahmed turns to me in mock amazement. Your favorite book? Wow! He tells Zari, he loves that book. I want to kill him. I haven't even read Suvashun. What do you think of it? Zari asks. Well, Danishvar is one of the best writers, I mumble nervously, as I try not to look her directly in the eyes, for fear I might stop breathing altogether. She's so good. Actually, much better than good. She's very good. From the corner of my eye, I see Ahmed shaking his head. Zari listens attentively. And her husband, I continue, Jalal al-Ahmed, is just as good, or even gooder. Oh, much, much gooder, Ahmed confirms. I mean, maybe a better writer. I'd read anything by the two of them. I realize that I'm babbling, and I shut up. Yes, Zari says. I would read a story by Danishvar and al-Ahmed, too. Her eyes wander back to the book. I let Ahmed know with my eyes that I'm going to kick his ass as soon as we're alone, and he winks at me. By that afternoon, the doghouse is finished. We're about to leave when I hear Zari tell Ahmed, Of course, anything for you. I'd love to. What was that about? I ask him angrily when we're in the alley. I asked her if she wanted to kiss you, and she said she would love to. You son of a bitch, I say, and attack him. He starts running toward his house. Well, is it my fault you're so cute that she wants to kiss you? Shut up, I shout as I'm chasing him. You made me look like a fool. How was I supposed to know you haven't read Suvashun? You've read every other fucking book in the world, he says, looking back to make sure I'm not closing in on him. You son of a bitch, I curse again, kicking my feet out at him. I'll kick your ass for what you did to me. What happened to your pledge to the Sacred Brotherhood of the Boxing Fraternity? Ahmed teases as he disappears into his house, shutting the door behind him. I stand there for a few minutes, breathing hard, sweating and angry. Then I hear him from the other side of the wall. Is al-Ahmed really a gooder writer than his wife? Furious though I am, I collapse with hysterical laughter. Winter of 1974. Ruzbe Psychiatric Hospital, Tehran. I know I'm dreaming, even though I'm not sure where my body sleeps. In my mind, I'm in a pasture with Zari, Fahima, and Ahmed. We're running aimlessly, sometimes toward, sometimes away from one another. Zari stops and tilts her head to one side, smiling at me. The wind blows her long hair, and it bends in the same direction as the tall green grass brushing our knees. I walk up to her and pull her body to mine. She fills my arms. I lift her in the air and we spin for what seems like an eternity. I can see Ahmed doing the same to Fahima. Lines from a poem by Rumi unfurl in the air around us, spoken in Doctor's voice on the wind. Happy the moment when together, you and I, in two forms but one spirit, you and I. Parrots of love in heaven, they sing, and we'll laugh cheerfully, you and I. I see Doctor walking away from us in the distance. Zari looks at me, leans in slowly, and kisses me on the lips. Then she and Ahmed stand up and follow Doctor. Fahima and I begin to weep inconsolably. Humming through the white noise of my dream, the verses of the Rumi poem are replaced by a blank, rhythmic chanting. If I had a gun, I would aim it. If I had a mask, I would wear it. If I had a pain, I would hide it. If I had a heart, I would share it. I concentrate on opening my eyes and find myself in the wheelchair again. Appleface is sitting next to me, her face turned toward the old man on the other side of the room. I know I was just dreaming, but my mind can't hold on to the details. Trying is like gripping silk. Water, I whisper. She turns toward me calmly, but the brightness in her eyes betrays her excitement. What did you say? She asks. I'm thirsty, I croak. Her eyes scan my face from left to right, then right to left. She whispers that she'll be right back and disappears behind me. She comes back a few seconds later with a pitcher of water and a glass. How thirsty are you? She asks. Very thirsty. She fills the glass with water and looks at my body slumped in the wheelchair. Take it, she says, bringing the glass close to me. I reach out, take the glass, and empty it in one continuous gulp. Her face breaks into a warm smile, and I think I see tears in her eyes, but I have no idea why she's crying. Where am I? I ask. You're here, she says in a smart but gentle tone. Who are you? Don't you know me? She teases. Everyone knows me, including me. You're Appleface, I say, and laugh weakly. She laughs hard. My ribs hurt, I say. I know. Nothing's broken, don't worry. I look at my arms. Why do I have burned spots on my arms and hands? Appleface doesn't respond. And I have nightmares all the time. I see a man with wicked eyes. Who is he? And as I talk about my dreams, something snaps inside me, pulling a swell of emotion up from the depths of my stomach, and I begin to cry. Appleface sits in the chair next to me and puts her arms around me. Cry, my darling. Cry. Why am I crying? I ask, pulling back to search her streaming eyes. Don't you remember anything? She asks, startled. Remember what? She leans back, rocking slightly. Never mind, she soothes. Just close your eyes. No one needs a reason to cry. Chapter 5. Summer of 1973. Tehran. Under the cherry tree. Ahmed and I are in the alley watching Iraj demonstrate one of his newest inventions to a group of semi-interested kids when Fahima walks past us. She looks at me with a smile and winks, then rings the bell to Zari's house. When Zari opens the door, they hug and kiss as if they have been friends for 1,000,000 years, and Zari pulls Fahima into the house. I ask Ahmed if they know each other. Are you kidding? They're like sisters. Since when? Since today, he answers, grinning. He explains that Fahima will be coming to Zari's house every day for the rest of the summer. We are going to sit around Zari's hose and chit-chat about life. Are you ready? Ready for what? Just follow me. He runs inside his house, and I follow him up the steps toward the roof. Where are we going? I ask, anxiously. We can't let the neighbors see we're getting together at Zari's house. They talk, you know. It wouldn't be good for the girls. How did you get Zari to agree to this? I promised to bring you along. My heart skips as I say, You're lying. Yes, I am, he says, laughing. We run the rest of the way up to Ahmed's roof and cross over mine and then to Zari's, where she's waiting to let us in. I can feel my heart thumping a rhythm in the pit of my stomach from excitement. Zari smiles and says hello to both of us as she lets us in the house. Down in the yard, the four of us sit on a red blanket in the shadow of the cherry tree by the hose. Ahmed, Fahima, and Zari exchange small talk, and I watch them silently. Guilt, shame, and excitement crowd my heart, making it impossible for me to focus on anything that's being said or think of anything to say myself. Even in my private thoughts, Zari was never anything more than the object of a timid and cautious desire. To explore possibilities with her would have been beyond anything I ever dared to imagine. On the other hand, I console myself that nothing will ever come of this. So what's the harm in a little bit of fun? Especially since she's getting married to Doctor in a couple of months anyway. The summer stands open like a doorway between adolescence and adulthood, with the four of us on the threshold. After this year, I'll go to the United States, Zari and Doctor will start their life together, and Ahmed will marry Fahima. Things will be very different for all of us, so why can't I enjoy the company of a beautiful girl in a completely harmless way? Ahmed and Fahima sit next to each other, and Zari is directly across from me. She brings us iced drinks in the early parts of the afternoon, and then later, as the weather cools, hot, sweet Lahijan tea, the best black tea in the world. Ahmed and Fahima look great together. Fahima is a beautiful woman, although I would never compliment her on her looks because it's not polite to tell a friend's girlfriend that she's pretty. She has long black hair, which she habitually tosses back over her left shoulder with a graceful movement of her head. She almost always ends her comments with a question and an inquisitive look. The personal way she addresses you makes you feel like an old and trusted friend. Her black bell-bottomed pants and white silk shirt fit her perfectly. I know I'm going to like Fahima a lot. Zari and I are not in tune with each other. She talks about Doctor, a sure sign that she misses him dearly. He's gone away on a university project, she tells us. A university project, I ponder. He told me he was going to work with the peasants. Doctor and I have been together since birth, Zari says. Our parents vowed that their children would marry each other. This was their way of ensuring that their friendship would be preserved for as long as they lived. Wow, I didn't know that, Ahmed says, genuinely surprised. I feel lucky that Doctor has turned out to be a great guy, or I would have had a difficult time agreeing to it. Arranged marriage? I think cynically. Doctor is one of the most progressive thinkers in our neighborhood. How could he go along with such an absurd and outdated tradition? Ahmed winks at me, raises his eyebrows, and nods a couple of times, as if he's reading and confirming my thoughts. As Zari talks, I look at her tiny ears, her rosy lips, her silky, fresh skin, and my face burns with desire. She has a soft, low voice that sounds confident, even a little too mature for her face, but perfect in my ears. When she leans forward, I can see some of her chest through the opening of her shirt. Then I remember that she is Doctor's girl, and I'm once more seared by guilt. She looks mostly at me when she speaks, but she seems to have a restrained attitude toward me. I don't think she wants me here, I tell Ahmed and Fahima when Zari goes inside to check on Kayvan. Ahmed's thoughts are preoccupied. Arranged marriage? He mumbles, irritated. He looks at Fahima. What is it with you girls? Why are your parents always trying to ditch you? Oh, be quiet, Fahima says, smiling. When Zari comes back, she pours tea for us in small teacups she brought from the kitchen. Then she asks Fahima and Ahmed how they met. I used to follow her home from school every day, Ahmed explains. Did you know he was following you? Zari asks Fahima. The whole world knew. She tells Zari about Ahmed's public display of affection, after she was set up for an arranged marriage. Zari laughs. Good for you. She taps Ahmed on the back. I'm proud of you. Then she asks Fahima, How do your parents feel about what he did? They aren't happy. They're embarrassed. The groom's parents don't talk to them anymore. Ahmed sits straighter at the comment, puffing his chest out as if proud of his accomplishment, and Fahima swats his arm playfully. Would your parents ever agree to you two? Zari doesn't finish the sentence, unsure where their relationship is heading. Well, they've forbidden me to see him, Fahima says with a sad look. Then she suddenly cheers up. But once they get to know him, they will fall madly in love with him. I'm certain of it. She reaches over and grabs Ahmed's chin in her hand. Look at this face. Can you blame them? Ahmed turns red as Zari and I laugh. When he was following you, did you want him to talk to you? Zari asks after a few seconds. Fahima thinks for a while and says no. No? Really? Ahmed asks, surprised. You didn't want me to talk to you? I was scared. I didn't want you to get in trouble, Fahima says quietly. I felt as if someone was pulling my heart out when my brothers were beating you up. Tears fill her eyes. I look at Zari. She bites her lower lip and smiles. Ahmed blushes again. Then he points to me while talking to Zari and says, They were lucky my buddy here didn't go after them. Did you know he's a boxer? Zari shakes her head no. A boxer, I thought? Punching a bag makes me a boxer? Oh, he's a marvelous boxer, Ahmed says. He's faster than anyone I've ever seen. Uncomfortable with Ahmed's undeserved compliments, I try to change the topic, but Ahmed continues. Well, he's the son of an ex-heavyweight boxing champion. He's got good fighting genes. I finally break in. So, you and Doctor have known each other forever, huh? Yes, Zari says as she sets the full teacups in front of us. Then she turns to Ahmed and Fahima. I admire people like you. I've always been intrigued by how strangers fall for each other. For as long as I can remember, I was supposed to be in love with Doctor. Supposed to be in love? I wonder bitterly. Zari puts a sugar cube in her mouth and starts to drink her tea while looking at Fahima. I always wondered how it happens, she says. I mean, what makes two perfect strangers fall in love? How do you know you're making the right decision? Fahima looks at Ahmed, and he shrugs his shoulders. You don't, I say, as though I'm some kind of an expert on love. In an arranged marriage, you rely on the wisdom of the elders. In cases like theirs, on the intuition of your own heart. I wish Mom were here to see that I'm not as introverted as she thinks I am. I have no doubt, however, that she would claim her engine oil is working. Ahmed gives me a smile and a little wink. Intuition of the heart, Zari repeats with a spark in her eyes. I like that. Intuition of your own heart. He's got a way with words, doesn't he? Ahmed boasts. Then he looks at me with an expression that tells me he's about to inflict some serious pain. His words are like beautifully composed vignettes strung together unabashedly by characters and time. I know at that very moment that Ahmed will not live long enough to marry Fahima. Zari looks at Ahmed for a while. I think she's trying to figure out what he just said. Then she turns to Fahima. Giving in to the intuition of your heart must have been a lot more exciting than going along with the wisdom of your elders, huh? She says, obviously thinking of Fahima's narrow escape from her arranged marriage. It was, Fahima confirms joyfully. It's like what you see in Hollywood movies, Zari says. Letting someone new into your life, sharing your secrets with him, learning new things about him, all of it sounds so romantic to me. It also sounds risky and dangerous, I never had to deal with any of that with Doctor. You didn't? Fahima asks. No. He and I were playmates as children, Zari explains. Of course, now I only get to see him a couple of times a week. He's much too busy. And he only comes over when my parents are home. He doesn't want people to talk. You know what I mean? He's very traditional in that sense. I suppose there is a lot of good in our relationship, but your story is the kind of stuff people write books about. I can tell from Zari's restless body language that she is not comfortable talking about Doctor's visits to her house. Is her discomfort due to wanting to see Doctor more, or because she's not excited about her arranged marriage? Fahima smiles as Ahmed winks at me again. I know exactly what is going through his head. The next time we're alone, he'll say that Zari is not really in love with Doctor, and that theirs would be a marriage of convenience. This, Ahmed will argue, is a custom an educated guy like Doctor has a moral obligation to resist. What would everyone say? The promising young scholar marrying a girl his parents picked out for him before he was even born. Ahmed will try to convince me to do something stupid, like shouting from the rooftop that I'm in love with Zari, and that Doctor should step aside as her intended husband and devote his life to emancipating our country from the grip of backwardness. Later in the day, Zari tells us about her relatives and parents. Her mother was raised in an extremely religious family in Qum, one of Iran's holiest cities. Most of the women on her mother's side cover themselves with chadors. She has a cousin who could be a movie star if she lived in the United States or in Europe, but she wears a burqa that covers her from head to toe, like the women in Saudi Arabia. Zari calls her the Masked Angel. The Masked Angel? I ask. Sounds like a great title for a movie. Ahmed uses this opportunity to promote me again. He's seen every classic American movie ever made, he says. He's like a movie encyclopedia. He knows all the actors, all the directors, and all the producers. He'll be a great filmmaker himself someday. Zari looks at me and says, You want to be a filmmaker? I do, I respond. That's very exciting. Ahmed grins in triumph. I like the American movies too, Zari says. But Doctor believes Hollywood is dominated by the Jews promoting Zionism. She adds that she doesn't know what Zionism means, but knows that it's not good to be a Zionist. Fahima says her father is a columnist for Tehran, the largest newspaper in Iran, and his childhood dream was to interview Walt Disney. But someone at Tehran told him that Disney is an agent of Zionism. She admits that she doesn't know what Zionism is either, but from the sound of it, it must be awful to be a Zionist. Ahmed turns his head toward me to coach me, mouthing, Talk about Zionism! Talk about Zionism! A lot of the kingpins of the Hollywood studio system were actually Jews, I say, taking the bait. Zucker, Mayer, Selznick, they were all Jews. But I'm not sure they made any movies that promoted the creation of the State of Israel, which is what Zionism is about. Wow, Ahmed says in mock amazement. How do you know all this? I'm always learning something new from you. May I have some water? I ask Zari, hoping to interrupt Ahmed. Every time Zari goes inside the house to bring food and beverages, I wish I were somewhere else so that Fahima and Ahmed could be alone. But I don't know where to go. Finally, Zari comes to my rescue. She calls me from inside the house. It's the first time she's called me by my name, and it sounds distinctive when she says it. Hearing my name on her lips makes me a more important person somehow. I walk into the house and see her peeling an orange with her back to the kitchen door. I wanted you to come in so they could have a little time together, she says, as she turns to smile at me. I know. What can I do to help? Nothing. Just keep me company. She turns back and continues peeling the orange. The pressure is on. This is the first time I've been alone with her, and I have no idea what to say. Kayvon walks into the kitchen, gets a glass of water, and leaves immediately. Maybe Iraj isn't such a bad guy after all, I tell myself, as I think of how he looks at Ahmed's sister. Zari says, "They look lovely together." I agree. It's nice of you to do this for them. Oh, I would do anything for Ahmed. He's a great guy. He is, I concur, and realize that I'm out of things to say. A long, awkward pause ensues. "Are you always so quiet?" she asks, flashing me a smile over her shoulder. "No, not usually," I say, struggling to think of something profound to say about the way I interact with people, but failing miserably and slinking back to my silence. "Is there anyone special in your life?" I don't know what to say. She notices my pause and turns around to see if I'm still there. She grins when she notices that I'm blushing. "Don't be shy. I'm only a couple of years older than you are. You can tell me anything. That is, if you want to." Yes, there's someone special. I think this is the best answer because it gives me something to talk to her about. I thought so. I see you and Ahmed up on the roof every night. I figured you two must talk about girls. She pauses for a little while. So, now I know he talks to you about Fahime. Who's the queen of your stories? I feel tremendously excited to have her attention focused on me. I look around a little bit, throw my arms up, shift my weight from one leg to the other a couple of times, and say, as she is intently watching me, "I can't tell you who she is." A smile springs up to her face. "You're so cute," she says. After a few seconds, she walks up to the refrigerator and takes out some apples. "Now, why not? Why can't you tell me?" I don't reply. "Quiet and shy," she teases. "Girls love shy and quiet guys, the mysterious kind. Did you know that?" I shake my head no, while wishing my mother could hear that some people think being introverted is immensely attractive. "Now, you must tell me," Zari insists. "You know how people become good friends? By sharing secrets. So tell me, who is she?" She walks back to her original spot. "Is she pretty? Do I know her? Does she live in our alley? Come on, who is she?" "You know her," I whisper. "Oh, good. So she must live in the alley. This is good. We're getting somewhere now." I keep quiet. "Does she go to school?" she asks. "She just graduated from high school." "An older woman. That's always exciting. Is she pretty?" "She's the most beautiful woman on the planet," I blurt out. "She has blue eyes, a lovely chin, and great cheekbones." I notice that she stops peeling for a few seconds, and fear that I've gone too far. After all, she's the only girl in our alley with blue eyes. "She sounds great. Where does she live?" she asks, keeping her back to me. "Close by," I say, hesitantly. "What do you like about her? Besides her looks, of course," she continues, her tone a bit more serious. "Everything," I admit. She reminds me of snow, pure and clean, of rivers calm and flowing, of rain, revitalizing and refreshing, of a mountain, strong and majestic, and of flowers, delicate and soft. Zari turns around and stares right at me with a puzzled but thoughtful, crooked smile. Her gaze is loaded with questions, the kind that strike the mind like a flash of lightning, momentarily illuminating your surroundings then leaving you wondering, in the ensuing darkness, what you actually saw. "Does Ahmed know who she is?" she finally asks. "Yes." "I'm going to ask him. You know that, don't you?" She begins to laugh, and we carry the food and beverages out to the yard. I feel so weak that I have to use every ounce of energy in my body not to drop the fruit bowl. When we get back to the yard, Zari brings out her father's camera and teaches Kayvon to take a picture of the four of us sitting around the hose. She says she will make a copy of the picture for each of us so that we can remember this summer when we became the best of friends. That night in bed, I relive every moment of the day, including the part when I made an ass out of myself by comparing her to rivers and flowers. "What do you like about her, besides her looks?" she had asked. I wished I had not babbled on like a romantic idiot. I should have talked about her favorite colors, her favorite food, the kinds of movies she likes, and the books she enjoys reading. I suddenly realized that I don't know much about Zari. In fact, I don't really know anything about her. I don't know how she chooses friends, what her hobbies are, or what kinds of people she likes. All I know is that I love her. Is this how everyone falls in love? I wonder how much Ahmed knows about Fahime. Probably not much. I know that my father first saw my mother on her way home from school and followed her every day for a month before finding the courage to say something to her. A month after their first conversation, he sent his parents to her house to ask for her hand. God, I'm thoroughly confused. Love is an all-consuming affair. It brings life to a standstill. I can't think of anything but Zari anymore. How do grown-ups fall in love and work at the same time? I look toward Ahmed's roof. He's fast asleep, and I can hear him snoring. I walk over to his bed and wake him up. "What's going on?" he asks. "Zari asked me what I liked about the woman I love, and I couldn't think of anything to tell her," I say in a desperate voice. Ahmed stares at me with a confused look on his face. "I read somewhere that people in the West, like in the US and Europe, date for a long time before falling in love," I say, restless with anxiety. "Did you know that?" Ahmed shakes his head no. "It's true. I've seen it in the movies, too. They date for a long, long time. Sometimes for 10 or even 20 years. "Wow," Ahmed whispers. "But here in Iran, we look at someone and we fall in love. All the girl has to do is smile and we're swept off our feet. No dating, no getting to know each other, no real opportunity to get acquainted. Do you know what I mean? Like, do you really know what Fahima is like? Do you know her favorite colors, favorite food, hobbies?" "No. Aren't you worried?" Ahmed nods with a troubled look on his face. "What if she's not the girl you think she is? What if Zari is incompatible with me? What if I married her and had kids with her and she turned out to be totally different from me? What could I do then?" Ahmed puts his hands on his mouth and gasps. "Don't you worry about that?" I ask. Yes, I do now that you've mentioned it." He lights a cigarette. "My God, this is a real problem." He scratches the top of his head. "Let me think about it. I think you're onto something really big. I can finally see how all that reading is making you smarter." I begin to elaborate on my point, but he tells me to be quiet because he's thinking. I sit there on the edge of his bed as he rocks back and forth and makes strange facial expressions, as if he's concentrating, looking at things from different angles, forming hypotheses, and then rejecting them as implausible. He mumbles to himself, emitting strange sounds, lifting his eyebrows, moving his hands, and covering his upper lip with his lower one while looking toward the sky. He puffs on his cigarette, and then blows the smoke out while sighing, as if genuinely disappointed by his inability to solve a simple puzzle. When he finally finishes his cigarette, he walks up to the edge of the roof, puts it out, and throws the butt on the neighbor's roof to make sure that his father doesn't see it. Then he goes back under his covers and whispers, "I think I know what you should do. Why don't you go to the West, date somebody for a while, get to know her really well, and then come back and marry Zari." And with that, he turns over and begins to snore. I sit there watching him for a few seconds. Then I get up, kick him in the ass, and return to my bed.
This ends Disc 2. Rooftops of Tehran, Disc 3.
Chapter 6. Vignettes of Love. Ahmed, Fahima, and I spend almost every day at Zari's house. I complain to Ahmed that all we do is sit around and talk, and that as wonderful as being with Fahima and Zari is, we should be doing other things, or the girls will soon get bored with us. "Doing what else?" Ahmed asks. "Take them out, go to the movies, go out to dinner," I say. "You know, exciting stuff." "Really?" Ahmed asks sarcastically. "Now, would we tap into your checking account or my savings for that?" I frown and shrug. "And where the hell do you think we live, in America? This is Iran, and we're in our neighborhood." Okay, forget I said anything," I interrupt, knowing never to broach the topic again. As the summer passes, it's evident that we're becoming better friends, because we easily share our most intimate and personal experiences with one another. It's hard to say goodbye in the evenings. No one wants to leave, and we joke about it endlessly. "It's time to go," one of us will say. "Yeah, definitely time to go," someone else confirms. But no one moves, and we all laugh. "Okay, maybe just a few more minutes, but then we really ought to go. Oh yeah, definitely, just a few more minutes." It's easy to see that Ahmed and Fahima are in love. A special softening and sense of contentment take over Ahmed when he's around Fahima. He says he feels almost religious in her presence. "It's like I'm not me anymore. I can even tolerate being around Iraj," he says. "It's so exciting to watch their relationship evolve," Zari says one time when we're alone. "They look more like a couple every time we see them, don't they?" "They do." "Their relationship is so different than mine with Doctor." Every time she mentions Doctor, I involuntarily begin rolling up my shirt sleeves. "Theirs is exciting and new," Zari continues dreamily. "Ours feels sort of dull in comparison. You know what I mean? Like we've already been married forever." Then, as if she suddenly realizes that she is talking negatively about Doctor, she giggles and says, "Don't get me wrong, I adore Doctor. He's a wonderful human being. He's so smart, so compassionate. I feel so lucky to have him. Can you imagine a girl like me getting a guy like Doctor?" She's trying too hard. Doctor is a great guy, but Zari cannot be entirely happy with their arranged marriage, and with the lack of opportunity to experience love on her own. Does Doctor know how she feels? What would he do if he knew? Does he really love Zari, or is he just relying on the wisdom of his elders instead of the intuition of his own heart? Every once in a while, Zari makes up an excuse to go inside the house to do a chore, and she always asks me to go along. "Let's leave them alone for a little bit," she whispers, as soon as we're a couple of steps away from them. "Yes, let's," I respond, exploding inside with excitement. One day when we're in the living room, she shows me a notebook and asks me if I can keep a secret. "Of course," I say, relishing the thought of being promoted to the status of a trusted companion. She opens the book and shows me pencil drawings of our alley. She doesn't want anyone to know that she draws, and I assure her that I will keep her secret. Then she points to one of the pictures and says, "You guys playing soccer. Can you tell which one is you?" "Which one?" "You weren't there that day," she teases with a smart aleck smile on her face. I grin back. She says people and places are her favorite things to draw, and shows me a picture of Ahmed's grandma and her late husband. Grandma is standing still under a tree, while he is walking toward her with a warm expression on his face. She seems oblivious to the fact that he's only a few meters away from her. "He was a good man," Zari says. "He used to give me candies when I was Kayvon's age. I really miss him." There's a caricature of Iraj surrounded by girls. His eyes are wide open, as if he's trying to devour each girl with his gaze. "You're an observant woman," I say. "It's hard not to be observant when you feel his eyes burning a hole through you," she says, and laughs loudly. I laugh too, but inside I wish I could get my hands on that horny little prick and pluck his beady, shameless eyes from their sockets. Then Zari takes out a family album and shows me a picture of the masked angel. "She's beautiful, isn't she?" I glance at the picture. The masked angel is about the same height as Zari. Her long, straight hair covers her shoulders and comes all the way down to her waist. Her eyes are blue, too, just like yours, I say. "It's our Russian background. Most girls in my family have blue eyes. By the way, this is the only time she has ever taken her burqa off in front of a camera." Your face lights up when you talk about her. "She's my best friend," Zari says. "Her real name is Soraya. She's a brilliant girl. She's memorized all of Hafiz's poetry. Can you believe that?" "That's incredible," I say, as I think how grueling a mental practice it must be to memorize so much. By the way, have you ever taken a fall with Hafiz? This is a customary tradition in Iran that involves closing your eyes, making a wish, and opening the book to a random page to find the answer to your dilemma. "Yeah," Zari says. "That's one of my favorite things to do. But Doctor says it's an insult to Hafiz. He says Hafiz never intended to write a horoscope." I laugh. I want to say that doctors should relax, but I don't. Instead, I say, "One of these days, I'll bring my Hafiz book in here, and we'll take a couple of falls together. And we won't tell Doctor. That'll be our other little secret." A radiant smile covers her face. "I would love that." One day, I'm standing next to her as she's washing dishes in the kitchen. "Are you nervous about going to America?" she asks. "Nervous?" "You know, being so far away, alone in a foreign country. And then your father's expectations. I hear he has big dreams for you. Doesn't it all get to you?" She stops washing dishes and turns to face me. She apologizes quickly. "Sorry if I sound like I'm prying." "No, you're not," I say, as I hear my mother's voice in the back of my head. "People are dying from hunger in Africa, and you want me to worry about your father sending you to the States? Would Bangladesh be a more suitable place for you?" Then I remember the time I was frustrated with Dad's insistence that I go to America, and said to my mother, who knew how I felt about his plans, "See, your engine oil is not bringing me out of my shell. I still can't discuss any of this with him, so would you please stop pouring it down my throat?" "You're right, my medicine isn't working," she conceded. "What a pity." And with that, she doubled my daily dose. This should do the trick. A smile creeps across my lips. "Why are you smiling?" Zari asks. I tell her the engine oil story, and she laughs heartily and says that I do a great imitation of my mother. To answer her original question, I explain how a few days earlier my father came home with a magazine that was sent to him by a friend living in Europe. It was the last 3 years depicted in pictures with a brief explanation of each photograph. I explain. People starving in Biafra, a Chilean mother running to an ambulance outside a morgue to see if her jailed kid was among the ones executed that day, and many more. One picture in particular deeply troubled me. A little 12-year-old girl had been repeatedly raped by the Nigerian soldiers in Biafra and left to die in a ditch. The picture was taken after she was transferred to a hospital. She had a smile on her face because she was told her mommy was on her way to visit. Oh my God. Zari puts her hand on her mouth. Stuff like that helps put things in perspective, doesn't it? I say. She seems extremely sad now. Then a wistful smile appears on her beautiful face. She taps me on the shoulder and says, "You're so together. I love that in you." A wonderful sensation rambles through me as she uses the words I, love, and you. God, if she had only dropped those other 2 words from her sentence. On the last Saturday of August, almost a month before the end of the summer, Ahmed and I take 2 roses to Zari's house and present them to the girls. The rose Ahmed gives to Fahima is red, meaning that he loves her. The one I give to Zari is white, meaning that she and I are good friends. The girls are genuinely touched by the gesture. Fahima hugs Ahmed and kisses him on the cheek. Zari shakes my hand and tells me that I'm really sweet. Then she puts the rose in her hair, looks me right in the eye, and smiles. I'm so nervous that I immediately drop my gaze and blush. From that day on, I notice that Zari seems to dress nicer when we go over to her house. She's trying to look pretty for you, Fahima whispers. Why don't you tell her you appreciate that? I vigorously shake my head no, and she and Ahmed laugh. The thought of complimenting Zari, however, feels extremely tempting. So one afternoon, when Zari and I are in the kitchen and she's washing the teacups, I muster up enough courage to tell her that her hair looks nice. I mumble my compliment in such an incomprehensible way that she turns around and asks, "What?" I nervously try to repeat what I said, but my voice gets caught in my throat. "Did you just say my hair looks nice?" she asks. I nod yes. She smiles, turns around, and continues to wash the dishes. I'm not sure what to do or say next. "You like it better this way?" she asks. I struggle to respond. "No, yes," I manage to stammer. "I mean, I like it both ways, but this way is very good. Of course, this way or like before, I like them both. Both are nice, very nice." My jaw moves involuntarily, and I have no way of stopping it. "Okay, this is how it'll be from now on," she says quietly, without looking at me. A special tenderness fills my heart, the likes of which I have never experienced before. When I tell this story to Ahmed, he pats me on the back and says, "Excellent, excellent, your plan is working." "What plan?" I ask. "The plan to make her wonder if you love her. Nothing makes a woman more curious than the suspicion that she's loved by someone. She'll do anything to confirm it now, you'll see. She'll go out of her way to find out if you really do. That's just human nature. Who doesn't want to be loved?" Then he scratches his head and continues. "Trust me, a storm is brewing inside this cool cat now. She'll gradually break down, and you'll see what's behind the clouds." Chapter 7. One more story, please. It's Kayvon's 7th birthday, and the 4 of us are assigned to chaperone the party. Most of the small kids in the alley are invited to Zari's house, and Ahmed and I are there to help. Or, at least, that's how Fahima and Zari explain our presence. We spend all day decorating the house with red, white, and yellow ribbons and balloons, which we hang from the ceilings and the walls. Fahima and Zari prepare sandwiches, as I set out paper plates and cups, and plastic knives and spoons. Ahmed has volunteered to be in charge of music. He's borrowed a small, inexpensive stereo cassette player from a friend, and has been working on setting it up all day. Preparing the right music for a party is the most critical part of the whole thing, Ahmed says. You realize that, don't you? The whole party can be ruined if I don't come up with the right assortment of songs. Fahima says, Yes, honey, we do, as Zari laughs at Ahmed's clowning. Do you really realize it, or are you just agreeing because I'm so good-looking? He taunts. Both, honey. You're right, and very good-looking, Fahima responds. Ahmed begins to play his favorite songs as he dances in the middle of the room. You're a good dancer, Fahima compliments him. I had dance lessons from Tennessee Williams himself. Tennessee Williams was not a dancer, I argue. I tried to tell Tennessee that, but he wouldn't hear of it. It seems as if all the kids show up at the same time. Ahmed says they must have been waiting outside the door, planning their invasion. His arrangement of songs is messed up within 5 minutes. Kayvon is thrilled to be the center of attention. He wants to play horsey, and would like Ahmed to be his horse. Ahmed bends over and spends the rest of the day giving everyone horsey rides. I try to get on him once, but he kicks me away and mumbles profanities under his breath. Fahima and Zari laugh and applaud my attempt. Kids run in the yard, up and down the steps, and from room to room. They yell, scream, push each other, and fight constantly. At one point, Kayvon falls down and scratches his knee. Zari and Fahima and I sit down beside him to try and soothe him, but he keeps on crying. You know, I once broke my shin in 3 places and never cried, I say. How come? Didn't it hurt? Kayvon pouts. Oh, yes, it sure did, I say. But I figured crying wouldn't make the pain go away. Really? Kayvon asks. I lift my arms in the air, doing my best to look puzzled. My mom thought that was pretty weird, too. She said, How can you break your shin in 3 places and not cry? My imitation of her makes Ahmed chuckle in the background. So now she gives me a tablespoon of syrup that's supposed to help me cry when I need to. Do you? Kayvon asks hesitantly. Only when I'm taking her syrup. I twitch my face as if I'm drinking my mother's horse urine potion. Everyone laughs as I gently touch Kayvon's knee. It doesn't hurt anymore now, does it? No. Kayvon shakes his head. See, the pain goes away when you laugh. Kayvon jumps up and the games resume. Zari whispers thank you. Her gentle gaze makes my heart go wild. Late in the afternoon, we decide to play a game called Who Am I? All the kids gather in a circle, and Ahmed mimes a character while we guess who he is. The kids love the game, and so do Fahima, Zari, and I, because it gives us a chance to sit down and relax. As we watch Ahmed assume different characters, Zari leans toward me and says, You know, the question for you is not who am I, but who is she? Who is she? Yeah, the one who's as soft as flowers and majestic as mountains. What else did you say? Oh, forget that. That was stupid, I say bashfully. I thought it was beautiful. She's a lucky girl to have you. You know that, don't you? I want to melt. I want to scream. I want Ahmed to hear this. Thank you, I say. I hope she's not jealous that you're helping me today. She's not the jealous type. No? All girls are jealous, don't you know that? I want to ask if she's jealous, but that might be rude. Well, how does she describe you? She asks with a curious look on her face. I don't know. We haven't had that kind of talk yet. No? You haven't told her you love her yet? I think she knows, I say hesitantly. But you haven't told her? Not in so many words. Have you consulted Hafiz yet? She asks. Taken a fall? I shake my head no. Well, you should, and you'd better tell her soon. A girl wants to know she's loved, you know. Now, what did you say her name was? She asks abruptly, hoping to trick me into revealing my secret. I smile. I can't tell you yet. You can't tell me because... I don't know. Zari keeps smiling. I'm shaking, and I think she knows it because she slowly slides away from me, and we continue watching Ahmed miming different characters. A few minutes later, Zari goes to the kitchen and comes back with a plate full of different kinds of sandwiches. I knew you wouldn't get a chance to eat, so I set these aside for you, she says. The knowledge that she was thinking of me spirals around in my head like a song. I hope you like cold sandwiches, she continues. How could I not when they were made by her? After the kids leave, Ahmed, Zari, Fahima, and I sit around a small dining table completely exhausted. I stare at a bowl of ice cream that has been in front of me for at least 20 minutes. The girls look at the mess created by the kids and can't believe that we still have to clean up. My back is killing me, Ahmed says. You know, my parents are going away for a few days. Why don't you come over and we'll have a party for the 4 of us to celebrate surviving these kids. We'll play slow songs and dance all night long. My heart sinks as I think of Zari in my arms. I look at her, and she smiles and drops her gaze. Are we going to have any kids? Ahmed asks Fahima. Fahima shows him 4 fingers and winks. Ahmed grabs his head. You two would make beautiful babies, Zari says, looking lovingly at the 2 of them. Ahmed points to me and says, he and his honey would make beautiful kids too. Oh, yes, beautiful, beautiful kids, Fahima agrees. He should have invited her to the party, Zari says. She waits for Ahmed and Fahima to respond, but they don't say anything. Then she turns to me. This would have been a perfect opportunity for you to tell her how you feel. Ahmed immediately snaps into his scholarly pose and says, well, I don't know about that. You see, he believes he has to get to know her before telling her that he loves her. I know where Ahmed is heading, and I want to reach across the table and strangle him. What do you mean? Zari asks. You see, Ahmed lectures, most people in Iran fall in love without knowing much about each other. In the US and Europe, people date for a long time and get to know each other before falling in love. He points to me and continues. He has a very intelligent theory about this. He told me all about it a few nights ago on the roof. Facing me, he says, tell them. I kick him as hard as I can under the table. Zari and Fahima look at me, waiting for me to talk. I cough, mumble, and eat a spoonful of my melted ice cream to buy a little time. Finally, I say, yes, in Europe and the United States, people do spend a lot more time getting to know each other before declaring their love. And then I don't have anything else to say. After an awkward pause, I add, in the West, Relationships between men and women are readily accepted. In countries like ours, we're more concerned about God's will and destiny. Anthropologists should study the correlation between the advancement of technology and the forms of relationships between couples in these different kinds of societies. I feel like a complete ass as I look at Ahmed's grinning face. Why do I let him do this to me? Zari thinks for a while and says, "Interesting." Ahmed puffs out his chest again, and I kick him so hard that he stiffens up, trying his best not to groan in pain. Zari looks at me and says, "When will you tell me who she is?" "Probably not until the anthropologists publish their findings," Ahmed says, as he throws me a wink. I will kill him. I swear I will. We start cleaning the house. In the living room, I see a picture of Doctor and Zari on the shelf. Doctor is smiling and has his arm around her shoulders. She has her patented crooked smile on, and her head is resting on Doctor's left arm. "That's a horrible picture of me, but my mom likes it," she says, walking up behind me. I keep hiding it away, but she finds it and puts it back on the shelf. One day I'm going to burn that picture. "Why? It's a nice picture." "Doctor looks nice, but not me," she says, avoiding my gaze. I look down at the picture and whisper, "I don't know about that. You have that smile." "What smile?" "Your crooked smile. Your trademark," I whisper. "My trademark," she says, as if it were a statement and not a question. "Yeah, no one else smiles like that. I like it." "You do?" she asks, head still down. "Yeah. I also like the way you have your head tilted to one side." "Yeah?" "I like your eyes, too. They're smiling, like they do most of the time." "They don't always?" "They always smile when you're happy." She looks up at me. "Are they smiling now?" "Yes, they are." We look at each other for a while. We're standing so close I can feel her breath on my face. My knees feel weak. In one split second, everything I've learned about her flashes in my head. Her favorite color is blue. She says that blue is associated with vastness. The skies are blue. The oceans are blue. I wonder why she always omits the fact that her eyes are blue, too. She's a storyteller. She and Kayvon lie on a red blanket under the cherry tree in the yard every day after lunch. Zari always lies down on her side, with her face toward the roof. I can tell she watches me by the way she follows my movements. I hear Kayvon begging, "One more story, please. Just one more." I wish she would whisper tales of our future into my ears. And then I, too, would beg for just one more. She wakes up early every morning and walks to the bakery at the end of the alley to buy hot, fresh lavash for breakfast. I watch her all the way there and back from my position on the roof. She knows that I'm watching her because she looks up often. Intoxicated with my knowledge of her ways, I feel her breathing deeply, her chest rising and falling just a few centimeters from my own. I am in love with her beyond the point of going back. I could bring our lips together with just the smallest gesture. And we've both begun to lean in when Kayvon walks into the room. "Where's my blue shirt?" he asks. Zari and I stand there motionless, staring into each other's eyes for a few more seconds. "The one Doctor sent for my birthday?" he clarifies. Zari slowly turns her head and looks at Kayvon. Then she turns toward me. "Doctor sent him a beautiful shirt," she whispers. "You should see it. Very thoughtful of him." Then she walks toward the closet. "He's a very thoughtful man," she says, sounding choked up. "A very good man." When I get home, my father wants me to watch Casablanca with him. He says that this is one of the greatest classics of all time. I want to tell him that I know because I'm a movie encyclopedia, according to Ahmed, but I don't. As we watch the movie, I listen carefully to the dialogue between Humphrey Bogart and Ingrid Bergman. Maybe I can learn how lovers talk. I think of what I said about the anthropologists and forms and patterns of relationships, and I want to die of embarrassment. Will Zari, Doctor, and I end up like the three main characters in Casablanca? I can see Doctor as the revolutionary who fought the Nazis, and I'm the lonely bar owner who thinks he has the woman until the other man comes back. Would I have the strength to let her go as Bogart does? Would I find a getaway plane for Doctor to escape with my love from the Nazis? Would I sacrifice myself for the sake of their happiness? After watching Casablanca, I go to the roof. I look toward Zari's room. Her lights are off. Suddenly, I notice a piece of paper on the wall between our houses with a little rock resting on it to prevent it from being blown away by the wind. I pick up the paper. Zari has drawn a picture of me. I'm standing in the alley, in the rain, leaning against a tree. I'm looking to my right at a girl who is walking away toward a river in the background. Actually, she's floating away, a faceless angel. She has a white rose, like the one I gave Zari, in her long hair. A mountain is visible in the distance, its summit covered with snow. Zari has captured it all, pure, majestic, calm, and flowing. An inscription at the bottom of the page reads, "When you tell me who she is, I will complete your angel's face." Winter of 1974. Ruzbeh Psychiatric Hospital, Tehran. I'm standing on the roof, watching the swaying figure of a woman as she comes up the steps to join me. I can't make out her features, but the flowing walk and the full-blown snowy rose in her hair intrigues me and reminds me of Zari. Is it her? I hope so. The wind is both gentle and strong, rolling over my skin and carrying the rose's simple scent across the distance. I try to wait, but my legs betray me, and I find myself running toward her, arms spread wide to gather her in. I see her arms reach out. I think I grab her, but she slips and falls off the edge. My voice trapped in my throat. I sit up in my sweat-drenched bed, gasping and choking, while my mother's mantra about people falling off roofs echoes in my ears. I am alone in the room, a dull shaft of light falling from the small square window in the door. I squeeze my cold fingers, then shake them hard, as if I can fling the night terror from me like so much dark water. The sounds of the other patients who aren't sleeping drift up and down the hallway outside my room, and I find them strangely comforting. The lids of my eyes get heavy, but I don't dare fall back to sleep. Instead, I strip the soaked sheets from my bed and lie on the bare mattress, counting each of the nurses' steps along the corridor as they make their endless rounds. A series of questions assaults my mind again. Why am I here? Why can't I remember certain things, including recent events. Sometimes I don't recognize my parents when they enter the room. Why? Why can't I be free of the nightmares that have plagued my nights and days? It is excruciatingly painful for my sedated mind to actively search for answers. So I exercise my only option, ignoring them, and letting the fog of unconsciousness roll in to obscure my surroundings. The mental haze is like a tent that I crawl into to remain safe from what seems baffling and threatening to me. And that is how I get through the night. The next time I see Appleface, I tell her that I need something to stop the dreams. She asks me to describe them, and I tell her that I can't remember most of them. She assures me that my condition is normal, and probably temporary. Chapter 8. End of Summer, 1973. Tehran. Doctor's Night. Soraya, the masked angel, is visiting Zari. Fahima and her parents have gone to the Caspian Sea for the last few days of the summer, and Ahmed and I are bored to death. Without Fahima, it wouldn't be acceptable for us to go to Zari's house. Iraj tries to show us his new inventions every chance he gets, but we don't pay any attention to him. In fact, most of the time we can't even tell what he's trying to make. His inventions seem like stupid gadgets that have no practical function. My mother has discovered that powdered sorb prevents liver diseases. She has bought a brand new pestle that she uses to crush the brownish plant. She intends to place the powdered substance on a board in the sun to dry for a few days before storing it in a small glass jar she has purchased specifically for that purpose. Ahmed and I wonder how she's going to make us eat it. She'll pour it in our tea, Ahmed says. I'm not drinking tea at your house anymore. I'm not either, I say, and we both laugh. From the roof of my house, we see Soraya and Zari in her yard, sitting by the hose under the cherry tree. Soraya is always wearing her burqa, even when she's in Zari's yard. I guess she knows we can see her from the roof. She has mesmerized everyone in the alley. Iraj's mother, her biggest fan, tells everyone that Soraya is the most beautiful creature on earth. She has the face of an angel and the body of a mermaid. The look in her large blue eyes takes your breath away. Her skin is soft and her hair is like a calm sea. Her words are like poetry, delicate and tender. Her voice is like the chanting of an angel, magical and soothing. I tell Ahmed that Soraya's burqa reminds me of our religion teacher, Mr. Gorgi, telling us last year that every woman in his family wore the chadar. He said unveiled women commodify their sexuality, that everyone knows that men are programmed to desire women who show off their faces and bodies, and that in a moral society, you can't have horny men desiring other people's wives, mothers, and sisters. He really said all that? Ahmed asks. Must have been on one of the days he threw me out of class. I say that as sad as this story sounds, it's all true. Then I tell him how Mr. Gorgi said it is against the tenets of Islam for women to seek the same rights as men. Mr. Gorgi called January 8th, 1936, the day Reza Shah unveiled women, the darkest day in Iran's history. He said that in a just society, the government creates an atmosphere in which women can compete against one another in meaningful and appropriate roles specifically designed for them, such as raising children, teaching little girls, and cooking. Ahmed laughs and says he will run all this by Fahima to ensure she knows where she stands in the family. Ahmed and I have noticed that Iraj spends a lot of time in the alley these days. An anxious expression steals over his face every time the masked angel and Zari are there. He becomes clumsy and awkward, speaking with a stutter, as he follows the masked angel with his eyes everywhere she goes. He told me once that if he were a couple of years older, his mother would want him to marry Soraya. He really wishes he knew what she looked like. I recall Mr. Gorgey's lecture about desire and morality, and begin to laugh. The burqa is protecting Soraya from Iraj's lustful eyes, but it's obviously not preventing him from desiring her. Early one evening, I'm sitting under the wall that separates my roof from Zari's, reading a book, when I hear her voice from the other side of the wall. She's speaking to the masked angel. I'm about to stand up to say hello when I realize that Zari is crying. I remain seated, not wanting to cause her any embarrassment. "Be strong," the masked angel says. "Take heart, because God takes care to guide things in the best interest of all parties involved. As long as you're well-intentioned and live life with a pure heart, God's grace will turn your goodness into good fortune." "I'm afraid God may punish me for my disloyalty," Zari cries out quietly. The masked angel recites a poem by Hafiz. I can hardly hear the verses, but there's something like, "The long drawn-out cruelty of sorrow shall end. Prayers dart to all directions I send. Perhaps one hits the target I intend." Zari keeps on crying without saying anything. "Does anyone know?" Soraya asks. "No," Zari responds. "Just you. You're the only one who knows." Zari's mother calls them for supper, and they hurry away. I wonder what it all means. Were they talking about me? Was she crying because she doesn't know what to do? My head is filled with questions, and I can't read anymore. I close the book and set it aside. Loving is a laborious and complex business. There are only 2 weeks left before school starts, and doctors should be coming back any day now. Despite being madly in love with Zari, I still deeply respect and admire Doctor. I think it ironic that he would be the person with the most constructive insight and advice about my ordeal, if I ever had the courage to tell him about Zari. The masked angel leaves for Qum, and Ahmed and his father take their annual trip to Kamsar, the town where Ahmed's relatives live. I've never been to Kamsar, but Ahmed says it's so small he runs out of people to tease in less than 24 hours. Late that afternoon, I begin to notice strange activities around Zari's house. Doctor's parents come and go, hurriedly and quietly. Zari hasn't been to the yard for hours. I think I hear Doctor's mother crying for a few seconds, but then total silence fills the house again. I wish I knew what was going on. Thoughts of the mysterious activities at Zari's house keep me awake. The night is hot and close, and I'm in my bed on the roof when my solitude is suddenly interrupted by the heavy footfalls of a man running down the alley. I look down and instantly recognize Doctor. He's running fast, breathing hard, moaning in fear, as if a hungry tiger is chasing him. He stops at Zari's door, rings the bell, and looks back down the alley, as if expecting to see his pursuers close behind him. Doctor doesn't wait for anyone to open the door. He climbs over the wall and drops softly inside the front yard. He sits with his back pressed to the wall and waits. 3 men turn the corner and enter the alley. One of them looks toward me up on the roof. He's vile and wretched. I can tell even from this distance. He's tall and dark, about 35 or 40 years old. He has long, wavy hair that is pulled back tight. I can see his eyes searching, absorbing every detail of everything that goes on around him. A paralyzing numbness rushes through my joints and muscles. I want to lower my body behind the short wall that edges the roof, but I can't move The man curses into a two-way radio that the hunt has gone cold. I don't understand the muffled reply, but the three men begin to run again. They run right past Zari's house, and relief calms my horror-stricken heart. This must be the Savak. They're nasty, I remember my father saying after they raided our house in search of his books. They look like normal people. They live among us, work with us, come to our homes for dinner, participate in our happiness, mourn our losses. And then someday you find out that they have a second job working for the most loathed agency ever created in this country, thanks to the Americans and their CIA. Doctor is sitting down, his head between his knees, shaking with fear, and occasionally jerking and twitching like a man gripped by an unstoppable, uncontrollable fit of emotions. I see Zari run out of the house into the yard, followed by her parents. Doctor springs up quickly and puts his finger on his lips to let them know that they should be quiet. He doesn't need to. They're as silent as ghosts when they come out of the house. They know exactly what's happening to Doctor. People from the Savak must have been calling all day. I wonder what Doctor was doing all summer long. This explains the strange afternoon activities. The neighbors know, too, at least the ones who have heard the commotion and are watching this drama unfold from behind their pulled curtains. Their silhouettes are a stark reminder of how real the fear of the Savak is. Zari puts her arms around Doctor and begins to weep, quietly. Her mother is praying, moving her lips rapidly, without uttering a single audible sound, as Zari's father, Mr. Naderi, an ex-Olympic wrestling champion, circles around his family like an old wounded lion. Nobody says a word. Nobody needs to. I know what fate would await Doctor in jail. My father has told me numerous stories of what they do to Kharab Kars, subversive activists like Doctor. They would put him in a cell for a few days to increase his anxiety in anticipation of his interrogation. Then they would take him to a room and beat him up. They would ask him a bunch of questions and then beat him up some more. They would threaten him with heart-wrenching descriptions of their newest torturing techniques and make casual comparisons to some of the traditional favorites, pulling out fingernails, breaking fingers, and submerging the prisoner's testicles in boiling water. They might talk about bringing his closest female relative to the prison, where she'd be gang-raped while he watched. They could carry out the threats, but often don't have to. Doctor is too young and too small a fish in the ocean of political opposition to face a punishment so severe. They'd keep him in jail for a while, beat him up occasionally, then one day they would simply let him go, hoping they had scared him enough that he would never try anything foolish again. I can see that more and more neighbors are watching from their darkened rooms. No one wants to be seen, but everyone wants to know how this will end. I think of how helpless Doctor must be feeling at this moment. My father once said that nothing leaves you feeling as unprotected as facing the government's secret police. There's no authority to appeal to, and no one who can save you from the abyss of pain and misery you're about to be thrown into. I remember telling Doctor about the day the Savak agents raided our house. That was when he told me I had that. In prison, the agents will take away Doctor's most valuable possession, his time. They'll lock him up in a small cell away from his beloved books. To infuriate him, they may even give him a couple of trashy novels to read, the kind with a picture of a semi-nude woman and a handsome man on the cover, the kind he considers garbage. I can't take my eyes off the scene that has frozen in time in Zari's yard. A sound suddenly diverts my attention to the end of the alley. The man with the radio is looking at me. I quickly sit down behind the short wall, but it's too late. He must have been watching me for a while, and from the direction of my gaze, he has pinpointed the house in which Doctor has taken sanctuary. I look up briefly and see him. He smiles wickedly, and slowly begins his walk toward Zari's house. The other two guys show up quickly, and a car pulls up in front of the house. The man with the radio knocks on Zari's door. Doctor lets go of Zari. Zari's mother begins to drive her head into the wall. I will never forget the dull sound of her skull thudding against the brick. Zari's father looks like a helpless warrior. He moves around aimlessly, as if facing an enemy he shouldn't fight. Zari is weeping. Doctor opens the door and walks out, with Zari holding tightly onto him. His head is up, his shoulders square. He will not allow anyone to take away his dignity. One of the agents punches Doctor in the face. Zari shrieks as if a harpoon has pierced her heart. I feel my blood rising, slamming in my ears. The other two agents are watching, and a fourth is sitting behind the wheel of an agency sedan, smoking a cigarette. Blood is on the ground now. The man with the radio kicks him in the face. Blood spurts all over the sidewalk. Zari's cries reach a new peak. Zari's mother begins to chant while hitting herself in the head and pulling her own hair. Mr. Naderi is looking at the agents, perhaps thinking that he could kill these detestable, repulsive creatures with his bare hands. But these are secret government agents, and his interference would only make things worse. Some of the neighboring families, including my parents, who were asleep until Zari's screams woke them, have rushed out into the alley. The agents detest crowds witnessing the inhumane treatment of their captives. They quickly push Doctor into the car and take off. The agent with the radio looks toward the roof and blows me a kiss as the car is pulling out of the alley. I swear to myself that someday I will find him and kill him. Never in my life have I felt as much anger. Not even when those bullies were beating me up at school, or when Fahima's brothers bloodied Ahmed's face. Zari runs after the car, and the neighbors run after her. Zari's mom faints on the sidewalk, and some of the women, including my own mother, try to revitalize her by spooning hot water and sugar into her slackened mouth. Mr. Naderi is leaning against a tree. He rocks back and forth, whispering incomprehensible words. The alley is now crawling with people. I wonder if anyone saw the agent thank me before disappearing into the night. I rush downstairs, my body still shaking, my knees weak, and my nerves raw. In the alley, I hear a little girl asking her mother what is going on. She bends over and lifts her daughter up, holding her tight against her chest. Zari is crying hysterically, as the neighbors try to restrain her. I run up to her and grab her and take her face in my hands and call her name a few times. She recognizes me, throws herself into my arms, and weeps. The sweetness of her embrace could not have come at a more bitter time. I can see my father consoling Mr. Naderi, when suddenly I hear a loud cry from the end of the alley. Doctor's parents, Mr. and Mrs. Sobhi, are rushing toward the rest of us. Doctor's mother beats herself in the head and scratches her face with her fingernails as she howls her anguish. His father limps toward us with a tormented look on his face. A number of women, including Iraj's mother, are trying to stop Doctor's mom from hurting herself. Her cries are agonizingly painful to hear. Doctor once told me that his mother used to follow him to school from a distance every day until he was in the 10th grade. I can't imagine her suffering. I see my own mother standing close to Mrs. Naderi. She's looking in my direction. Somehow, I know what she's thinking. even though I'm too young to know what parents think. She's thanking God that I wasn't the one taken away. Doctor's father sees his son's blood on the sidewalk and collapses at the spot with a cry that could break the devil's heart. He dips his left hand, the only hand he has left, in the blood, brings it up to his face, and kisses it as he wails in despair. I want to run over to hug him, to kiss his hand, to ask for his forgiveness, but I can't. I don't even want to admit to myself that it was my carelessness that gave Doctor away. I wish I could clench my fist, shake it in God's face, and howl defiantly. But that would reveal my disgraceful secret. So instead, I take my head in my hands and bite my lower lip so hard that a stream of blood flows down my chin. Chapter 9. The Anarchist. Life goes on, and nights like the doctor's night end, but the impact lingers. We Persians are not sophisticated when it comes to dealing with pain. I've heard that people in the West, especially in the United States, seek therapy when they experience emotional traumas. Our therapist is time. We trust that time heals everything, and that there's no need to dwell on pain. We don't seek psychological treatment because we're not as fragile as the Westerners, or so we claim. Psychological interventions are designed to cure the mind, not the spirit. We bring solace to our hearts by displaying our emotions. When grief strikes, we do whatever it takes to our bodies to wring relief from our wounded souls, without apology or regret. We may beat ourselves, tear our clothes, and scream our sorrows. And there's always company, as those around us share in our suffering by doing the same. I was once watching a Hollywood film and noticed the restraint Americans exercise during funerals. I asked my father why we were so demonstrative and mournful as a people when dealing with death. "This is a topic deserving of scholarly attention," my dad said. "But you're right. We are different. The intensity of our mourning has historic roots. A recurring theme in our history has been the massacre of our people, in what are now forgotten genocides at the hands of invaders like Alexander of Macedonia, the barbarian who burned down Persepolis, the Arabs who brutalized our nation for hundreds of years, and Genghis Khan, who in the 13th century slaughtered nearly 3 million of our citizens. Mourning has become a very important aspect of our culture." Then he put his hand on my shoulder. "When our child is butchered in front of our eyes, we bawl as if our soul wants to escape our body. When we're violently wronged, we shriek. That's the gift of history to us, son." He shook his head and rubbed his temples. "Our only recourse in the face of unpardonable evil has been to wail inconsolably. I think, even now, we unconsciously identify death with oppression." So life goes on in our alley, but at a slower pace. Or at least that's how it seems. Time may be the most precious commodity humans possess, but it's a real drag when it crawls by. I think what makes time precious is the speed with which it passes. Zari doesn't come into the yard anymore. Ahmed is still in Kamsar, and I can't stand being around Iraj, who's forever babbling on about his stupid inventions. My father makes several attempts to talk to me about Doctor, but I avoid him in any way I can. I don't know what I might say if I start talking about the events of that night. I close my eyes and imagine those last few moments on the roof again and again, and each time I duck before the agent sees me. But then I open my eyes and want to scream with pain. I decide that I need to start reading again. Reading is the best diversion for me. I read a lot of Darwin and Freud. I realize that there's more to these thinkers than Mr. Gorgie, our religion teacher, talked about last year. I can't remember how he got on the subject, but he told us that Freud was a pervert and Darwin was an atheist, and we should never read their work. The next day, I started my search for books with the perverts and the atheists' names on them. The works are great, but I have a hard time staying focused. I wish I could see Zari, but I feel guilty even thinking about her now. I obsess about Doctor instead, and wonder if he knows that my carelessness gave him away. If I could write him a letter, I would tell him that I'm sorry, not just about the night he was arrested, but for falling in love with his fiancée. I'm sorry I couldn't be like Humphrey Bogart in Casablanca. I didn't know he was wanted by the Savak. Of course I knew that he was a Marxist, and I had prayed after the Night of the Roses that he would never get caught. If I knew he was coming home, I would have waited for the agents in the alley and acted as his decoy, running in a different direction to make the agents chase me instead of him. Oh God, I hate myself. I hate myself more than I hate the bastard whose evil smile keeps me awake at nights. Again, I close my eyes. Again, I try to relive the moment when the man with the radio spotted me on the roof. Again, I duck before he sees me. But reality remains unchanged. God, if only I could go back. I hate the finality of time. I go to the roof for a few minutes, and when I look at the alley, I realize that the energy has been drained from our neighborhood. I study the shadow of the tree that my father planted in the yard the first day we moved in, and it doesn't seem to move. Most of the kids just sit around and talk. No one plays soccer anymore. Parents don't want the Savak back in the alley. They've told their children not to talk to anyone about what happened on Doctor's night. But kids don't understand enough to be scared. Rebellion is sometimes a beautiful thing, I heard Doctor say once. I wonder if dictatorial regimes could survive if adults were more like children. Would anyone dare to take someone's kid away in the middle of the night if we all rebelled against authority and control? I remember Doctor saying that anarchy is the precursor to order, and realize that I have no idea what anarchy means. I decide to go to the library and look for a book on the subject. Books are always a great diversion for me. When I return, I see Iraj and a couple of other kids debriefing Ahmed on the events of Doctor's night. He's obviously upset. When the two of us are alone, he asks me how I'm feeling. To my embarrassment, tears run down my face. Why are you crying? Ahmed seems shocked. He has heard many times the story of how I didn't cry when I broke my shin in 3 places. I gave him away, I say. I didn't duck in time. The son of a bitch blew me a kiss. I'll find him and kill him someday. Ahmed tries to calm me down. He wants to know everything that happened the night Doctor was arrested. I go through it all, just as I have many times in my thoughts in the last 5 days. I can't stop crying as I tell him the story. Didn't they tell you? I beg him. Didn't they tell you that I gave him away? Who knows? Please tell me. Ahmed swears that no one has even mentioned my name in relation to that evening. That doesn't change the fact that I gave him away. I hide my face in my hands. And did you make them chase him too? He asks forcefully. Look, the clock didn't start ticking at the moment the agents saw you on the roof. They were already looking for him. We don't know where he was all summer, what he was doing, who was watching him. What do you think? They just showed up here, waited for you to look into Zari's yard, and then jumped him? The search for him must have been going on for some time. I wipe my tears off, sniff a couple of times, and say, I just feel so bad. Don't, Ahmed orders stoutly. Doctor's ordeal has nothing to do with you. You can't be held responsible for his education and upbringing, and what has gotten him to the point of being a Marxist and on the hunt list of the Savak. Then, he lights 2 cigarettes and gives me one. We sit quietly for a while. Why are you reading this? He asks when he notices my book on anarchism. I tell him about Mr. Gorgie's characterization of Darwin and Freud. My contempt for authority, my desire for everyone to defy dictatorship, and my lack of familiarity with a political theory known as anarchism. Ahmed looks at me like I'm drunk. He obviously doesn't have a clue what I'm talking about. He reminds me that our religion teacher also warned us about the evils of masturbation, and wonders if I've been shining my little pickle in defiance. I laugh my head off. It's the first time I've laughed since they took Doctor away. School starts in less than 10 days, and I'm not looking forward to it. No one knows where Doctor is, or what is happening to him. Fahima visits Zari every day. They have become the best of friends. Ahmed stays away. He knows this is not the time for romance. Fahima comes to the roof to talk to us for a few minutes. She says that Zari cries all the time because she is worried about Doctor's physical and emotional endurance under torture. Then Fahima puts her arm around my shoulder and says, "Don't worry, sweetheart. Everything is going to work out okay." Deep down, I'm dying to find out if Zari ever asks about me, but I suppress the need with all my determination. Like Ahmed, I too know it's best to stay away. The neighbors say that Doctor's mother has aged 1,000 years since his arrest. Her hair has turned gray, her face looks wrinkled, and her hands tremble all the time. She can't open her mouth without crying. She spends most of her time outside the Evin prison, begging the guards to tell her if her son is okay. Doctor's father keeps quiet. 2 agents showed up at their home one day and told him that the worst thing he could do for his son was to attract attention to his family. "Just wait this out," he was told, "or you'll never see your son again." Doctor's father has a desk job with the city now. He has learned how to write with his left hand. So he goes to work every day and pretends that nothing has happened to the son he loves more than life itself.
This ends Disc 3. Rooftops of Tehran, Disc 4.
Ahmed asks me to define anarchism for him. I do, but not in great detail and not enthusiastically. "Do the world a favor, okay?" Ahmed mocks. "What?" "Don't ever become a teacher. You suck at it." Then he tells me that he has a brilliant idea that will blow life and energy back into the alley. It's about anarchy, he says, and when I insist on knowing more, he adds he still has no idea what anarchism is, so how can I expect him to explain it? I laugh and leave him alone. We organize a get-together in the basement of my house. About 15 boys our age show up from all over the alley. Iraj walks in carrying a circuit board that's attached to a wheel, which turns every time he flips on a switch. He says he's experimenting with power efficiency. "If we conserve energy, we won't have these frequent blackouts in Tehran," he says. As usual, everyone ignores him. Suddenly, Ahmed makes his grand entrance. He is dressed as a professor, wearing his grandmother's spectacles and his late grandfather's black robe. He's carrying a long ruler behind his back. Everyone begins to laugh. He shakes his ruler in our faces and orders us to shut up. We laugh louder as he gets more and more animated. He begins his lesson by informing us of today's topic: masturbation. He tells us that he has a doctoral degree in masturbation from a university in Paris, and that he has published numerous articles and books on the subject. The laughter gets louder every time he says the word masturbation. He silently looks from the left to the right of the room from underneath his round spectacles, with his arms folded, then demands to know who masturbated last night. No one raises his hand. He walks up to me, hits me with the ruler for being a liar, and demands to see the palm of my right hand. I oblige, and he grabs my hand and shows it to everyone in the room. Look how soft the palm of his hand is. You know why? Olive oil. That's why he has soft skin. Isn't that right? He asks as he looks at me from over his spectacles. Laughing, I say yes, and he hits me again with the ruler. He peers around the room as everyone waits to find out who his next victim will be. He spots Iraj. Show me your hand, he screams. Iraj shows the back of his hand as he doubles over with laughter. Ahmed hits him in the head with the ruler. The palm of your hand, you moron. Iraj shows him the palm of his hand. Soap? He feels Iraj's hand. Too dry to be soap. This idiot is using laundry detergent. He hits Iraj again. Can you imagine how dry the skin of his penis is? Take your pants off. We want to see. Iraj holds onto his belt and shakes his head no. Do you want to see? Ahmed asks the class. Yes, 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 everyone screams. Ahmed pauses briefly and then adds, What's wrong with a dried-up penis, you ask? What happens to leaves when they dry up? He bends over and stares into Iraj's eyes. They fall off, sir, Iraj replies. Ahmed starts hitting Iraj over and over with the ruler, uttering the warning one word at a time. That's what's going to happen to your little penis if you keep masturbating with laundry detergent. You understand? Iraj shakes his head yes. He's laughing so hard he can't utter a word. I can't hear you, Ahmed screams. Yes, sir, Iraj finally gasps. Ahmed is a master performer. He keeps quiet while pacing away to give everyone time to laugh this out. As everyone settles down, Iraj asks, Would dishwashing detergent be better, sir? Ahmed flies toward him, the ruler flashing. I'm laughing so hard I can't see through my tears. Ahmed hits Iraj over and over. He finally walks away from him and positions himself at the head of the room. Then he shares with us his state-of-the-art masturbation technique. He takes a banana out of his pocket, peels it, and carefully cuts the skin into little pieces. Then he takes one piece, places it between his thumb and his index finger, and pretends he's masturbating. He tells everyone that banana is a nutritious food excellent for counteracting blindness that results from masturbation. I laugh so much I think I might puke. When everyone leaves, and Ahmed and I are alone, I tell him that he was brilliant, and that the kids in the alley really appreciated his attempts to lift their spirits. We laugh at the idea that mothers up and down the alley will find it strange that their sons have such a craving for bananas that evening. When Doctor gets out, I say, I'll tell him what you did, and how much it helped cheer everyone up. You do that, he says with a smile. I study him for a while. I want to ask him why he thought his lesson was about anarchism, but I think I know, so I keep quiet. Chapter 10. My School and My Teachers. The first day of fall is the first day of school in Iran. That first day always feels different than all the other days of the year. The streets are crowded with boys and girls of all ages. Everyone seems purposeful and preoccupied with the thought of spending all day in class. Kids look more disciplined and more intent, even cleaner than usual, as if their mothers took the utmost care in preparing them for the day. Iraj, Ahmed, and I walk to school together. Iraj blows his nose loudly into a white handkerchief and tells us his father thinks that Americans should be held responsible for the fate of all the revolutionaries arrested, tortured, and murdered by the government of Iran. Then he stops and looks inside his handkerchief, raising his eyebrows as if he's impressed with what came out of his nose. He folds the handkerchief and puts it in his pocket. Ahmed shakes his head and says, "You're disgusting. You know that? My sister wouldn't look at you if you were the son of God." Iraj ignores him as usual and continues. "My father was a colonel in the army. He has first-hand knowledge of American spying activities in Iran. He told me once about a gigantic aircraft carrier with sophisticated radar equipment that the Americans have parked in the Persian Gulf to keep track of anti-American Iranian political groups. He said that Americans have such high-tech machinery that they can see through walls. And that's why he always keeps his genitals covered when he's taking a shower." Ahmed and I are trying to keep straight faces, but it's hard. "They see everything and hear everything. They've been watching all of us all the time," Iraj whispers. "Hush," Ahmed whispers back. "Don't talk so loud. They may hear us." "I'm not kidding," Iraj protests. "Well, you should have told me all this before I shared my masturbation techniques with the world. You know those opportunistic capitalists will steal my ideas now, publish a book, and make millions of dollars." Then he turns to me and asks, "Do you think it's too late to get a patent on those techniques?" I shrug my shoulders as I laugh. Iraj says, "If I was living in the United States, I'd be an inventor by now because Americans love new gadgets and support people like me who have brilliant ideas about making people's lives easier." Ahmed interrupts. "Let's organize a fundraising event to raise money for his one-way ticket to the States." Iraj ignores Ahmed again. "Americans have invented sophisticated technologies that enable them to spy on anyone, anytime, anywhere." "See what your fucking Thomas Edison started?" Ahmed chides. Iraj whispers as if he's sharing a top national security secret with us. "The Americans knew Dr. well and were scared of him becoming knowledgeable of worldly affairs. They radioed someone inside Iran to get him." Ahmed looks at me and says, "See, the man with the radio was talking to the crew of the American ship in the Persian Gulf." I give Ahmed a dirty look for joking at Doctor's expense. "Oh, for God's sake," he says. "He'll be out soon, mark my words. He'll be out in no time." Iraj says that Americans spied on another guy in the 1950s, someone much bigger and more important than our doctor. Iraj is talking about Mossadegh, the only democratically elected prime minister in the history of Iran. In 1953, the American CIA overthrew him for a trifling fee of $60,000. He was placed under house arrest after the Shah's return until his death in March of 1967, at the age of 84. Doctor used to say that Mossadegh's overthrow was the biggest American foreign policy blunder in history. "No one in the Middle East will ever again trust the Americans and their phony guardianship of democracy," he declared angrily. "This guy," Iraj continues, was too popular, and killing him would have caused a revolution in Iran. Americans don't want us to be strong because the balance of power in the area will be disrupted. They don't want us to advance technologically so that they can sell their technology to us. I'm only interested in the cameras that allow you to see through the walls, Ahmed says. I want to see how our neighbors make love to their wives. Iraj looks around to make sure no one is close by and whispers, My father thinks the Shah is a puppet of the United States. They can kick his ass out anytime they want. A street vendor is selling boiled beets, and Ahmed and I stop to buy some. That stuff is going to kill you guys, Iraj says. Look at the guy who's selling them. When do you think he last washed his hands? I laugh. Yeah, the newspapers are full of reports about people dying after eating boiled beets bought from street vendors. And he knows, Ahmed says. He's read everything, including Suvashun. I slap Ahmed in the chest with the back of my hand and continue eating my sweet, delicious treat. Iraj blows his nose again, but this time doesn't look in his handkerchief. My uncle is a general in the army, he says, as he puts his handkerchief back in his pocket. My father could have been a general too, but he purposely retired early because he knew that if things changed in Iran, the new regime would go after the generals before anyone else. I nod, agreeing with him. My uncle has already bought a house somewhere in New York, which is America's largest city by the Atlantic Ocean, he continues, a scornful look on his face. He has a huge savings account in Switzerland. Everyone knows that my uncle would be the first one out of the country if there were a revolution. My father, however, is a true Iranian and will never leave the country he defended throughout his professional army career. I will never leave Iran either. What a shame, Ahmed whispers. The American ship in the Persian Gulf is probably wiring the news to the American papers right now. I can see the headlines. The next Thomas Edison has decided to stay in Iran. Our all-boys school looks like a fortress. Tall cement walls surround the 3-story brick building. The huge gate is guarded by our farash, a custodian who makes sure non-students don't enter the school premises. The schoolyard is crowded with kids. You can immediately spot the newcomers by the nervous way they watch the kids around them. There are always 1 or 2 fistfights on the first day of school. The fights are normally broken up before our discipline teacher, Mr. Muradi, shows up with the long, thick ruler that he uses to beat those who engage in violent activities. You imbeciles! Don't you know that violence can get you in a whole lot of trouble? He screams as he beats the troublemakers with his ruler. Mr. Muradi is also our gym teacher, despite the fact that we don't have a gym in our school. He makes us line up in the yard once a week and takes us through his favorite warm-up drill in our street clothes. 1, 2, 3, 4, he shouts at the top of his lungs. Jump now! Higher, higher, you lazy fools! When we're all sweaty and breathing hard, he divides us into groups of 4 and makes us run from one side of the yard to the other and back. The last ones back out of each group, then compete against each other until the laziest ass in class is identified. I often wonder if Mr. Muradi knows the difference between lazy and slow. Being that today is the first day of school, Mr. Muradi decides to give us a lecture on discipline instead of making us run up and down the schoolyard. The world would be a much better place if everyone was disciplined. Why is America such a powerful country? Because Americans are a disciplined nation. People in the United States respect rules. He barks, a sparkle in his eyes. He says he once went to America to participate in an international wrestling competition and was amazed at how people obeyed traffic rules. Everyone stops at stop signs, even when there is no car coming from the opposite direction. That's discipline for you. Discipline means respecting the rules regardless of the circumstances. We don't even stop at red lights in this country. We feel that rules are made to be broken, and we feel justified breaking them because we are an undisciplined nation of rule breakers. He shakes his head in disappointment and continues. The British are a disciplined nation too. Have you seen pictures of the guards at Buckingham Palace? Those guards don't blink, even when there is no one around. He points at Ahmed and adds, Can you imagine Ahmed as a guard at Buckingham Palace? Everyone laughs. I pray that Ahmed doesn't strike back, and he doesn't, at least not yet. Instead, he laughs too and shrugs his shoulders. The government of America has installed trash cans every few meters on every street, and everyone uses them to discard their garbage, Mr. Muradi lectures. The streets of America are so clean, you can eat off of them. That is discipline for you. He says that people line up and wait their turn in American stores. He shakes his head and says that in our country, we climb over one another to get to the front of the line. Cheat, push, disregard others, get to the front of the line at any cost. It's disgusting how undisciplined we are, he says, raising his ruler in the air. That's why I chose to be a discipline teacher. He huffs and puffs, looks around the room, and spots Iraj. Your father was an army man. Tell me, what's the most important characteristic of the best army in the world? Discipline, sir. Mr. Muradi nods in agreement. Ahmed raises his hand. My heart sinks. I nervously begin to roll up my sleeves. Looking at Ahmed's face and his patented, smart-alecky smile, I know he's about to ask a question that will infuriate Mr. Muradi. I think Mr. Muradi suspects the same, because he ignores Ahmed long enough for me to roll my sleeves down again. Yes? Mr. Muradi finally acknowledges Ahmed. Ahmed's thoughtful pose nearly cracks me up, as my anxiety level heightens simultaneously. He asks, Is it true, sir, that the most disciplined army in the world has a ship equipped with the most advanced spying technology docked in the Persian Gulf? Mr. Muradi looks confused. Ahmed continues, now wagging his finger, as if he is interrogating Mr. Muradi. And is it also true, sir, that the sailors on that ship listen to every conversation in Iran? Mr. Muradi stares blankly at Ahmed. And what about the technology that enables them to see through the walls? Because if this is all true, sir, I'm not taking a shower ever again. Mr. Muradi is trying to hold back his smile. Where did you hear that? He asks. I see Iraj trying to hide behind the student sitting in front of him. I heard it from Iraj, sir, he says, but I'm not sure I can trust him because he is a very undisciplined kid and has no respect for rules, including the one that prohibits friends from checking out their friends' sisters. The class explodes with laughter. Even Mr. Muradi's smile rushes to his face. Mr. Muradi is a strange man, but we like him better than Mr. Bana, our geometry teacher, who's about 40 years old and has been teaching since the day he came out of his mother's womb. Geometry is the mother of all sciences, he says. Ahmed once asked who the father was, and ended up spending the day in Mr. Muradi's office, where he was lectured about the virtue of discipline in the classroom. When Mr. Bana enters the room, we stand up, as we do for all the teachers. Mr. Bana positions himself at the head of the class and stares at everyone. He says he can identify those who haven't done their homework by the frightened look in their eyes. He always calls on someone from the back of the room because that's where, in his opinion, the lazy students sit. As a result, there's always a fight over who sits in the front rows for Mr. Bana's classes. Mr. Bana particularly loves to call on you with questions he knows no one can solve. Euclid gave 5 postulates. The fifth postulate reads, given a line and a point not on the line, it is possible to draw exactly one line through the given point parallel to the line. What do you think about that? A heavy silence always follows his questions. If stupidity was the measure for greatness, you'd all be the greatest people in the world, he mocks. At the end of each session, Mr. Bana asks if anyone has any questions. If you ask one, he shakes his ruler in your face and tells you that you are stupid for asking a stupid question. The answer is on page 88. Look it up, you idiot, he yells. If you don't ask a question, Mr. Bana says something like, so you all know everything there is to know, huh? Well, we'll see about that. Then he points to an unfortunate soul and asks a hard question, which is normally followed by a good thrashing. I know what it's like to be on Mr. Bana's bad side. During our first trimester exam last year, I solved one of the problems using 2 different methods. Mr. Bana didn't give me credit for either one, even though both my solutions were correct. He accused me of cheating, and eventually gave me a 0 for the whole test. I went to Mr. Yazdi, our principal, and asked for his assistance. What do you want me to do? Mr. Yazdi asked. I want to know why I'm being punished for solving a problem using 2 equally correct techniques. Mr. Bana is your teacher. If he says you cheated, then you must have cheated. There isn't anything I can do about that. But where's the proof? I asked. Mr. Bana is a teacher. He doesn't need proof. His suspicion alone is good enough for me. I ended up with a 0 on my first exam. I told my dad the whole story. He said that I must prove Mr. Bana and Mr. Yazdi wrong by acing my next 2 exams. Then he would go to school and convince them to change my first trimester's grade. I felt violated and wronged. Everything about this goddamn country stinks, I complained to Ahmed. I'm so glad I'll be on my way to the United States soon, where the most disciplined people in the world understand logic and don't accuse innocent people of an offense they didn't commit. I look at Mr. Bana now, and thank God for not making any of my relatives teachers. Unlike Mr. Muradi, our religion teacher, Mr. Gorgi, who also teaches dictation, has a strong disdain for the West, especially the United States. Mr. Gorgi is a big, fat man whose blustering, boorish behavior irritates me a great deal. His face looks dirty thanks to a beard that he never shaves, but never grows beyond a few centimeters. He always wears a light brown suit that matches his unpolished, tattered shoes. His white shirt, always buttoned up to the top, is yellow around the collar. He never smiles, but when he talks you can always see his yellow teeth. Ahmed says that every time Mr. Gorgi looks at him, he feels guilty, as if he'd been caught peeling a banana. Then he winks at me to ensure I get the joke. Ahmed also says that he has heard rumors that Mr. Gorgi is rich from lending money to the poor and then charging them a fortune in interest. He's a fraud, Ahmed says. Practicing his brand of Islam will get you a one-way ticket to hell. Sometimes Mr. Gorgi gives us unannounced quizzes. Any day can be a quiz day, he says. I do this for your own good, because as a student, you should always be ready to take a quiz. I wonder, however, if Mr. Gorgi is just too lazy to plan things. After all, as my father always says, we are a spontaneous nation. We do everything at the spur of the moment without much advanced planning. Mr. Gorgi chooses the hardest words in the book and reads each one aloud 3 times. Gostantaniye, Gostantaniye, Gostantaniye. I guess he thinks we don't hear the word the first couple of times. Maglite, Maglite, Maglite. It's easy to misspell these words, because letters like GH, S, and T can be written a couple of different ways. Most of the words in the quizzes are covered in previous lessons, However, to differentiate the good students from the mediocre ones, words not already covered could also be on the quiz. And getting a word correct does not necessarily guarantee you credit. Mr. Gorgie also grades your handwriting. You can spell everything perfectly, but if he doesn't like the way you write, you could lose 2 or more points. Mr. Gorgie wouldn't reward you with a 20, a perfect score, even when you don't misspell a word and have the best handwriting in the world. 19 is the highest you can get. 20 is God's grade. He is the only perfect entity in the world, he says while kissing his rosary. If we get a word wrong, he makes us write it 400 times in our notebooks. Sometimes he calls our names individually and asks us to go to the board to take a quiz as everyone else watches. He reads each word 3 times and then moves on to the next word regardless of whether we are finished with our spelling. Each quiz is worth 20 points, and the passing grade is 10. Even a passing grade of 10 to 14 can get you a couple of slaps in the face and a good verbal thrashing. You stupid jackass, you lazy cow, you temperamental dog, you will never amount to anything. If I asked you to spell the hardest female name, you'd do it in your sleep, but you can't spell words that make you a better person. That's because all you think about is girls, girls, girls. You can't wait for the hour to be over so that you can rush out to the nearest girls' school and act like you're cool. Go sit your fat ass down and write each word 400 times. I'm warning you, you'd better watch your handwriting. Mr. Gorgie loves to insult us by calling us animal names. Our last year's composition teacher, a young university student assigned to our school by the government, said it was impolite to call a person a cow to insult them. He said millions of people in India worship cows, and we should respect everyone's religious beliefs, no matter how stupid they are. Every week, he would give us a new topic to write about, and then he would collect all the papers and read them carefully. No one ever got more than a 14 in his class because he prided himself on being a hard grader. One time, he asked us to write a paper on the benefits of technology. He called on Ahmed to read his composition in front of the class. Ahmed read that contrary to Mr. Bana's claim, he believed that technology and not geometry was the mother of all sciences, and that he wanted to put his mouth on Mother Technology's large tits and drink until they were completely empty of the milk of knowledge. Our composition teacher yelled, "Stop, stop!" He then called Ahmed every animal name except a cow before throwing him out of the class. Last year, our composition teacher was caught in the bathroom with his pants down and a 15-year-old kid bent over in front of him. He was immediately reassigned to a school in another district. That day, Mr. Gorgie told us that homosexuality is born of a lack of faith. If you believe in God, you don't desire anal sex. Mr. Muradi said that homosexuality results from a lack of discipline and respect for the rule that prohibits men from seeking other men. He was certain that there were no homosexuals in America, because Americans were the most disciplined people in the universe. Our principal, Mr. Yazdi, said that we would have to be careful not to fall prey to the trap of homosexuals. They are evil and psychotic, he said. Then he told us the story of Oscar Gattel, a man accused of molesting and murdering over 100 teenage boys. I was dying to find out how Mr. Bana and his mother of all sciences would explain homosexuality in the next hour. But to my disappointment, he completely ignored the issue. Chapter 11. In the Savaks prisons. No one has heard anything about Doctor since the night he was taken away, a little over 2 weeks ago. It's as if he's vanished from the face of the earth. His mother's serious illness prevents her from going to the gates of Evin prison anymore. Zari hasn't been to the yard since Doctor's arrest. When Fahima visits her, they spend most of their time in Zari's room. Ahmed continues to assure me that Doctor will soon be freed, and things will return to the way they were. After one such conversation, he turns to me and asks how I'm doing. I want to say that I'm frustrated about not seeing Zari, and that I miss her terribly, that although I feel guilty for falling in love with her, I can't stop thinking about her. Instead, I say that I need a diversion from our current predicament, that our teachers make me sick, that the thought of going to America makes me sick, and that sometimes I feel like the whole world makes me sick. I wish I could shoot the man with the radio after I had a chance to break his nose and spill his blood on our sidewalk. Ahmed puts his hand on my shoulder and shakes his head in understanding. Then he says that we should go see an Iranian movie, the best cure for depression, because they all have happy endings. We decide to take Iraj with us, because we don't want to leave him unsupervised in the alley, where he could have a field day looking at Ahmed's sister. Most of the theaters in our neighborhood only show Persian movies, which don't look anything like their American counterparts. Doctor told me once that Persian movies are made to legitimize class differences in our country. He also said that all Persian movies follow the same generic plot, in which the conflict is always between the poor and the rich, with the rich winning the battles but losing the war. The rich are always portrayed as powerful, but not evil, and certainly not the type against whom you should organize a violent uprising. In fact, Iranian movies go out of their way to establish an emotional link between the hero and the rich villain, a lost son, a displaced relative, or the victim of bizarre circumstances. These movies discourage the masses from confronting the rich and encourage the poor to stick to their high principles, according to Doctor. This is why a revolution in this country would be against the Shah and not the rich, Doctor told me once, a philosophical ring to his voice. Doctor believes we might rebel for cultural, religious, or political reasons, but never to destroy the wealthy. God, I miss Doctor. The best-known actor of this genre is a man called Fardeen. Most critics don't think that he's a very good actor, but I like him a lot, although I would never admit it. Before getting to the theater, Iraj says that he wants to sit between Ahmed and me. He explains that a couple of weeks earlier, he came to see a movie by himself and ended up sitting next to a child molester. A few minutes after the movie started, he noticed that the man was looking at him. He didn't think much of it until he felt the man's hand on his knee. He got up and ran away. He was so traumatized that he ran all the way home without ever looking back to see if the man was following him. Ahmed says his sister runs home the same way every time she sees Iraj in the alley. I bend over laughing. The movie theater is packed with people of all ages eating sunflower seeds, a customary snack in Iranian theaters. In one of the scenes, halfway through the movie, a group of hoodlums attack Fardeen and start beating him up. Suddenly, we hear an old woman in the audience scream, "Stop beating him up, you bastards! What's he done to you? Leave him alone! If my husband were here, he would kick the teeth out of your filthy mouths." Ahmed looks at me with panic in his face. "It's my grandma," he says. "They're killing him! Help! Help!" His grandma yells as Fardeen falls on the ground and his enemies start to kick his body and face. People start yelling profanities at her. "Shut your babbling mouth, lady! Throw this fool out!" Within seconds, the usher, flashlight in hand, runs into the theater looking for the rowdy old lady. Iraj points to the first row and says, "There she is." We see Ahmed's grandma waving her hands and shaking her fist, yelling, "Somebody call my husband! He's a good friend of Fardeen! Help! Somebody get my husband!" Ahmed, Iraj, and I run to the front of the theater. Grandma sees us and screams, "Thank God you're here! Help him out! Help him out!" We try to coax her out of her seat, but she refuses to leave. The usher shouts that we'd better take Grandma out, or he's going to have to do it himself. People whistle and laugh. Iraj grabs Grandma's left arm, and Ahmed grabs hold of her right arm. They start to pull, but Grandma starts to kick and throw her body back at the same time. The usher and I try to grab her legs, but Grandma gets a good one in and kicks the flashlight out of the usher's hand while screaming for her husband. They stop the movie and turn the lights on in the theater. The whistles and boos get louder, and so do Grandma's screams. Grandma escapes from Iraj's grip, takes her shoes off, picks them up, and starts beating on anything within her reach. Some people encourage her to hit harder. The usher is furious, but doesn't dare get too close to her. Finally, Ahmed and I rush her, pulling her to the ground. With the help of Iraj and 3 other people, we carry Grandma out of the theater. The fresh air calms her down immediately. Ahmed is quiet on the way home. He and Grandma walk a couple of steps in front of Iraj and me. Those guys were lucky that your grandpa wasn't around, or they would have gotten the worst beating of their lives, Grandma explains to Ahmed. Grandpa was a wrestler, and everyone in Tehran was scared to death of him. Ahmed's grandpa was a tiny, peaceful man who was never in a fistfight in his life. I'm on the roof that night when Ahmed comes up. She says Grandpa took her to the movie, he says. I wonder how she got in. She never has any money. Her devotion to your grandpa is really touching, I say, not sure what else to say. He must have been the biggest star in her life. Ahmed doesn't respond. Can you believe how she was fighting us? I marvel. What is she, 65? Ahmed thinks for a while, and then he grins. Hey, do you think my grandma could beat up Fardeen in a real fight? My mother tells me to clean up because we have special guests coming to our house. She mentions a name that I don't recognize. He used to be your dad's best friend, Mom says. As I'm taking a shower, I remember Iraj's story about Americans and their sophisticated radar equipment, and wonder if they can really see through walls. I look down and momentarily cover myself, then shake my head and laugh. The special guests are Mr. and Mrs. Mehrbon. When I open the door, Mr. Mehrbon hugs me, as if he has known me all his life, although we've never met. My father runs up to him, and they embrace for a long time, as they whisper in each other's ears. I can't see their faces, but I can tell that they're crying. Mrs. Mehrbon and my mother look at their husbands with teary eyes. They finally come in and sit in the living room. My father and Mr. Mehrbon look at each other and continue to cry. They occasionally caress each other's faces and hair. Mr. Mehrbon says, It's been 18 years. My father says, 18 years, 4 months, and 3 days. I'm curious to know why they let so much time pass without seeing each other. I hope it's not 18 years before I see Doctor, I whisper to my mother. I hope not, too, she says, as she bites the space between her thumb and index finger. Mr. Mehrbon is a tall, dark man who walks with a slight limp. His thick black mustache makes his face look manly and harsh. His wife is tall, thin, and pretty. Mehrbon means kind in Persian, and both the husband and wife are very Mehrbon. My father and Mr. Mehrbon drink vodka with a mixture of yogurt, cucumber, raisin, salt, and pepper as the chaser. They talk about the old days when my father was a heavyweight boxing champion and Mr. Mehrbon was a wrestling star. They talk about old opponents and friends. A couple of their mutual friends have died in freak accidents, while another is disgustingly rich and lives in Europe. Someone else was discovered to be an agent of the secret police, a filthy dog. Mrs. Merbon and my mother look at old pictures and talk about the time they were in high school together. My father quietly tells Mr. Merbon of another old childhood friend, Mr. Kasravi, who is now a very rich man up in the Caspian Sea area. "I heard about it in prison," he says. "He always had a good mind for money." Mr. Merbon has gotten my attention now. Was he in prison for 18 years? I wonder what for. Does he know doctor? I think about asking him, but my parents have taught me that it's not polite to get engaged in the conversation of adults, especially when the discussion is very serious. They drink more vodka, and Mr. Merbon smiles at me. He wants to know my age, what grade I'm in, and whether I read as much as my father did when he was 17. My father tells him that I'm a great student, am majoring in math, and plan to be an engineer like my Uncle Merbon. In Iran, your father's good friends are referred to as uncles. I feel as if I'm 4 years old. I want to say that I'm an average student. I hate math, and I don't want to be an engineer. But I don't. I look at Mom, remembering the number of times I've complained about this issue to her. She ignores my piercing glance and looks the other way. At dinner, Mr. Merbon confirms that he was a prisoner for 18 years. He talks about his experiences there with a great sense of dignity and pride. I'm fascinated by the effortless way in which he expresses himself. Almost 2 decades of imprisonment have taught him to be patient with himself, his thoughts, and the articulation of his memories. They broke his right leg several times, which is why he limps. They burned him with cigarettes and poured salt on his wounds. They beat him every day for information about men and women he never knew. Mr. Merbon talks about the night they took him away. It was his wedding night, and the guests had just left when the Savak raided his house. Mrs. Merbon cried and begged for mercy. This was their wedding night. Could they not wait 1 day? What had he done to deserve such a cruel punishment? The crime, she was told, was too serious to be discussed. It was revealed later, however, that Mr. Merbon was corresponding with some of his comrades in the Bolshevik Party in Russia. He was also accused of distributing Marxist literature among university students in Tehran. Mr. Merbon asked the judge at the trial to show him the law that prohibited communication with the Russians. He also asked for evidence that his distribution of the literature in question had caused anyone any harm. The military judge denied both requests and sentenced him to life in prison. His sentence was later reduced to 18 years. No reason was ever given for the decision. No one knew where he was or what was happening to him for 3 years. Everyone was convinced that he was dead, except his mother and his bride. Then one day they were granted permission to visit him in prison. He looked weak, tired and subdued. He had not shaved in ages. His long hair looked dirty, as if he hadn't showered for months. And he had lost at least 15 kilos. He begged his wife to divorce him because he was never going to get out of prison. She cried and said that she was going to wait. "Love is more faithful than an old dog," says Mr. Merbon. His story and the dignity with which he speaks while recalling the darkest moments of his life touch me. He talks about a period of time when they injected him with drugs, such as morphine, 3 times a day, then stopped to watch him suffer the withdrawal. He wished he were dead. The night goes on. The men talk and the women are in the kitchen. I go to the other room with my head full of thoughts about Mr. Merbon. I turn on the TV and watch Bewitched. Is life in America really the way it's portrayed on these television shows? Are people so superficial? Do men really walk around in their suits at home? Are there men like Dr. and Mr. Merbon in the United States? Men who sacrifice their lives for the cause they believe in? I Dream of Jeannie and the $6 Million Man follow Bewitched. I think of the character of Jeannie, a woman from the Middle East played by Barbara Eden. I look at Mrs. Merbon, also a woman from the Middle East, and wonder why Americans don't make movies about Middle Eastern women like her. 18 years is a long time to wait for someone, especially when there's no hope of his release. Of course, Jeannie waited in a bottle for 2,000 years before Larry Hagman found her. Why do Middle Eastern women have to wait so long for their men? I wonder if I'll be able to live in the United States. Doctor used to say that these shows are designed to keep people preoccupied with the irrelevant. Their ability to entertain keeps their viewers from questioning anything, slowly but surely eroding their intelligence. He complained that these shows have caused the Americans to slip into a political coma. They are tragically uninformed of their government's unfair and oppressive behavior in other countries. He always disapproved bitterly. Chapter 12. The Devils That Broke the Windows. It's been over 2 weeks since I've seen Zari, and I'm beginning to feel antsy. Something inside weighs me down, something I can't control. Up until now, I used to think I was in command of my fate. But loving Zari has changed all that. She's captured my heart like a ruthless invader, and I'm a slave to thoughts and feelings that don't originate from my conscious self. My mind wanders to where I don't direct it, and I have anxiety attacks that don't seem to have an origin. I'm dying to see Zari, to talk to her, to stare into her eyes, to sit with her under the cherry tree, to hear her talk about Suvashun, and to watch her soak her feet in the hose. I'm desperately in love, and I feel desperately guilty about it. A few nights after the Merbons' visit to our house, my father gets a call from Mrs. Merbon. She informs him that Mr. Merbon has been arrested again. 4 Savak agents showed up at 3 in the morning and searched their home for hours. They didn't say what they were looking for, but they kept telling Mr. Merbon that he'd be finished if they found it. She's certain that Mr. Merbon did not make any contact with his old friends since his release. Why? Why must it be like this? She wants to know. She isn't sure she can handle the pain of separation from her husband this time. Have they not already paid for whatever mistake Merbon made as a young man? You should have seen the look on his face, Mrs. Merbon cries out. He was so sad, so angry, desperate, helpless. Oh, God. She begins to bawl. My mother talks to Mrs. Merbon, too. She cries on the phone while telling her old friend to stay calm. This must be a mistake, or maybe they're trying to scare him. He'll be released soon. You'll see. They'll let him go. My father looks utterly frustrated. Mr. Merbon has been suffering from a heart condition, and the stress of jail could be dangerous to his health. Only yesterday, Dad took Mr. Merbon to the hospital for an angiogram. The doctor said that Mr. Merbon needed to change his diet, start regular exercise, and stop smoking. Of course, you can forget about all that when you're in prison, my father says bitterly. Dad lights a cigarette and starts to think. I sit down next to him. I wonder if he met Doctor while in prison, I say quietly. Dad looks up and stares at me for a little while. I think he suddenly realizes that we're suffering the same pain. You should have asked him, he says gently. I didn't want to take away from the time you had together. Dad puts his arm around my shoulder and pulls me toward him. You aren't a child anymore. You can engage in adults' discussions. You should have asked him about Doctor. I begin to roll my sleeves up and then down. Dad reaches over and stops me. What's wrong? He asks. I'm sorry about Mr. Mehrban, Dad, I say. It must have been tough being away from him all those years. I know that not seeing Ahmed or Doctor for 18 years would probably kill me. It was tough, Dad admits. How did you and Mr. Mehrban meet? And before he has a chance to respond, I add, and, Dad, how come all these years you never said anything about him? Dad shakes his head. I don't know if I've got good answers for your questions. He just disappeared from our lives. He was supposed to be locked up forever, you know. Sometimes it's easier not to think about things you can't do anything about. Dad smokes his cigarette like it's his last one. It makes me wish I could have one too. Your friendship with Ahmed reminds me so much of what Mehrban and I meant to each other, Dad says. He was my best friend for a long time. He takes a big puff on his cigarette. He took a big risk for me once. You know, the kind of thing I suspect you and Ahmed would do for each other. I'm all ears, and I think Dad can tell. He says that he and Mr. Mehrban have been friends since high school. Their families lived in a small town called Hotspar in northwestern Iran. After high school, the two of them were drafted into the army and served 2 years together in a cold, mountainous area close to the Iraqi border. At the time, my father was in love with my mother, and the idea of being separated from her for 2 years did not suit him well. He craved her, dreamed about her, and wished they were together. Thank God Mehrban was there, or he would have lost his mind. Some days, he would go through the motions of living without remembering how the day had passed. Some nights, he would wake up to find himself sweating, angry and annoyed. Of course, all of this was unbeknownst to those around him, including Mr. Mehrban, who knew of his situation, but didn't know the extent of his suffering. They were housed in a huge barracks where the men slept in 2-story dormitories. There were at least 10 buildings in the barracks, and a total of 250 to 300 soldiers. Once the soldiers were in bed, they were not allowed to leave the buildings until dawn. Each soldier had night duty at least twice a month, guarding the area from nameless intruders who, in the 40-year history of the barracks, had never bothered to show up. The guards normally slept while on night duty, except on the nights when they knew their old corporal, a serious military man, might be around to check up on them. The punishment for those in violation of the barracks rules, whether sleeping on duty or walking around after lights out, was severe, and involved spending days, if not weeks, in the slammer. My father's sleepless nights, combined with the frustration of being confined to his bed in those old damp buildings where he could hear the mice eating the columns supporting the roof, became too much for him. In addition, he didn't have much in common with the men in his squad. One soldier used to carry a piece of green cloth in his pocket that his mother had rubbed against the grave of a religious figure to keep the demons away. This soldier knew a great deal about common superstitious beliefs, and spent considerable time teaching his comrades about them. If you accidentally point a knife at someone, stab the earth 3 times, or that person's blood may drip from the tip of that knife someday, he would say. If you ever pour water on a cat, wash your hands 3 times at the same time each day for 3 days, or you may get a cyst on the tip of your nose. One night, my father decided to take a walk around the campground. He needed to be out in the open and temporarily free of the rules and regulations that seemed so absurd to him. The superstitious soldier was on guard duty that night. Without Dad knowing, the old corporal was also awake. As my father was walking, the old corporal, hiding in the dark, blew his whistle. Dad started to run, followed by the corporal and a couple of soldiers nearby. Soon other guards were coming from all directions, running with their guns and whistles and relying on flashlights that weakly illuminated the ground half a meter in front of them. The old corporal began to cuss loudly, shaking his fists in the air, brandishing his gun, and ordering the guards to capture the intruder alive, because death without torture would be an unsuitably gentle punishment for a coward like him. They formed a big circle to ensure that the intruder did not escape. "Watch the gaps between you," the corporal screamed over and over. "Keep your eyes open and arrest this trespasser." Not in their wildest dreams had the guards thought an intruder might actually invade their campground. Their serious, bent postures, nervous strides, the ambivalence with which they held their guns, and the frequency with which they looked to the left, to the right, and back again, all conveyed their excitement. The soldiers in the dormitories were up now, too. Everyone was pushing for a spot at the windows. The guards were closing in on my father. He didn't care if he was arrested and imprisoned, but he didn't like the idea of losing to the old corporal. In a desperate effort to buy more time, he ran up to a jeep that was parked nearby and crawled under it. Then he crawled back out just long enough to pick up a large stone and throw it through the window of a dormitory a few meters away in order to divert the soldiers' attention. A couple of the guards ran toward the dormitory, but the majority stayed their course and continued zeroing in on my father's location. All hope was lost, and my father was about to crawl out from under the jeep and give himself up, when a man in the distance screamed, "I'm over here, you bastards! You are a bunch of stupid fucking morons!" And with that came the sound of a window breaking a few meters behind where the corporal was standing. My father recognized Mr. Mehrban's voice. His old pal had come to his rescue, and he broke into a smile as he watched the soldiers run confusedly toward the sound of Mr. Mehrban's voice. "He's over there, you jackasses!" the old corporal screamed. "How did you let him break through the circle? You pack of idiots! You should have been exempted from serving in this man's army. Run, run! Close in on him! Don't let him get away!" The soldiers ran from my father's hiding place. One even walked right by the jeep, but didn't bother to look under it. My father could see the shadow of Mr. Mehrban running in the dark. He stopped as a number of soldiers began to close in on him from the other side. He ran to his left, back to his right, then disappeared. My father crawled out from underneath the jeep, picked up a stone, and aimed it at the window of a building close to him. A group of soldiers was standing by the window in their undergarments, watching what was definitely the most exciting event of the year so far. My father gestured at them to move away from the window, and they scattered. He threw the stone, and the sound of shattering glass sent a jolt through the bodies of the guards, who were sure they had the intruder trapped this time. "Come and get me, you stupid fucking morons!" my father echoed Mr. Mehrban. "Didn't you see me walking right by you? You're a bunch of blind bats! God help the country you're trying to defend!" The old corporal went berserk. He aimed his gun at my father's voice and fired a shot. Everyone ducked, including the guards who were standing next to the old corporal. The bullet shattered a window on the second floor of one of the dormitories. Someone from inside the building cried out, "I've been shot! Blood's running down my legs, look!" Someone else said, "That's not blood, you idiot. You just peed in your pants." The sound of soldiers laughing and cursing brought a smile to my father's face. He ran around the building, making sure he was out of sight in the darkest areas of the campground. The old corporal screamed, yelled, and kicked at the guards who were glued to the ground, fearing that a flying bullet might catch them in the belly. They got up, brushed the dust off themselves, and began to run after my father. They hadn't gone 3 steps before they heard the sound of shattering windows behind them. They turned around, confused and exasperated, uncertain which way to go, and unsure how anyone could be here one second and on the opposite end of the camp the next. At that moment, another window was shattered on the opposite side of the camp, and still another at a third location. The superstitious soldier threw his gun down and started to run toward the gate of the barracks, screaming, "It's a djinn! It's a djinn!" which means an evil spirit or devil. The other guards threw their guns down and began to run away too, biting the space between their thumbs and index fingers. "Stop, you fucking imbeciles!" screamed the corporal. Windows began to bust on both sides of the camp simultaneously. My father and Mr. Mehrban had started an all-out stone-throwing assault on every window in the campground. People in the dormitories were screaming and whistling, encouraging this outburst against a system that had taken them from their loved ones for 2 years to teach them how to salute, and not much else. My father and Mr. Mehrban ended up making it back to their dorms without the corporal discovering their identities. My father takes a deep breath. A tiny smile appears on his face. The next day, everyone was talking about the devils that had broken the windows in the barracks, he says. He lights another cigarette. I can tell from the look on his face that the recollection of his younger years with Mr. Mehrban has filled him with sorrow. "He's the best friend I've ever had," he says. "He's the most generous person I've ever known. I thought I had him back after 18 years. Now, I wonder if I'll ever see him again."
This ends Disc 4. Rooftops of Tehran, Disc 5.
Chapter 13. The Cost of the Bullet. I'm depressed, and Ahmed knows it. He spends even more time with me these days than he used to. I can tell from his never-ending attempts to cheer me up that he's concerned about my emotional well-being. Ahmed is the pillar I lean on. My father always says that there are 2 kinds of people in the world, ordinary and great. I have no doubt that Ahmed belongs to the latter category. I tell Ahmed about Mr. Mehrban's arrest as we're doing our geometry homework in my room. Ahmed looks mournful and says that someday this country will see the bloodiest revolution in the history of mankind. I once heard doctors say that a revolution in Iran would change the world. Iran is crucial to the stability and balance of power in this vital region. As soon as I mention doctor's name, Ahmed changes the subject. He begins to sing, "Nothing makes you a better person than the love of a woman." Did you just make that up? I ask. I've never heard that song. And how can you sing and still concentrate on geometry? Who says I'm concentrating on geometry? And yes, I'm a poet. Didn't you know that? He replies. I laugh and shake my head. I'm tired of school because school is for kids and homework is for nerds, he says. School and love are 2 diametrically opposed phenomena. Diametrically opposed phenomena? I tease. Who's using big words now? Ahmed ignores me. Once you fall in love, academic knowledge becomes irrelevant, he claims. I'm going to ask Mr. Bana how geometry, the motherfucker of all sciences, distinguishes between the shape of a virgin heart and a heart tormented by love. Have you been smoking hashish? No, why? Do you have some? He teases. You know what I think we should do? He asks, a serious look on his face for once. What? We should kidnap Fahima and Zari and take them on a trip around the world. Oh, sure, I say sarcastically, remembering the time he scolded me for suggesting we take the girls out to a movie. Would we tap into your checking account or my savings? Well, Americans, the most disciplined people in the world, do it all the time. They hitchhike and find work wherever they go to make enough money to get them to the next town. I've seen it in the movies. That's what I think we should do. You're nuts. You know what's wrong with you? He asks. What? You take life too seriously. And what exactly is wrong with that, Professor? Don't take life too seriously. You'll never get out of it alive. Then he picks up the phone and calls Fahime. Her brother answers the phone. Ahmed changes the tone of his voice and asks if this is Mr. Rezai's residence. Fahime's brother says no and hangs up. Ahmed waits a few minutes, then calls again. And again Fahime's brother answers. May I speak to Mr. Rezai? Ahmed asks politely. You have the wrong number. Fahime's brother responds flatly. Is this 346585? Yes. Then I don't have the wrong number. Would you please get Mr. Rezai? I start to laugh. Harassing people on the phone is a fashionable thing to do among young Iranians. Although I think such pranks are childish, I admit that I enjoy watching Ahmed torturing Fahime's brother, who lets loose with a stream of profanity and hangs up the phone. I tell Ahmed to quit fooling around as I laugh my head off. You're going to get us into a major fight with those two boys, I chide. He says, Watch this, watch this. He calls Fahime's house again, and when her brother answers the phone, Ahmed says, Hi, this is Mr. Rezai. Has anyone called for me today? He holds the phone away from his ear, and I can hear Fahime's brother exploding into a rage. We hear my mother coming up the steps. Ahmed hangs up the phone and pretends to be studying. Mom walks in with a tray of tea and some dates, mumbling something about being proud of her two boys. She loves Ahmed like she loves me, and is very happy that I have such a great friend. She tells us to drink the tea before it gets too cold. It is Lahijan tea, the best tea in the world, and the only way to drink it is hot. She also gives us a brief lecture on the benefits of dates, and how the Arabs eat them to avoid dehydration in the scorching heat of the Sahara, and how the Buddhist monks survive on a single date a day. When my mother leaves, and as Ahmed and I are checking the tea for traces of powdered sorb, Ahmed says, That's funny. I thought monks were celibate and didn't have any dates at all. I have a hard time falling asleep that night. Around midnight, I hear a noise from Zari's house. I run out on the terrace and see Zari and her mother walk into the yard. Zari looks up and sees me. She puts her head down and disappears quickly into the house. I feel helpless, as if I can't get enough oxygen into my lungs. Does she not like me anymore? Will she ever come back into the yard like she used to? Oh, what great times we had before Doctor's arrest. I'm still on the terrace when she joins me. The weather is unusually cold for this time of year. She's wearing a heavy dark brown turtleneck sweater. She has pulled the sleeves down and into her fist to keep her hands warm. She doesn't pretend she's up there for any reason but to talk to me. I've always admired her directness and lack of pretense. She says a soft hello and approaches the wall that separates our homes. This is the first time we've talked since they took Doctor away. How are you? I ask. She shakes her head. Her eyes are red, and I can tell that she's been crying. She looks pale and devoid of the energy that always characterized her presence. She scratches the top of her head, and I notice that her hands are shaking. Then, as she looks at me, her eyes fill with tears. Her smooth brow lifts into a bed of wrinkles, and she bites her lips, trying not to break into a sob. I jump over the wall and put my arm around her shoulders. I think she can tell that this is only a gesture of friendship and sympathy, because she doesn't pull back. I'm okay, she says. Then she cries some more as I tap gently on her hand to calm her down. "What am I going to do?" she finally asks. "There isn't much we can do, except wait and pray." She crouches with her back to the wall, and I sit next to her. She starts to sob. "No one knows where Doctor is," she says. "Both of Doctor's parents have been hospitalized. His mother is about to lose her mind, and everyone is concerned about his father's heart condition." "Isn't that strange?" I ask. "Doctor's parents used to say that he was their heart and mind." "I didn't know Doctor was so involved. All I knew was that he read banned books, and I never saw any harm in that." She sniffs a couple of times and wipes off her tears as she gets more emotional. "I can't believe they can take someone away and not say a word to his family. What kind of savages are these people? Have they no decency at all? No regard for a mother's pain? I won't be surprised if Doctor's mom has a stroke one of these days. Don't these people have any respect for the sanctity of human life?" She sobs bitterly. We don't say anything for a long time. Finally, she turns to me and asks, "So, how have you been?" "All right," I lie. "I'm fine." "Good." "I'm glad you came up," I offer tentatively. "I wanted to talk to you earlier, but never got the chance." "I was worried. I thought maybe you were mad at me," I admit. "Why would I be mad at you?" I wonder if I should tell her the truth about the night they took Doctor away. What if she hates me afterward? What if she never talks to me again? "I was up here the night they came to get him." The words come out involuntarily. "The agent with the radio saw me. I think that's how he figured out where Doctor was." Zari stares at me silently, surprise in her gaze. I'm instantly sorry for opening my mouth, but it's too late to stop now. Everything happened so quickly that I didn't have time to duck. For a while, I didn't even know what was happening. I simply froze, couldn't move. I'm so sorry. If you ever see him, please tell him that I love him, and I didn't mean for this to happen. Zari puts her finger on my lips and hushes me. "You should never say that again," she says. "No one would ever think you could intentionally do anything like that to Doctor. Besides, everyone knows how much you love him. Trust me, you're not doing anyone any favors by driving yourself crazy over something like that. They knew Doctor was engaged to me, and they had the entire neighborhood under surveillance for a long time." I lower my head and stare at my feet. She takes my chin in her hands and turns my face toward her. "Look at me. Look me in the eye." I look into those pretty eyes and feel a shame I can't control. "Promise me that you won't ever blame yourself for this again," she demands. I nod my head yes, although I already know that I can't keep my promise. She slowly pulls her hand away from my face and leans against the wall. "They're going to let him go soon. I know it. I just know it," she whispers. I lean against the wall too. I hope so. After a little while, she says, "You know, I miss the days when we used to get together in my yard." I nod and whisper, "Me too." She calls them the worry-free days of summer, and I agree, and tell her that I wanted it to be the best summer of our lives, the last hurrah of our adolescent years. How sweetly it all began, and how bitterly it ended. "I wonder if this is a payback for our carefree summer," She muses painfully. Life is a game of balancing acts, you know? No one is supposed to have too much of anything. I just wonder why poor Doctor had to pay for my mistakes. She begins to cry again. I wonder what exactly she means by her mistakes. But I don't say anything. I'm planning to go to Evan Prison next week to see if I can get any information on his whereabouts. I'll go too, I say. At first, she says no because they may associate me with Doctor, but eventually she agrees. Knowing that she is not mad at me helps lift the anxiety I've been feeling since Doctor's night. The stars are beautiful tonight, I say softly. They are, she answers. Do you think we each have a star up there? Not everyone, I clarify. Just good people. Really? Yeah. And we can only see the stars of the people in our own lives. What do you mean? Like, I see Ahmed up there. Which one's he? She asks, peering into the night sky. That one. I point to one of the biggest stars. She leans over and her face touches my arm as she aligns her gaze with the direction of my index finger. I look at the back of her head and her shoulders. I can smell her hair and I feel intoxicated with love and desire. Oh yeah, I see him. His star is big, isn't it? It sure is. One of the biggest. And let's see. Which one's Pasha's star? She asks. Oh, I'm not up there, I say. But I'm hoping she'll insist that I am. No? She turns around and looks at me. I shrug my shoulders. Well, keep looking. You're hard to miss. I look for a while, then turn back toward her without saying anything. We stare at each other, and then she gets up and heads toward her house. She stops in the doorway to turn around and ask, Did you ever give her the picture? I don't say anything. Have you told her yet? I shake my head no. She smiles and disappears inside the house. It's Friday, and Ahmed and I are in the alley because school is closed. Fahima is visiting Zari at her house. We hear a story in the alley that a group of terrorists were planning to blow up a dam in the northern part of Iran during the summer. If they had succeeded, thousands of people would have died in the cities that lay downstream. Doctor and his group were allegedly spotted a few hundred meters from the dam and were chased all the way back to Tehran. I immediately dismissed the rumor as nothing but a lie concocted by the government to justify Doctor's arrest. Doctor is a pacifist. He believes in advancing his political ideologies by educating people, not murdering them. A few hours after the rumor starts, Ahmed and I are sitting in the shadow of a tree outside my house when an army-style jeep pulls up at Zari's house. Two men get out of the vehicle, and I recognize one of them as the agent with the radio. While I sit frozen, they enter Zari's house without knocking. A few minutes later, we hear a scream. Zari. Ahmed and I run toward her house. We force our way inside as the two men are walking out. The man with the radio looks at me and winks. I swear to God that I will kill the son of a bitch someday. Zari is sitting on the floor, and Fahima is hovering over her in concern. Zari seems to be in a state of shock, her face frozen in an expression of despair and disbelief. I run up to her. What's the matter? What's happening? She turns toward me, and the grief in her eyes sends a chill through my body. Ahmed rushes toward Zari's mother, who has fainted a few meters away. I hear the jeep leave the alley, and soon after, the neighbors rush into the house. The older people start to attend to Zari and her mother. I look at Fahima. They want them to pay for the bullet, she says, bleakly. What bullet? I ask, going cold. Doctor's bullet. She looks at me through tear-glazed eyes. That's how they can get his body back. Winter of 1974. Ruzba Psychiatric Hospital, Tehran. Did I kill you, doctor? Did you want to kill me? No. Then why are you worried? People may think that I did. Why? Well, have you ever loved someone you weren't supposed to? Yes, says doctor. Really? Did Zari know? It wasn't like that. What do you mean? It just wasn't like that. Please tell me how it was then. I would really like to know. Would you have killed for her? Maybe. Given your life? Oh, for sure. Oh my God. Then you were in love, doctor. What happened? I got killed. I'm so sorry, but I don't understand. I fell in love with ideas, dreams, visions. I fell in love with thinkers I wasn't supposed to admire or even know. Forbidden ideas? Forbidden love, forbidden ideas? What's the difference? Well, forbidden ideas are in your head. Forbidden love in your heart. Let me tell you something. There isn't anything in your heart. It's all in your head. Love, hate, thoughts, emotions, all of it is up there in your head. The heart is just a mechanical organ, pumping blood to the rest of your body. Now, enough of the biology lesson. Tell me why people might think that you killed me. Because I wake up in a sweat, cold and shivering. I sit up in bed and look around. I try hard to remember what I've dreamed about, but my mind fights back. I think I was trying to tell Doctor that I loved Zari. I hope not. No one should ever know, not even Ahmed. It's forbidden to share forbidden love, even with your best friend. Chapter 14. Autumn of 1973. Tehran. Brothers for life. Doctor's father suffers a heart attack the day he hears the news of his son's death. Most people believe he will not survive. Doctor's mother is in no shape to attend a funeral. With no one in Doctor's immediate family to claim his body, instructions for meeting the agents at the cemetery are sent to Zari's house. The instructions indicate that only Zari or her parents and 1 or 2 friends may attend the funeral. The notice also indicates that Doctor was destroyed near the end of Shahrivar, mid-September, exactly a week before school started. Ahmed and I hear through Fahima that Zari wants us to accompany her to Doctor's funeral, since we were closer to him than anyone else in the alley. Fahima says that Zari is the most thoughtful person in the world because she refuses to send a message to her cousin and best friend, the masked angel, requesting that she come to Tehran. Soraya would be a great source of support to Zari, but her parents are sick, and Zari doesn't want her to be distracted with someone else's problems. Can you believe how sweet this girl is? Fahima says, as she wipes tears from her face. We accept the invitation to go along to the cemetery, knowing that we should keep the plan from our parents. I know my father would worry that the agency would take note of my presence. Fortunately for me, my parents are visiting our relatives in the northern part of the country and are unaware of anything that's going on in the alley. It's the evening before the funeral, and Ahmed and I are sitting on the roof of my house. The night is gray, still in its silence and pregnant with grief. I'm wearing a thick brown turtleneck, but the weather still feels brisk and uncomfortable. I watch the sky at the horizon and feel a chill course down my spine. This is a massive world, I think, and in each centimeter of it, a different drama unfolds every second of every day. But we live on as if the next moment in our lives will be no different than the last. How foolish we all are. I'm not sure how events will unfold tomorrow. Will they let us see his body? Who will carry his coffin? Will they let us say a couple of prayers before they put him in the ground? I shudder involuntarily. Finally, Ahmed breaks the silence. He points to a big, shiny star in the sky and says, "That's him. I know it." My eyes fill with tears. He was a great guy. The best. Do you think he's mad at me for falling in love with Zari? Ahmed turns and looks at me. I lower my head to hide my tears. "No," he says with certainty. "I think he is," I mumble. "You're supposed to think of a friend's fiancée as your own sister. How could he not be angry?" "But you didn't do anything to disgrace him," Ahmed argues. "No one else even knows how you feel." "I shouldn't have fallen in love with her." "You think you had a choice? How do you know this wasn't the way it was meant to be? Maybe God knew what was going to happen to Doctor. Is Zari supposed to mourn his death for the rest of her life? Should she never experience love again?" "And God chose me?" I ask bitterly. "Well, Iraj would have been an okay choice too, I suppose," Ahmed says sarcastically. I smile despite myself. "Look at that." Ahmed points to the skies. "Do you realize the immensity of creation? Do you see the prescribed order of the universe? God has imposed his rules and laws on everything. What makes you think he exempted you from that?" He puts his arm around me. "Right now, Doctor is looking down at us from the heavens, thanking God for putting you on Earth so that you can take care of Zari. Who would have been a better choice than you? Tell me, who?" I wipe my tears. I'm not going to cry at the cemetery because I'm sure the man with the radio will be watching. "Promise me something." "What?" he asks. "We're not going to cry." He looks at me. I think he realizes that I mean business. "Okay," he says resolutely, and turns his face once more to Doctor's star. "We won't cry." Anticipation of the next day's events keeps me up all night. The next morning, we're standing outside Zari's house, and I'm playing with my sleeves when Iraj comes over and asks where we're going. We don't respond. "Are you guys going to the cemetery?" he persists. "Yes," I say. "You shouldn't. The whole thing will be under surveillance. They'll come after you." "We don't care," Ahmed says. "No, please, don't go. They won't like that." "We don't care," I repeat. "This is a trap. They find the sympathizers this way. You guys really shouldn't go." Zari and Fahima come out of the house. Their eyes are red, and they're both wearing black chadors. Neighbors emerge from their homes as we walk through the alley toward the main street. They look at us quietly, with tears in their sad eyes, silently offering us their condolences for the death of Doctor, and their apologies for not attending his funeral. They have families to care for, and the Savak cannot be taken lightly. I can hear Zari moaning. She sighs and bites her lips and shakes under her chador. Fahime puts her arms around Zari and whispers in her ear to calm her down. I see Iraj following behind us. His worried eyes beg us not to go. We get a cab, and I sit in the front seat as Ahmed, Fahime, and Zari get in the back. I give the directions to the driver, and as he takes off, I look in the side mirror and see Iraj running behind us, waving his arms. I can tell he's yelling something, probably still begging us not to go. He stops after a few minutes, bending over and grabbing his knees. The driver wants to know if the deceased, God bless his soul, was a relative. I say that he was. I turn around and see Zari banging her head against the back window. Fahime puts her left hand between Zari's head and the glass. The driver asks if he was young. I nod, yes. God bless his soul. Destiny, it's destiny, and there isn't anything we can do about it, he says, looking at Zari in his rearview mirror. I had a younger brother who passed away a couple of years ago. Cancer took him. Never smoked a single cigarette in his life. A healthy guy, a real athlete. The pain of losing him is killing my mom, but what can you do? God gives and God takes. It's as simple as that. I've been driving for almost 20 years now. I've taken a lot of families to the cemetery. I know how bad it hurts. I know it from experience, and I know it from observing people. God bless everyone's souls. He says he's not going to charge us for the trip, because it's not right to take money from grieving people. Then he wants to know who the deceased was, who he was related to, how old he was, and what caused his death. I patiently answer all his questions, but instead of saying the doctor was killed by the Savak, I say that he died in an accident. You never know who may be an agent. The driver whispers a prayer, but doesn't ask any more questions about the cause of Doctor's death. Every time I turn around to look in the back seat, my eyes meet Zari's. She shakes her head and looks away. I wish I could do something to ease her pain. I look at Fahime, and for the first time I realize that she has become an integral part of our lives. She is taking an enormous risk by going to Doctor's funeral with us. I want to reach over and hug her. I love her as much as I love Ahmed. Today would have been much more difficult without her, and I'm glad she's here. Remembering my promise to Ahmed, I turn to face the road ahead. I look in the side mirror and think of Iraj running after the car. I picture his face, the worried look in his eyes, and the concern in his voice. Maybe Iraj isn't such a bad guy after all. We get out of the car at the gates to the cemetery. Despite our insistence, the driver won't accept our money. The instructions say that someone will meet us at the gate. There are lots of people dressed in black standing in and around the cemetery. Inside the gates, we see a woman throwing herself on a grave. She cries out a name in a strangled rhythm and beats herself on the chest as her relatives try to restrain her. Everyone talks at the same time, while many in the crowd cry. I can tell that the scene has disturbed Zari. She weeps bitterly, but quietly. Fahime cries too, as she watches the woman inside the gates throw her body back on the grave, hugging the earth, kissing it and filling her fists with dirt. It's her brother, Fahima whispers to Ahmed. Poor woman. Seeing the rows and rows of graves gives me a strange feeling. Everything is bathed in a lifeless light the color of dust, except the people, who are like shadows dressed in black. There are living people all around, but the eerie presence of death is hard to ignore. The air feels stale and dry, even though the weather is cold. The skies are covered with dark clouds. A few drops of rain make me wonder if a storm is on its way. On one of the main roads of the cemetery, a coffin is being carried over the shoulders of a few weeping men as a large crowd follows. A man in the front yells, "There isn't a God but the Almighty God," and the procession chants the same in unison after him. "Say it loud, there isn't a God but the Almighty God," shouts the man walking in front of the group again. "There isn't a God but the Almighty God," the crowd repeats. The procession leaves the road and stops at a grave that has already been dug. They put the coffin down, and the crowd gathers around it. A mullah sings verses into a megaphone. He was graced with the eternal youth, entering the blissful and glorious kingdom of heaven. Don't weep, for all that live on earth are doomed to die. Only God will live forever. Welcome to heaven, the eternal home of the Muslims. In life, there may be inequalities, but in death, everyone is treated the same. The cries of the people around the coffin swell louder as a group of men lift the body, wrapped in a white sheet, and place it in the hole. I'm standing next to Zari, and her knees buckle as she lets out a desperate cry. I reach over and grab her. I can tell from the weight of her body that she has lost all strength in her legs. Ahmed and Fahima help me hold her up. Back by the grave, a young woman throws herself into the hole, shouting that she wants to be buried with her beloved husband. From the direction of Zari's gaze, I can tell that she's watching. I turn her around to make sure she doesn't see any more of the burial. A couple of men are on the other side of the street, watching us. I hear Ahmed curse, "Motherfuckers." We all turn and look. These must be our contacts, the Savak agents. The two men are wearing black suits and shirts. One of them is tall, and the other one is short and stocky. I feel like throwing up just thinking of their dirty profession. There's a sharp pain in my heart, and anger boils inside me. Fahima grabs Ahmed's hand. "Honey, please, don't say anything, I beg you. You promised me, sweetheart." She tries to hold Ahmed's face in her hands, to pull his eyes from the two men to her own face. "Look at me. I love you. I love you. I will kill myself if they take you away. You promised me, please." Ahmed can't take his eyes off the guys on the other side of the street. Fahima turns to me and says, "Please, tell him to take it easy. I beg you. They'll take the two of you away, and that will kill us. Please, I beg you." Zari whispers to me, "Please, stop him." As I look at the two men, my body begins to shake. I let go of Zari and take a couple of steps toward the street. Zari grabs my left arm and stumbles, still weak with grief. I grab her before she falls down. "Please," she whispers in my ear. I turn around and look again at the two men on the other side of the street. 2 women and 3 children have joined them, and they're all walking away. I'm embarrassed, and I can tell Ahmed is too. Fahima bursts into bitter tears, and her body trembles as she sits down on the sidewalk. Ahmed tries to calm her down, but she can't stop crying. Zari whispers to me to get Fahime some water. I help Zari settle on the ground next to Fahime, and then hurry away. When I get back, Fahime points for me to sit next to her. She puts her arms around my shoulders as she continues to cry. He'll listen to you. Please tell him to take it easy when they get here, and promise me that you'll do the same. Promise me. I promise, and walk up to Ahmed, who's smoking a cigarette a couple of steps away. Let's stay calm, I say. Ahmed nods tensely. A few minutes later, a young boy walks up to me and hands me a piece of paper. He says a man asked him to give me the note. I look at the paper as Ahmed, Fahime, and Zari anxiously approach me. The note contains detailed directions to a grave. We start walking. We turn left on the second street, then right on the next road, and follow a roundabout that leads behind a building where they wash the bodies of the deceased. The closer we get to our destination, the harder and more wildly my heart pounds. Fahime and Zari are holding on to each other, and Ahmed is a couple of steps behind them. We reach an unmarked grave. It's the third from the building, the fourth from the curb, and a large round stone covers the bottom half of it, exactly as the note said. I look at my friends and point to the grave. Zari's shoulders begin to shake violently. She is inconsolable in her grief. She sits down by the grave. Fahime sits next to her and utters incomprehensible prayers as tears stream from their eyes. Zari leans over the grave and touches the wet mud with her hands. He's just been put in there, she whispers as she turns around and looks at me. I sit down next to her and put my arms around her for just a split second. They didn't just kill Doctor, Zari whispers to me. They killed all of us, didn't they? I look into her eyes. If I open my mouth, I will cry, I know it. They destroyed our lives by killing him. His dad, his mom, and us, Zari says. Nothing will ever be the same again. Nothing will ever be the same. Then she slowly puts her arms around the grave as her face touches the sodden earth. I stand up and take my place next to Ahmed. He and I look at each other. I can tell that both of us want to cry, but a promise must be kept, especially when it's made with your best friend. I failed to keep my promise to Doctor when he asked me to keep an eye on his girl. I'm not failing another friend. I squint my eyes and hold my breath as my heart pounds. I look to our right and see a number of buildings. These are the private tombs of the rich, who can afford to build a structure around their final resting place. Great tall columns, sandy stone steps, and large gates make these expensive crypts look imposing. I remember the words of the mullah by the gate. In life there may be inequalities, but in death, everyone is treated the same. What a joke. I look at Doctor's humble grave, and I can't believe that his body is buried only a few meters from the private tombs of the rich. One of Doctor's favorite books was Mother by Maxim Gorky. He must be wondering why his mother has not come to see him. Does he know that his father is in the hospital? Does he wish I wasn't here? I begin talking to him in my head. I tell him that I'm sorry for falling in love with his girl. It was my destiny. I know he doesn't believe in it, but I need to. I tell him that I will take care of Zari, and will love her for as long as I live. I tell him that I love him, and that if this hadn't happened, I would have quietly gone away because I had no intention of stealing his girl. Show me a sign, I beg. Let me know you understand and that you forgive me. I feel someone standing behind me. I turn around, and there is Iraj. He is pale, out of breath, and sweaty. He says he didn't have enough money to take a cab, so he took the bus, and that's why he's late. Ahmed and I are standing shoulder to shoulder. I take a step to my right, and Iraj steps between us. The three of us are now standing side by side. I look at Ahmed. No tears, just as he promised. I hear Fahima and Zari crying. Out of the corner of my eye, I see a mullah approaching us. He asks if it would be okay for him to read a prayer out of the Quran. Ahmed reaches into his pocket for a few coins, and the mullah begins his sermon. Ahmed, Iraj, and I sit down by the grave and say a final prayer for Doctor. It's October. A rush of cold wind coming from the north sends a shiver through me. The dark gray skies augment the heart-rending emotions brought on by the worst day of our lives so far. I'm crying quietly in my room later that night when I hear a knock on my window. I look up and see Ahmed and Iraj standing outside on the terrace. I open the door and let them in. I can tell from their red eyes that I'm not the only one who's been crying. Ahmed lights up a couple of cigarettes and gives me one of them. Iraj says he wants one too. Ahmed hesitates for a moment. I gesture for him to get on with it, and he does. Iraj smokes his cigarette like he's been a smoker all his life. I tell them to wait there, then run downstairs and take my father's bottle of Smirnoff vodka out of the fridge. I also grab 3 shot glasses and a bottle of Coca-Cola. I'm glad my parents are out of town. They would have objected to everything we've done today. In my room, I open the bottle and tell Iraj and Ahmed that we need to replace it before my father comes back. Have you ever had this? I ask. No. They shake their heads. The first time I ever had vodka was with my dad when I was 16. He poured me a shot and told me that he wanted me to have my first drink with him. He encouraged me not to ever hide anything from him. Perhaps it'd be better if I tell him what we did today, instead of subtly replacing the bottle. One of my uncles says you can't call yourself a man until you've had your first shot of vodka, I say. There are rituals you need to respect, I add, remembering my father talking about it. The Sagi, the one who pours the drinks, must be fair. He must serve everyone equally. I fill the shot glasses carefully, making sure that they all contain exactly the same amount of vodka. You know how to drink this? I ask them. They shake their heads again. Pick up your shot glasses. They do. You bang your glasses together like this. The rim of my shot glass touches the middle of theirs. You see, you're not supposed to let me do that. Banging glasses and making sure that your glass is not higher than your partner's at the moment of contact is a sign of respect. Lecture dispensed. I chug my shot. Iraj and Ahmed drink theirs. I can tell that they feel as bad as I do as the vodka goes down, burning everything from our tongues all the way down to our belly buttons. We each take a sip out of the Coke bottle, and I fill our shot glasses again, with the precision and accuracy of a longtime Sagi. You have to have a couple in a row to make sure you get a good buzz, I say. We drink our second and third shots, and I already feel the buzz. We sit there quietly for a while before Ahmed slurs, Drinking today was the best idea you've ever had. I acknowledge his praise with a nod. This is the best thing for killing pain. Then his eyes fill. I know what you're thinking, but we're not in the cemetery anymore. A lump grows larger and larger in my throat. That was a courageous thing you did today, I say to Iraj, trying to hold back the tears. Ahmed nods in agreement. I put my arm around Iraj's shoulders. I really love you. I'm going to love you like my own little brother, okay? You'll be my little brother from now on. Iraj, overwhelmed with emotions and inebriated with alcohol, begins to sob. Me too, Ahmed cries out. I will never give you a hard time again. You showing up today was a sure sign that despite what happens on a day-to-day basis, the human spirit is indestructible, I say. No one can destroy it. Not the Shah, not the motherfucking Savak, not the CIA, nobody. I mean, nobody can touch it. I burst into tears. I loved Doctor, Iraj slurs. And I love you guys. I do. I couldn't stand by and watch you put yourselves in harm's way. No way. And fuck those Savak bastards and their Western masters and the Grand Servant of the West. Fuck anyone who wants to put me in jail because I stood by my friends to mourn the death of a hero. Screw them all. I don't care if I have to spend the rest of my life behind bars. I don't. I really don't. I learned today that friendship is worth making sacrifices for. Doctor proved that life is a small price to pay for your beliefs. Iraj wipes the tears off his face with his shirt sleeves. He goes on. I'm not sure what's going on in my heart right now, but I know that something big is happening in there. Something that's trying to pull me inside. You know what I mean? Not sure what it is, but it's something. It's really something. That's how it happens, isn't it? I think so. Something happens inside you, and then that's it. Ahmed and I watch him as he talks. I love him like my little brother. I cry again like a little kid, completely drunk on vodka. Me too, Ahmed whispers, and hugs Iraj sloppily. A strange feeling is taking me over, one that's hard to describe. It must be what Iraj is calling something. Chapter 15. The Rose Bush. No one will ever know the price of the bullet that killed Doctor. His parents are forbidden to speak of it. The stone on his grave must be left blank except for his name. The family can visit the grave as often as they wish, but others should not be encouraged. Doctor will not be issued a death certificate, and all documents pertaining to his birth will be destroyed. As far as the world is concerned, Doctor never existed. His books and the rest of his belongings were taken away during his incarceration, and they will not be returned. I remember my grandma saying after the death of a distant family member that the earth grows cold. I guess what she meant is that burying a loved one prepares the family to move on to the next stage in the grieving process. This is why Islam encourages immediate burial of the deceased. In Iran, it takes us a long time to move on. We mourn the death of a loved one for a whole year. We get together on the 3rd, the 7th, and the 40th day after someone has died. Tea, sherbet, and sweets are served. Friends, acquaintances, and family members show up with flowers to offer their condolences. The same type of gathering is repeated on the 1-year anniversary of the death. Throughout the first year, the family members wear black and refrain from attending parties or celebrating the New Year or any other national holiday. In the case of Doctor, Zari's family was told by the Savak that no one would be allowed to wear black, and that there would be no gatherings permitted, especially on the 40th day after his death, which happens to coincide with the birthday of the Shah. I'm searching in my room for something when I accidentally find The Gadfly, the book Doctor gave me. The story of a young, passionate revolutionary who was killed for his beliefs. I read it in less than 2 days. I'm gripped by its powerful 19th century style of writing and the passion and brilliance of its hero's struggle and sacrifice. I understand Doctor better as a result. I wish I had read this book when he was still alive. Did he know of the destiny that awaited him? And was that why he asked me to read it? All of his books were destroyed except this one, this special gift that is in my possession now. I will never part with it. All the kids in the alley should hear the story of the Gadfly. They should all know Doctor the way I do. If I can do nothing else for him, I can tell everyone that Doctor was a revolutionary who was not afraid of losing his life. All who knew him should be proud of their association with him. They should feel special because it's not often that our paths cross with those of real heroes. I will tell everyone that the Savak has forbidden us to mourn him, out of fear that it may inspire us to live in a way that would make his death worthwhile. The Savak arrests a few of Doctor's university pals, claiming that he identified them as participants in anti-regime activities. In spite of these fabricated accusations, stories of Doctor's bravery flood the neighborhood. He wouldn't let them blindfold him, one of the neighbors says. He kept yelling death to the Shah until they shot him, another boasts. Everyone knows that the real cause of Doctor's arrest and execution will stay a mystery forever. The Savak will never release the real reason. In the absence of facts, speculation and rumors cover a range of explanations, from his involvement in a plot to overthrow the Shah, to simply being a student activist. I tell Ahmed that I think his personal friendship with Golosorghi, the Red Rose, must have played a role in his execution. If asked about his friend, I say, he would have been just as defiant. A Red Rose himself destroyed by the Savak. Then I tell Ahmed, for the first time, that Doctor was the person posting the posters of Red Roses all over the neighborhood the night of Golosorghi's broadcast trial. Wow! Ahmed shakes his head in amazement. How come you never told me this before? Before I have a chance to respond, he adds, never mind, I probably would have done the same thing. I would love to do something special for Doctor, but can't think of a worthwhile way to commemorate his death without violating the Savak's instructions. As I'm thinking of the night I caught Doctor distributing the posters of the Red Rose, a thought flashes through my head, something that Ahmed would mastermind. I pace back and forth in my room all night until I finally make a decision and go out to the spot in the alley where Doctor was first struck, where his blood was first spilled. The next morning, I count the allowance money I have saved up and realize that I need to borrow money from Ahmed. He agrees to lend it to me without asking the reason for it. I go to a nursery and buy a rosebush and some fertilizer, bring them home in a taxi, and take everything to the basement without anyone seeing. In the basement, I find an old rusted shovel and a pair of gardening gloves. I find the hose that my mom uses to water our plants and connect it to a faucet close to the door. Late that night, after I'm sure everyone is asleep, I go to the spot and dig a hole about 30 centimeters deep and 40 centimeters wide. I make sure that the soil is dry and spread 5 centimeters of manure before setting the roots in the hole and covering it back up with the dirt. I water the plant well to make sure that the backfilled soil settles well around the roots. Then I collect my tools and disappear into the house. I sleep like a baby that night. The next morning, I run downstairs and out into the alley Everyone in the neighborhood has gathered around the plant, and they're all talking at the same time. Who planted this? Why? Yes, why a red rose? Why here? It doesn't make any sense. Oh, a red rose. Remember the posters? The posters. Oh, yes, the posters. I remember the posters. Red is the color of passion and the color of revolution. Red is also the color of love and the color of blood. Suddenly, everyone quiets down as they remember that this is where Doctor's blood was spilled, and a reverent silence fills the air. Ahmed turns and looks at me. He doesn't say anything, but his mute stare speaks volumes. After all, we Persians are masters of silent communication. I go inside the house and come back with the watering pot. We must take turns caring for this bush, someone says in the crowd as I water the plant. Yes, we must, everyone agrees. For Doctor. Chapter 16. The Width of the Alley. No one knows of Mr. Mehrban's status in prison. Mrs. Mehrban comes to our house every other day to spend time with my parents. She looks older than the first time I saw her, when the color of her dress, shoes, and purse matched, when her makeup was thoughtfully applied, and when her hair was clean and nicely groomed. Nowadays, she seems not to care very much about her appearance. She cries constantly and speculates about her husband's physical and mental condition in prison. My mother does her best to provide comfort and gives her a special herb tea designed to battle depression. It tastes bitter, Mrs. Mehrban complains politely. The more bitter the taste, the stronger its healing power, my mother explains, encouraging her friend to finish the drink. Mrs. Mehrban says that being away from her husband is more difficult this time because she was getting used to having him around. They used to talk with regret about the lost years. Little did they know that he was going to be gone again. How long will it be this time? He is not young anymore, and given his heart condition, God only knows if he can tolerate the mental and physical abuse that prisoners are subjected to on a daily basis. What a waste this all is, Mrs. Mehrban continues. Everyone knows that the Shah will never be overthrown. What the opposition needs to do is find a way into the government and influence the decisions and the laws that impact those affected by the injustice. A revolution is out of the question, so why bother? She adds that Mr. Mehrban used to express serious concerns about the new breed of prisoners in the Savox jails. He had told her that he was troubled by the strong religious overtones in the thinking and philosophy of the younger revolutionaries. He believed that the rise of religious fundamentalism would create insurmountable new barriers to attaining democracy in Iran. My dad nods and says that Mr. Mehrban was always accurate in his analysis of political situations. One evening, during the course of conversation, my mother inadvertently mentions the doctor's situation. I'm sitting only a few meters away from Mrs. Mehrban, and I see her face wash pale, while ridges of concern jump from her forehead, as if a sudden shock has been administered to her body. She hangs her head, takes a few short, abrupt breaths, then falls over. I catch her right before her face hits the ground. My father scolds my mother for mentioning doctor as he rushes toward us. "Good catch, son," he yells out. "Let's take her to the bedroom." Her body is limp and droopy, and her arms dangle in the air as I carry her to the bedroom. She's heavy, but I'm determined to carry her without the help of my father, who's just a step behind us. My mother runs to the kitchen to get one of her natural remedies. My heart is pounding, and I'm sure that Mrs. Mehrban is dead from a heart attack. The muscles in her face collapse, leaving her skin waxy and creased. Her lips turn blue, as if she's not getting any oxygen. I lay her on the bed and put my arm under her neck, trying to keep her head up. My mother comes back with hot water and sugar and uses a teaspoon to feed the liquid to Mrs. Merbon. My parents talk over each other, issuing orders while fanning her with a newspaper, spraying cold water in her face, and telling me to hold her head up. Mrs. Merbon regains consciousness within a few seconds and begins to sob bitterly as she curses the Shah, his family, his Savak, the Americans and the British who support him and keep him in power. When I go to bed, I struggle to fall asleep, worrying about Mr. Merbon and his fate in the Shah's prison. Are they beating him up right now? Are they burning his skin again like they did the last time? Is he screaming? Crying for mercy? Or is he defiant and resolute in his hatred of the regime, like the Red Rose was, like Doctor probably was? I wish Ahmed would show up with his cigarettes. When I finally fall asleep, I dream of the night they took Doctor away. I see the man with the radio. His eyes are staring, locked on me, his lips whispering into the radio, and his fist crashing into Doctor's cheek. I see his predatory eyes again and again and again. His eyebrows are thin. His forehead is wrinkled, and his long hair is combed back neatly. I hate him. I want to run downstairs and stop him from kicking Doctor, but I can't move. Then it's Doctor's eyes staring at me. He must be wondering where the getaway plane is, why I'm not sacrificing myself to save him in Zari, as Humphrey Bogart did in Casablanca. He must be wondering why I gave him away. The man with the radio blows me a kiss. I open my mouth, and my voice is ripped from its silence as I scream at the top of my lungs.
This ends Disc 5. Rooftops of Tehran, Disc 6.
October is usually mild in Tehran, but this year it's been particularly cold. Although it's no longer possible to sleep on the roof, Ahmed and I still spend a lot of time up there. The colder the weather is, the quieter our alley, and the more peaceful our retreat into the depth of our souls to find answers to what seems utterly incomprehensible and unfair. I sense a change in Fahima, Ahmed, and myself. We've grown closer. Every day after Ahmed and I get out of our classes, we rush to Fahima's school to walk her home. We spend hours pacing the streets together, sometimes without speaking a single word, and yet at the end of the day we have a hard time saying goodbye. When we do talk, it's always about a future far, far away, a time when all of us are grown-ups, prosperous, educated, and traveling around the world. None of us wants to be present in the aftermath of Doctor's death. When we talk, we discuss Doctor's parents, the Savak's ruthlessness, and the fact that it seems as if someone has sprinkled the dust of death over our neighborhood. We complain about the vulnerability of life, the absence of decency, and the seeming permanence of evil. I never mention Zari, but Fahima senses what I'm not saying. She says that Zari spends most of her time at Doctor's house nursing his mother, who everyone says is incurably insane. The poor woman doesn't eat anything and doesn't talk, Fahima reports. All day long she sits still and stares at the door as if she's waiting for Doctor's arrival. She hugs one of Doctor's shirts, smells it, presses it against her cheeks, and quietly cries. Fahima adds that she is worried about the impact of all this on Zari's spirit. I think she blames herself, as if she should have known about Doctor's activities and stopped him. She says she never paid attention to what he was doing. Anytime he tried to discuss it with her, she dismissed it as political talk, which she hated. How can she blame herself? I whisper, thinking that I should be blamed for everything. She can't believe how naive she was about the Shah and the Savak, Fahima continues. She used to argue with Doctor that the Savak organization probably didn't even exist, that it was, for the most part, the product of the university students' active imagination. That poor thing, she wishes she could take all that back. One day, after we say goodbye to Fahima, Ahmed says that we should continue our walk because walking clears the mind and helps us see the big picture. We walk for hours, and I feel that for the first time in my life, I'm absorbing the universe around me. The narrow alleys, the earthen, unpaved roads, the ugly, lifeless television antennas on the roofs, and the maze-like way in which our alleys weave through each other. I notice the unusual loudness of life around us. Children playing football, mothers calling them, cars with broken mufflers passing by, their horns honking. The craziness of it all reminds me of how our alley used to be before Doctor was taken away. Life, as I remember it, was like a colorful musical projected onto a movie screen. Now it's more like an old black-and-white photograph turned yellowish and creased. On our way home, Ahmed stops at the corner of an alley and looks at the street sign on the wall. "What is it?" I ask. "Nothing," he says, and continues walking. At the next corner, he stops again and looks at the sign for the next alley. "What?" I ask again. "Have you noticed how most of our streets and alleys are named after the Shah's family members?" "Yes, I have." "Most of these signs also tell you the size of each alley or street," he says, a perplexed look on his face. "What do you mean?" "Look, this street is called the 20 meters of Raza Pahlavi, meaning that this street is 20 meters wide. That street is the 21 meters of Farah." He looks at another sign and starts to laugh. "This one is the 4 meters of Darabi. Darabi is not a member of the Shah's immediate family, so his metric allocation is smaller." He points to a large street several blocks away and says, "That one is the 60 meters of Shahpur. He's the oldest brother of the Shah, so he gets the big number." I have no idea where Ahmed is going with this. "Why do we need to know the size of each alley and street?" Ahmed asks. I suggest that the size must be a factor in determining the value of the properties in each neighborhood. Ahmed's expression tells me that he knows I'm guessing. "Are these measurements correct?" he asks. "Our alley is the 10 meters of Shahnaz. Do you really think our alley is 10 meters wide?" "I don't know," I answer. "I doubt it," he says, a worried look on his face. "What if it's not? We should measure the width of our alley." "Why?" "Well, what if our alley isn't 10 meters wide?" "Who cares?" "I care," he says, his voice charged with emotion. "This could have a devastating effect on property values, you know?" The way he tosses my bullshit back at me makes me laugh. When we get back to our own alley, Ahmed goes inside his house and comes back out with a tape measure. He summons Iraj and another kid and starts the process of measuring the width of the alley. He tells Iraj to hold one end of the tape and asks the other kid to walk across the alley. A car comes through, and Ahmed waves at the driver to stop. He tells the driver that he's in the middle of something important, and that he appreciates the driver's patience. The driver says sure and turns his engine off. Ahmed asks me if I think he should include the width of the sidewalks in his measurement. I say maybe he should measure it both ways. Kids from all over the alley gather around Ahmed to find out what he's doing. A few more cars come through, and Ahmed stops them and notifies the drivers of his important mission without being specific about the task or the reason for it. The drivers get out of their cars. "It's 12.2 meters when you include the sidewalks," Ahmed yells to me. "Write it down." I don't have a paper or pencil, so I just shake my head. "Okay, let's measure it excluding the sidewalks," he directs. Iraj and the other kids start to move the tape. More cars have collected in the alley, and the commotion has attracted a lot of people. Ahmed's project has the alley blocked, and no one can get through. "How wide is it?" Ahmed yells to Iraj. 9.5 meters. Ahmed turns to one of the adults and says, I can't really trust that kid. Would you be kind enough to hold the end of the tape? The adult walks over and takes the end of the tape away from Iraj, who runs to Ahmed to tell him he was doing it right. Ahmed smiles, points to me, and says, Go stand by him. Iraj walks over. I can tell from his smile that he has suddenly realized what Ahmed is doing. Ahmed asks, What's the measurement now? 9.6 meters, says the adult. Ahmed turns to Iraj and gives him a dirty look. Iraj smiles and shrugs his shoulders. Ahmed asks the second adult, Are you at the edge of the sidewalk? Yes, he answers. Ahmed walks over and examines the placement of the tape. People randomly divide themselves into two groups and position themselves behind each of the tape holders. All eyes are on the tape and the position of the holders. This way, to the left, orders one guy, who has closed one eye trying to imagine a straight line between the two tape holders. No, too far, another guy yells from the other side of the alley. The tape holder moves back a few centimeters. A number of people begin to argue that the line is now slightly slanted. Hard to tell, Ahmed says. We're trying to figure out the straightness of an imaginary line. The Americans shot a man straight from the Earth to the moon, and we can't draw a straight line. He then looks at Iraj and asks, Do you know why the Americans were able to do that? Iraj nods vigorously and says, Yes, sir, because Americans are the most disciplined nation in the world. One of the guys in the crowd says that he is a mason, and that he can do this with his eyes closed. He then takes one end of the tape in his hand and wiggles it around on the edge of the sidewalk a couple of times and says, There, now you have a straight line. The line does look straight. What's the measurement? Ahmed asks. 9.4 meters, responds the mason. And that's exactly my point. This alley is not 10 meters wide. Ahmed crows in triumph. I look around and see at least 50 people gathered in the alley. Traffic has come to a complete halt, but no one seems to care. Is that important? Asks one of the adults. Of course it's important, Ahmed says with plenty of alarm in his voice. This could have a devastating impact on property values. The prices of these homes are based on the width of the alley they were built in. The city could announce that everything in this alley is worth at least 50,000 tumans less than what people are trying to sell them for. But the city doesn't get involved in such things, says one of the adults apprehensively. Are you sure? Another adult asks. Of course they do, somebody else yells. What should we do? We should measure the width of every street that has a metric number in front of its name, and be prepared to present evidence that the homes in this city are all overpriced. I want to laugh, but I control the urge. I see a spark in Ahmed's eyes, one that I know very well. One man says that he has no plan to sell his house, but should he decide to do so, the mayor himself couldn't get him to drop his price. A woman says that she and her husband just bought their house in this neighborhood, and if they knew the alley was narrower than advertised, they might have looked somewhere else. The mason tries to convince everyone that a few centimeters doesn't really matter, but no one listens to him. Ahmed has completely pulled himself out of the discussions. He looks at Iraj and me and grins. We grin back. Chapter 17. Prove Your Innocence. The next morning, I hear my mother whispering to my dad that she is scared to death that Ahmed and I are going to get ourselves in serious trouble. I've heard them talk about killing the man with the radio, she reports, her voice tight with panic. You need to talk to him, and to Ahmed too. They're young and inexperienced and very emotional right now. They can't go on like this. Then, as if she's afraid that someone might hear her, she whispers in a guarded tone, "Did you know that they went to Doctor's gravesite?" "No," Dad responds. "What if the agents saw them? Oh my God, I can't even imagine. Please talk to them," she begs. My father assures her that he will talk to us, but my mother continues. "There is a rumor in the alley that Pasha planted the rosebush outside the house. I know he's angry and depressed, and God knows what else he might be saying at school or to other kids in the alley." The next day, my father has a private conversation with Ahmed's father. A few minutes later, we are summoned to Ahmed's living room, and my father tells us that he has to take care of some personal business up north, and he prefers not to go alone. He would appreciate it if Ahmed and I went along. "One has to be careful all the time," Dad says, as soon as we get on the road. "In this country, being innocent doesn't protect you from suffering the fate of a criminal. That's because we have a lot of no-cars in this country. Servitude and blind devotion is what a no-car subscribes to." Then he turns to me and asks, "Have I ever told you about Engineer Sadeghi?" "No," I respond. "Who's he?" "When you were about 6 years old, I was a jungle guard in Mazandaran," he begins. I discreetly elbow Ahmed in the side. My dad always tells remarkable stories of his younger years. Ahmed nods a couple of times and winks without looking at me to let me know he's listening. The Shah had just nationalized the forests, and my job was to prevent the locals from cutting down the trees. One of the Shah's own brothers was breaking the law only a few kilometers from where I was stationed, but I didn't know anything about it. I was sitting in my office one day when a government inspector arrived from Tehran. His name was Engineer Sadeghi, a self-proclaimed man of high integrity and principles. He said that I had been accused of accepting a bribe to allow illegal forest shaving operations in the Koladasht area. If I were found guilty, which he was certain I would be, my punishment would be 16 years in Evin prison, because disobeying the orders of the Shah was interpreted as treason by the high courts. My father lights a cigarette and takes a huge puff. I can tell from the look on Ahmed's face that he wants a cigarette too, but he is totally absorbed in my father's story. I told him that I had never taken a bribe in my life. My father continues. He laughed and said that my denial was not out of character for a man of my corruptible standards. He asked me to surrender my badge and follow him to his jeep. He was taking me to Tehran to personally hear the sentencing I deserved. The accused has no rights in this country, so I did what I was told. I asked him if we could stop at my house to inform my wife of my predicament. He said no, and continued driving toward Tehran. He was a peculiar man, surprisingly loquacious and brutally honest. It didn't seem to matter to him that I was not interested in his long-winded stories about his ancestors, who were as loyal as dogs to the family of the king. His father was a devoted servant to Reza Shah, as was his grandfather. He recalled Reza Shah telling his father that his family would be well provided for as long as the Pahlavis wore the crown. He claimed that the Sadeghis were a people of high integrity who wouldn't dream of accepting charity from anyone, including the king himself. He talked of his son and of his future daughter-in-law, whom he adored. They were to be married within a couple of months, and the prospect of having a grandchild, particularly a grandson, elated him. He said that men like me made him sick, that he never once in his life took a step down the wrong path, and he could not understand the cravings of men like me for money and power. He didn't understand the psychology of greed, and was in despair when he had to explain to his own son, the jewel of his life, why certain people would sink so low as to risk personal and family honor the way I had. I sat quietly and listened as he continued to tell me of his high regard for fairness and social equality, of decency and morality, and the inexplicable corruption of humanity. He told me of the bribes he had been offered as an inspector, and his refusal to accept a single rial throughout his long and unfaltering career. Once, he was offered a huge sum that would have financed his son's education at the finest university in the United States. He refused to accept the bribe, saying that he preferred an uneducated son to one whose quality of life was enhanced with money that came from illegal means. Another time, he turned down a new, fully furnished house in an affluent section of the capital city. He said he knew well that his enemies were lurking in the shadows, waiting for an opportune moment to strike, but his principles were unwavering, and he preferred death to a dishonorable life. I listened to him silently, thinking of the hardship that was to befall my wife and my dear child. What would my wife do? She hadn't worked a day in her life, and now she would be saddled with the burden of supporting the family. I had saved no money, and owned no property that could be sold. She was on her own. I could picture you getting slapped around by a master at a house or a shop, perhaps beaten for a small mistake you were bound to make as a child, or kicked just to be taught a lesson while I rotted in jail for a crime I did not commit. I was burning with pain while this imbecile, this self-appointed guardian of high principles and values, chattered away about his family's devotion to a tyrant. I looked at his face from the passenger side, and saw a symbol of everything that had gone wrong in our country, and I knew what I must do. I could explode his skull with a single blow. My knuckles had cut down much bigger men in the ring, and now they were going to save my family from the greatest enemy we had ever faced. I clenched my fists and prepared myself. I knew that I needed a plan before discharging the fatal blow. I would hit him, then grab the steering wheel and move to his side to bring the car to a stop. I would throw his body on the back seat, get off the road, then bury his body in a ditch and burn his car before catching a ride back to my office. No one had seen us together, and he had an army of enemies. No one would ever suspect me, since I, too, had lived an honest life, a simple life that was about to be destroyed by this man without a single shred of evidence. He stopped the car right at the moment when I was ready to wipe his existence from the face of the earth. My silence had broken his rhythm. He told me that people in my predicament usually begged for forgiveness, or tried to make a deal, or attempt to escape. He questioned, "What is wrong with you, man? Have you no regard for your reputation? Feel no remorse? Have no shame? No fear? Feel no pain? Explain to me what it takes to stoop to your level." I continued my silence as he got out of the car and shut the door behind him. He sat on the railing by the side of the road and lit a cigarette. I got out of the car and joined him without saying a word, still waiting for the best opportunity to discharge the fatal assault. He kept looking at the mountains and the little streams that ran through the valleys. He puffed on his cigarette. "Are you innocent?" he asked. I looked at him for a while, then asked, "Is that important to you? Isn't an accusation of wrongdoing as compelling as an admission of guilt to you? Aren't men like you responsible for the corruption of our value systems, and for our national suspicion and reservation toward procedures of justice and fairness? Is it not true that men like you perpetuate the ugliness of our political and legal systems? No, I feel no remorse, no pain, no guilt, and no shame for everything you mention is felt by one guilty of a crime." "Let me be honest with you," I continued. "I was about to crush your skull before you stopped the car. And to be perfectly frank, I'm still thinking about it. Not for the unjustified pain you are about to cause me, but for the misery you are about to bestow on the lives of those most dear to me. I do not value your integrity or your unfaltering high standards because I resent your narrow-minded approach to an assumption of guilt. So I advise you to run, beg for mercy, or repent because your time on this earth is coming to an end." He made no attempt to escape, despite seeing the anger and the anguish in my eyes. He put out his cigarette and lit another one. Suddenly, like a well-mannered man who had momentarily forgotten how to behave properly, he offered me a cigarette. I took one, and he respectfully lit it with his old lighter. "What do we do now?" he asked. I thought for a while and said, "Let's go back to the village and face my accusers." He agreed and walked to the driver's side of the car. "I drive," I whispered. He turned around and looked at me, and I knew he had figured out what I was proposing. "Have they never met you?" he asked. "No," I responded. We drove away without saying another word. I was surprised that he went along with my plan so readily. But I guess he had dealt with a lot of sinister characters in his life. And I guess, at least in his heart, I didn't fit the mold. I could tell that he was watching me as I drove through the gravel roads of the Alborz Mountains. We traversed narrow roadways made for horses and donkeys, through canyons and along rivers, toward a little village known as Koladasht. I loved this area. There was peace in the meadows where the cows grazed. There was serenity in the rolling mountains, where you could see pristine streams running down the inclines, where every once in a while you could spot a deer climbing the slopes. The jeep was spotted from a couple of kilometers away. When we reached the outskirts of Koladasht, the Kad Khoda, the mayor, and half of the village were anxiously waiting to welcome us. I got out of the jeep and shook hands with the Kad Khoda, introducing myself as Engineer Sadeghi. The Kad Khoda was thrilled to meet a high-ranking official from the capital city. He invited me to follow him to his humble dwellings for a cup of Lahijan tea. I looked at my passenger and barked at him to follow us. As Sadeghi was getting out of the car, I heard a man yell, "How does it feel to get caught, you thief?" We entered the Kad Khoda's house, followed by almost everyone who lived in the village. I was directed to a place in the room reserved for honorable guests, and Sadeghi was told to sit by the door. There were no chairs in the room. An old, inexpensive Persian rug covered the floor. Cylindrical pillows were set on smelly sheepskins, which were laid on the carpet along walls that had been darkened by the smoke of galion and cigarettes. The Kad Khoda yelled at his daughter to bring his honorable guest a fresh cup of tea. "Bring a cup for that man, too," he directed, pointing to Engineer Sadeghi, who was playing the role of prisoner with the artistry of an accomplished actor. I know the people of this region well, and I know how important it is to them to come across as hospitable. So I was not surprised when the Kad Khoda pointed to Sadeghi and said, "This man may be a thief, but he is my guest, and a guest will always be treated like a lover of God in my house." A few of his helpers who were sitting in the room approved by nodding their heads. The Kad Khoda's daughter brought us tea, sugar cubes, and sweets. He looked at me and said, "Welcome to my humble dwellings, Mr. Engineer Sadeghi. It is seldom that I'm honored by the presence of a guest of your stature. I hope you will forgive my clumsy manners and grant me the honor of hosting you tonight." As for him, he gestured, pointing at Sadeghi. "Rest assured that we have the proper facilities to keep him in check." I thanked him for his invitation and said that we must leave for Tehran immediately, that it was only in the spirit of fairness that I had brought him to this village to face his accusers before taking him to Tehran to suffer the consequences of his illegal acts. The Kad Khoda looked around the room and insisted that we stay the night. "These are dangerous roads, especially at night. You will get lost, and it is cold. Besides, what would the people of this village say if I didn't show you the hospitality owed to a gentleman of your stature?" he said pleadingly. He looked around the room again, and everyone started nodding politely, insisting that we spend the night at the Kadchoda's house. I told him that we could discuss his proposal after we got the small business of this man's fate out of the way. I asked who was accusing him of taking a bribe, and whether or not he might be among us. One of the Kadchoda's helpers stood up and said that he was the accuser, and that he had seen the accused taking a bribe from his father-in-law. I asked if he had been present when the bribe was taken. He said that he had, and that he had seen the transaction with his own 2 eyes. I told him to look at the accused, Mr. Shahed, carefully, and then tell me with certainty that he saw him accepting the bribe from his father-in-law. The accuser walked over to Engineer Sadeghi and looked at him carefully. A couple of the people who were peering through the windows yelled, "It's him, it's him! Tell the Honorable Mr. Engineer that he was the man! Tell him, tell him!" The man looked at Sadeghi for a few more seconds, then turned to me and said that he was sure the guilty party had been arrested. He and the accused had even smoked a cigarette together by the stream that runs through the village, and it was there that the accused told him he was going to use the money to buy a new car. The accuser then stuck his chest out and boasted that he would recognize this thief even with his eyes closed. "Why are you lying, man?" Sadeghi pleaded. "I'm not lying," the accuser barked back. "You are a liar, and a despicable one at that." "Had you ever seen him before that day?" I asked. "No," said the accuser. The Kadchoda looked at me and said in a hushed tone that he had heard the accused had tried to implicate the family of His Imperial Majesty for shaving the forests. He said that the man had no shame and should be locked up for the rest of his life. A couple of onlookers yelled, lock him up for the rest of his life." "Where's your father-in-law?" I asked the accuser. "The gendarmes have him locked up. He denies having bribed anyone," the accuser said. "Is he wealthy?" I asked. "He owns a house and lives in it alone. I guess my wife and I have to move in now to protect the property until he pays his debt to society. He is old, Your Honor, and I doubt he will get out of prison alive. It's a shame, a shame." I looked at Sadeghi, who seemed fascinated by the events unfolding. Another innocent man was in jail because of the greed of this detestable human being and the shameless cover-up efforts of the Kadchoda. I asked if he had seen enough. He shook his head, completely appalled. My father takes a deep breath and stops talking. He reaches for another cigarette. I quickly pick up the lighter from the dashboard and light his cigarette. Dad recognizes my gesture of respect by tapping my hand a couple of times and shooting a smile my way. I can tell from the serious look on Ahmed's face that he has understood the wisdom in my father's story. "This is an unfair world," my father whispers. "And unfortunately in this country, being accused is as good as being guilty. I was lucky to end up with someone who, despite his no-car-like attitude toward the regime, was at least willing to listen. Not everyone is so lucky. Life is not fair all the time. You boys will remember that now, won't you?" "What happened next, Dad?" I ask, wanting to reach over and hug him. I stood up and asked the accuser to come to me. When he did, I punched him as hard as I could. Warm blood rushes through my veins as my eyes sparkle with pride and excitement. I laugh with satisfaction and joy. My dad is the wisest man I know. His indirect way of warning us of the potential dangers of a conflict with the government and its agents, without ever mentioning doctor, was brilliant. That's the way of the Persians. We are masters in the art of implication, sometimes at the cost of the point getting lost on an unsophisticated listener. Facts seldom matter. The meaning and the message are always woven into the fabric of our discourse. Deep in each knot of a Persian rug is a statement of the hands that patiently drove the needle and the thread. I once heard my father say. Winter of 1974. Rooftops Psychiatric Hospital, Tehran. I wake up early in the morning, and the cocoon of comfort that the pill had woven around me is gone, replaced by anxiety and confusion. Appleface! Appleface! I start to shout. A young nurse walks in. Where is Appleface? She's at home, sleeping. Take it easy, will you? You're waking everyone up. She has a glass of water in one hand and a pill in the other. She tucks the pill in my mouth and brings the glass toward me. I spit the pill out and scream that I want Appleface. The commotion brings two other nurses into the room. I'm agitated, plagued by a pain that has no identifiable source. The nurses try to hold me down as a man in a white uniform enters the room. A few seconds later, I feel a pinch in my arm. Appleface is sitting next to me when I open my eyes. Did you miss me? She asks. What's wrong with me? I say. Nothing that can't be cured. It takes time, though. I'm hungry. She hurries out of the room and comes back with a tray of food. I take a couple of bites, and then can't eat anymore. She assists me into a wheelchair and takes me to a big room on the first floor. I realize for the first time that I am in a psychiatric ward. I see people walking aimlessly up and down the hallways. Some look at me, and others pass by as if they are floating in a different universe. Two male nurses try to help a young man into a wheelchair like mine. He shows me his teeth and smiles. What am I doing in a mental institution? All my life I've been told to avoid crazy people, and now I'm living among them. Appleface rolls my wheelchair to a window and sits next to me in a chair. Did you miss me last night? She asks again. Where were you? I was home. I have a small child, you know. She needs her mommy, too. How old is she? 4.5. She's really cute. Do you want to see a picture of her? I nod yes, and she shows me a picture of her daughter, Roshan, meaning glowing or vibrant. She's pretty, I tell the proud mother. Thank you. She puts the picture back in her pocket and sits back in her chair. Why am I in a psychiatric ward? I ask hesitantly. You're here to be treated. For what? You have some things to remember. Like what? Be patient. I look at my legs and at my wheelchair and wonder if I'm paralyzed. Why am I in a wheelchair? I ask. Appleface thinks for a few seconds. You were weak, and you had tuned out, so it was easier and safer to put you in a wheelchair. The old man on the other side of the room begins his chant again. What's wrong with him? Why's he here? I ask quietly. It's a sad story, she whispers. I want to know, I press. Maybe later. What does he mean by his chants? I don't know. I feel sorry for the old man, who's still looking at me. Will you get in trouble for spending so much time with me? I ask Appleface on the way back to my room. Doctors don't get in trouble for spending time with their favorite patients, she responds. I assumed she was a nurse because she was a woman. I feel ashamed. I miss the old days when doctors made house calls, she adds. You got to know your patients, their family, their kids, where they lived and how. It's all about business now. Back in my room, she helps me into bed and gives me a pill. She tells me that I can call her at home if I wake up in the middle of the night, and leaves her phone number by my bed. Feeling better knowing that a doctor is taking care of me, I fall promptly asleep. I wake up in the middle of the night and wish that Appleface were with me. I think of her daughter and suppress my need. The room is dark, and I can't tell what time it is. I know that my parents were in the room while I was asleep because I see a new rose next to my bed. My mother brings me a single red rose every day. There's something significant about the red rose, which I can't think of right now. My mind is so tired. I close my eyes and try to think of why I'm in the hospital. Suddenly, a sound from across the room startles me. I open my eyes and look toward the source of the sound. The silhouette of a man stands by the door. My heart beats fast, and I'm gripped with such a strong fear that I can't utter a word to summon assistance. My body trembles. If I knew your pain, I would bear it. I recognize the old man's voice. Come here, I whisper. The old man slowly approaches my bed and sits in Appleface's chair. His gaze is fixed on me. If I knew a way, I would find it. What does that mean? I ask. He sits there and stares at me with his sad black eyes that seem to be turning gray. His gaze is kind, and I am not afraid of him anymore. If I knew a song, I would sing it, he murmurs. Maybe someday you can tell me what that means, and why I'm here. The old man says nothing. I can't figure it out, I whisper. Is any of this real? I wait for a reaction from him, but he just stares at me. I don't feel connected to anything. It's like I just came into this world from another place, but I can't remember the place I came from either. It seems as if I'm neither here nor there, not living but not dead. Is this what people mean when they say someone has lost his mind? The old man still doesn't say anything. I can't keep my eyes open, but I want to understand his cryptic chants. I want to know how he feels, what he thinks, why he's in my room, but I'm too tired. I can't tell how much later it is when I hear Appleface talking to my parents in the hallway. What's going to happen when he remembers? My father asks. It'll be devastating, Appleface answers. My mother starts to cry, and I wonder about this thing I'm supposed to remember that will be so devastating. Chapter 18. Autumn of 1973. Mazandaran. The Eyes of the Square. We continue our trip toward the province of Mazandaran, zigzagging up the dangerous roads of the Kandavan and down toward the north, where you can smell the heady salt of the Caspian Sea from miles away. 50 kilometers per hour is the maximum speed you can travel through these mountains, even if you're the best driver in the world. My grandfather used to say that the Nazis built the winding Kandavan road to lacerate the much-detested SS shape into our psyche. The Russians tried to stop them, but they failed as they always do when faced with the brutality of the Western powers. These roads are so treacherous that hundreds of people die every year trying to navigate them. According to one of my uncles, as a future engineer, I'm destined to build the 4-lane highway that will connect Tehran to Mazandaran, saving thousands of lives in the years to come. Throughout the journey, we see people stopped on the shoulders, cooling off their overheated radiators, and snapping a picture or two of the breathtaking scenery, valleys and canyons that engrave the belly of Mother Nature. We finally reach the village, our destination, but the gravel road makes it impossible to drive very fast. The people in the village look at us curiously, and some wave as we drive by. I'm reminded of Doctor, who was intrigued by the lives of people in small villages, always talking about building roads, digging wells, and bringing electrical power and other technologies to these remote areas. The houses are built on the slopes of the mountains, and most of them look small and worn down, thanks to their rusted tin roofs. The whole village consists of a couple of small grocery stores, a coffee house, a cheese yogurt shop, a bakery, a butcher shop, a public bathhouse, and a mosque, all conveniently built around an unusually large square. It takes us less than 3 minutes to drive from one side of the village to the other. The smell of burning wood and cow dung sears the inside of my nose. There are horses and cows on the road, and we have to stop frequently to let them cross. Ahmed has never been to this part of the country, so he watches everything with a quiet curiosity. We stop outside a big house surrounded by tall walls, its main entrance gated by gigantic metal doors. My father gets out with a smile on his face. Soon, a man, Mr. Kasravi, an old friend of my father's, comes out to greet us. "Don't let his easy demeanor fool you," my father whispers. "He is a very important man." I remember Dad and Mr. Mehrbon talking about him. He's the richest man in the village, a landowner who also raises cattle and sheep. He spends part of his time in Noshar, a city by the Caspian Sea, where he owns various stores and a large motel. His wife, Goli John, a simple-looking woman, rushes out to greet us. Soon, servants and maids hurry toward us, dragging a sheep behind them. I know what comes next. I try not to look when they slaughter the poor creature under our feet. Out of the corner of my eye, I see the animal struggling, and wonder if he knows we are responsible for his ill fate. Mr. Kasravi shakes my hand and embraces me as if he has known me for years. He asks me if I remember him, and I politely say no. He says that I used to call him Uncle Kasravi when I was very little. My father smiles and adds that I used to call Goli John Aunt Goli. Mr. Kasravi shakes hands with Ahmed and welcomes him to his humble dwellings. "You've grown so much," Goli John says to me. "Look at you, you're a man now." We're taken to a room designed for guests. Goli John brings in a crystal bowl full of big red and green apples, oranges, and grapes. "Everything is from our own garden," she says proudly. "Please help yourselves. This is much better than the stuff you get in Tehran. Fresh off the trees. I picked them myself just a few minutes ago. Go ahead, please eat." Mr. Kasravi is tall, dark, and around 50. He has an animated voice and tends to repeat himself at the end of each sentence. It's almost impossible to listen to him with a straight face, especially with Ahmed around to pass amused looks to. "So how are you, my friend? Really, how are you?" Mr. Kasravi asks my father. He and Goli John have a son, Mustafa, who is around my age, as well as a 4-year-old daughter named Shabnam. Both children are sitting on the floor on opposite sides of their father's chair. Goli John finally sits down and asks about my mother, how she's doing, what she looks like now, if she still looks young for her age, why she didn't come along. Then she tells me how wonderful my mother is, and that she loves her and misses her a lot. "Yes, she does," Mr. Kasravi confirms. "She always tells me that she misses your mom a lot." Ahmed looks at me and covers his upper lip with his lower one to hide his smile. An elderly maid brings in tea. Goli John insists that we drink our tea before it gets too cold. "This is Lahijan tea, the best in the world," she urges. What makes Lahijan tea the best in the world? Ahmed asks in a whisper. I always wondered about that. The taste, the aroma, and the Persian pride, I whisper back. Ahmed smiles. I'm extremely excited to have you in my humble dwelling and can't wait to show you around. Really, I can't wait, Mr. Kasravi says. Things have changed a lot around here, he tells my father. Things aren't like they used to be, not at all like they used to be. Then he turns to Ahmed and me. Do you know how to ride a horse? We both shake our heads no. Mustafa will be happy to teach you, very happy to teach you, he says as he looks at his son. Mustafa smiles and nods to let us know that he agrees. They're great athletes, my father says. They'll learn in no time. Predictably, the adults begin to talk about the past. Mr. Kasravi turns to me and says, Your father was a rebel, definitely a rebel. I always thought he would end up in prison and I would have to pull strings to get him out. Dad shrugs his shoulders and mumbles, Everything changes when you marry and have a child. Then he talks about Mr. Mehrbon. He was our hot-headed radical, Mr. Kasravi remembers soberly. We used to call him Karl because he reminded us of a young Karl Marx. It's tragic that he spent most of his life behind bars. Very tragic. Then Mr. Kasravi looks at Ahmed and me. I also heard about your friend Doctor. I'm so sorry. I really am very sorry. After tea, we go to Mr. Kasravi's stable, where he has already picked a horse for each of us. Mustafa helps Ahmed and me get on our horses. I thank Mustafa, but he doesn't respond. He just smiles and walks to his own horse. Riding a live animal, controlling it with the reins and seeing the world from that high up, feels weird to me. I glance at Ahmed. He's holding the reins tightly, his body seems tense, and his face looks anxious. Don't they have bikes? He whispers. We ride our horses through the village square. The path we travel is uneven, obviously beaten out by hooves and the wheels of droshkis, horse-drawn carriages, cars, trucks, and tractors traveling in and out of the village through the rainy season. Here and there we hear a rooster crowing, a dog barking, or a cow mooing. We ride out of the village and head toward the hills. Mustafa rides ahead of everyone else. Every once in a while, he stops, turns around, then looks at us and moves his right hand to indicate a march forward. What do you think he's doing? I ask Ahmed in a whisper. He's scouting for Indians, Ahmed responds with a smirk. I hear Cochise got tired of getting killed by John Wayne in those damn Zionist movies, so he finally said fuck it and moved to this region. I try not to laugh out loud. Ahmed and I have a hard time keeping ourselves balanced on our horses as they climb the slopes. I hear Ahmed mumbling profanities under his breath, a grin on his face. Mr. Kasravi and my father ride a few steps ahead of us, but far behind Mustafa. Get to know your horses and let them get to know you, Mr. Kasravi advises us over his shoulder. Ahmed bends over and whispers in his horse's ear. Hi, I'm Ahmed. What's your name? I tell him to stop fooling around. When we get to the top of the hill, Mr. Kasravi points to the village and says, That's the oldest square in our region. It was built about 300 years ago. There is something special about that square, don't you think? I look back at the square, trying to figure out what's special about it. You do know why they used to build squares in the centers of most Iranian towns and villages, don't you? He continues. Yes, I respond. Ahmed shoots me a surprised look. In the old days, everything happened in the squares. Happy occasions as well as dreadful events, I say. It was a gathering place. My father shakes his head in confirmation. I think I notice a flash of pride in his eyes. Mr. Kasravi smiles, encouraging me to continue. The square was also where they punished the criminals, so people could watch and learn. Entertainment and education. Education because torture was used to deter potential criminals. And entertainment because people came from all over to watch these events. Mr. Kasravi seems utterly impressed with my knowledge. He shakes his head and says that I'm right. Then he speaks of the cruel punishments administered to thousands of people during the Qajar regime. This was the most disgraceful period in our beloved country's history. It was the Qajars and their backward policies that kept Iran from developing into a modern country. We could have been a superpower in the world. Yes, sir, a superpower. He takes a big puff on his cigarette. Ahmed leans over and whispers to me, "Where the fuck did you learn all this shit?" "Books," I whisper back. He immediately turns his head toward the square. He knows I'm scolding him again for not reading. "So what do you know about the Qajars?" Mr. Kasravi asks. There were 7 kings in the dynasty, starting with Aga Mohammed Khan of Qajar, and ending with Ahmed Shah, who was overthrown by the father of our current king in the 1920s, I say. Then, in a confident tone that surprises even me, I add, "I agree with you, Mr. Kasravi. The Qajars' incompetence ruined Iran during their 200-year rule." Mr. Kasravi looks at my father and nods. I throw a sideways look at Ahmed, who shakes his head and whispers, "Son of a bitch." My father knew neighbors, relatives, and friends of the family who were beaten, flogged, and hanged in that square. Mr. Kasravi says, genuinely upset. I wonder why no one has burned the place down, why no one has driven a bulldozer over it. Maybe I should do that. Yes, maybe I should. The pensive look on his face makes me wonder if he's truly contemplating driving a bulldozer through the square. People forget how bad it used to be in this country. Did you know we had no prisons until the Shah's father overthrew the Qajar dynasty? Did you know that? I shake my head no. You dumbass son of a bitch, Ahmed murmurs, as if feeling deep disappointment. No prisons at all. Imprisonment was a totally foreign concept in our culture, a totally foreign concept. They'd cut people's hands off, amputate their legs, cut off their ears, and then kill them or release them. That's how criminals were punished. Wow, Ahmed whispers. Over 6,000 prisons have been built in Iran since the Shah's father took over 50 years ago. People think that's bad, but I think it's better than having a few million people punished and humiliated in public. Penal torture and then the public humiliation of criminals had to stop. It just had to stop. Even criminals have a right to dignity. I would have died if I saw Mehrbon tortured and beaten in public, Mr. Kasravi says. I suddenly realize the purpose of our trip. My father had no business to conduct here. Mr. Kasravi is giving us a history lesson, justifying what is happening in our political jails by comparing it to the abhorrent atrocities committed under the Qajars. It's not proper to get mad at your father, but I feel a burning sensation in the pit of my stomach. I slow my horse to separate myself from the pack while thinking, is abandoning public torture in favor of torture behind prison walls a great leap toward modernization and democracy? Did Mr. Mehrbon feel less pain when the Savak agents were putting out their cigarettes on his chest, arms, and buttocks? I increase the distance between us even more by pulling back on the horse's reins. The sun is out, but I can smell the scent of coming rain as clouds roll in off the sea. We soon reach a pristine mountain stream, where we water our horses and rest for a little while before heading back to Mr. Kasravi's house. Night falls fast. Before dinner, Ahmed and I are sitting on the porch, and my father and Mr. Kasravi are in the living room playing backgammon. We can hear them teasing each other and laughing. Ahmed asks, You know why your dad brought us on this trip, don't you? Yes, I do. Are you angry? He's my dad, I say. I'm angry at our host. Take it easy, he meant well. I know. Mrs. Casservy has prepared a dinner fit to serve 1,000 kings, as my grandma used to say. Basmati rice, broiled chicken, lamb cooked in an underground oven, 3 different kinds of koreshts, vegetables of all kinds, including radishes, mint, parsley, 3 different kinds of naan, along with goat cheese and yogurts mixed with dried mint and cucumbers, and 4 different kinds of torshi, including dilled garlic, which everyone says doesn't make your breath stink on account of the humidity up north. Ahmed looks at the dinner and says to me, I wouldn't mind getting adopted by this family. Really, I wouldn't mind at all. I elbow him in the side. My father and Mr. Casservy are drinking vodka with their dinner. Ahmed, Mustafa, and I are sitting next to one another, and we eat our food with the appetites of a pack of ravenous wolves. Ahmed and I try to start a conversation with Mustafa a couple of times during dinner, but he just looks at us and smiles. Do you think he can speak? I ask Ahmed in a concerned whisper. Maybe his dad repeats everything because he speaks for both of them. I bite my upper lip to hide my smile. My father raises his glass and drinks to the hosts. Then he looks at Ahmed and me and raises his second glass to us, sending us a wink. Then, as if he's reading my mind, he leans close and says in a low voice, Sorry for this afternoon. It didn't turn out the way I had planned. I love my dad. I want to put my arms around his neck and kiss him on the cheeks, like I used to do when I was 4 or 5 years old. The doorbell rings, and Mr. Casservy goes to answer it. A few minutes later, he comes back, followed by a tall man of around 50. He introduces the man as Mr. Modasham. We all stand up and shake hands with him. What a wonderful night for you to have come to my home. A wonderful night indeed, Mr. Casservy says, pouring vodka for his new guest. It's fabulous to have you here at the same time as my guests from Tehran. I notice that Mr. Modasham does not speak. Goli John, who is also excited by the arrival of this unannounced visitor, brings in plates and silverware, and insists that he start eating right away. Mr. Modasham keeps bobbing his head to express his gratitude. Mr. Casservy turns to my father and says, Mr. Modasham has taken the vow of silence. His Holiness is well known for his clairvoyance. He sees the future as you and I remember the past. That clearly, really, I'm not kidding you. All of his predictions have come true over the years, all of them. My father politely expresses his gratitude to God for granting him the honor of spending an evening in the presence of Mr. Modasham, while I wonder why one would vow not to speak if God has blessed him with such a magnificent power. Pointing to me, Mr. Casservy tells Mr. Modasham that I am a very special person, definitely very special, and that at the age of 17 I have the maturity and the wisdom of an educated 30-year-old man. Mr. Modasham stares at me as he chews his food. He reaches into his pocket and takes out a small notebook, writing, "He has that." My heart sinks as memories of Doctor cloak my mind. Ahmed nudges me gently and discreetly with his elbow. "Trust it, you do," he says under his breath. "What can you tell us about the future, Your Holiness?" asks Mr. Casservy, as he drinks a shot of vodka to his guest's health. Mr. Modasham looks around the room and focuses on Mustafa for a few seconds. The room is hushed with a tranquil excitement. I have a hard time believing that the holiest man in Iran, who by now must be giddy with vodka, is about to make predictions about the people in the room. Mr. Modasham writes on a piece of paper that Mustafa will follow in the footsteps of his father and will become a successful businessman. Goli John is overcome with joy. "Inshallah, God willing," she whispers. Ahmed looks at Mustafa and says, "Congratulations." Mustafa smiles back, but still doesn't say anything. Ahmed turns to me and whispers, "We'll take turns sleeping tonight. I don't trust this kid." I put my hand over my mouth to cover my grin. Mr. Motasham looks at me. He writes that I will go to the United States to study. My father asks, "What will he study?" Mr. Motasham holds his hands in the shape of cylinders and looks through them. My heart jumps. He's saying that I will study something related to cameras. I'll become a filmmaker after all. "You Zionist," I hear Ahmed whisper under his breath. Before I'm overtaken by too much joy, I remind myself that this is perhaps nothing more than a hoax. Drinking vodka isn't exactly known for enhancing clarity and insight. Mr. Motasham drinks another shot, and then looks at Ahmed. He writes that Ahmed will get married at a very young age, and will have 3 beautiful daughters. Ahmed says, "No sons? Then I'm not getting married." Everyone laughs. Mr. Motasham tells Goli John that she will live to be 100 years old, and will enjoy a happy life with her children and husband. "God willing," she whispers reverently. We're told that my father will live out his old age while searching for the true meaning of life and unity with God Almighty. He will someday be regarded as one of the greatest poets in modern Iranian history. I wonder how he knows that my father writes poetry. Mr. Kasravi will retire in a faraway place, with his family members around him. "The future is bright as far as this group is concerned. Very bright, thank God," says Mr. Kasravi. At that moment, Shabnam, Mr. and Mrs. Kasravi's 4-year-old daughter, walks into the room. She runs to her mother to complain that she can't sleep. Mr. Motasham looks at Shabnam keenly for a long time. "What is it, Your Holiness?" Mr. Kasravi pleads, picking up on the intensity of Mr. Motasham's gaze. "What do you see? What do you see? Please tell us, is my daughter in danger? Please tell us, is she in danger?" Mr. Motasham shakes his head no. "Thank God. Then what is it? You must tell us, I insist." Mr. Motasham looks at me as he drinks another shot of vodka. I begin to feel paranoid. "What is it? What? Please tell us, I beg you," pleads Goli John. Mr. Motasham starts to write, pointing at me. He is not going to like this now because she is too young, but he will like it 20 years from now when he returns to Iran from the U.S. "What? What is it that he's going to like, Your Holiness? Tell us, please, tell us," begs Mr. Kasravi. Now everyone, including me, is curious to find out what I'm going to do to this poor 4-year-old child 20 years from now. "This young man will marry your daughter, and they will live many happy years together abroad," he writes in his notebook. Everyone in the room applauds and cheers, and Ahmed and even Mustafa whistle. My father and Mr. Kasravi begin to laugh and drink more vodka to toast the occasion. This is ludicrous, I think. What nonsense! She's only 4 years old, and I'm 17. What a sick old man. Goli John hugs me and tells me that I'm a dream of a son-in-law. She runs to the kitchen and comes back with Espand, a seed Persians burn to ward off evil. And she waves the seed around my head and then Shabnam's head, and pours the rest on the charcoal inside a grill that the elderly maid brings in behind her. Soon smoke fills the room, and the pleasant scent of Espand fills my nostrils. Mr. Kasravi pats me on the back and says that he will invite the whole village to the house the next night to celebrate my engagement to his daughter, the whole village. I feel I've gone pale.